click save. And we should be live. Hello.
Right. Yeah. Hello. Hi, everybody.
We have returned, as we do on Sundays, talking about things and stuff. I almost forgot to send out that Twitter flimbage. There we go. And I guess we just get people some time. I think only now YouTube actually realized that we're live, even though I already said we're live, because YouTube is very good.
I was actually just looking for it so that I can see and respond to chat.
It's always fun because sometimes it doesn't matter which stream, I just hit on go live and then I switch tabs and then I just talk to myself for like 5 minutes, go back to the tab and then just see reload the page. It's like, oh, now I'm live. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I believe we are live now.
Yeah, people are coming in. Hello. How's it going? We're doing epic gaming talk today because we play video games. In case you didn't know, we do it all the time.
We do? Oh my god!
I know it's insane. I actually played video games today, but don't tell anyone. I don't want anyone to think I'm a nerd.
So did I.
Video games are for dumb babies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm a dumb baby.
Also, if my voice sounds a bit weird today, I caught something while I was out last night or yesterday, so I think I'm getting a cold. So just a heads up. I'm trying to not cough into the mic the whole time. Don't do a DSP snort or anything. But I only realized last night when my friendos left and I started looking at my good old timeline on the Twitter machine. Sony had a bit of an oopsie again, huh?
Oh, yeah. Almost forgot to add that to the topic list. I guess I've been not using my PlayStation so much.
Oh,
so I'm just
same here.
like,
I mean, I didn't even realize that's a thing because I actually wasn't at home that time around. And obviously, if it would have happened, even if I would have been at home, I have like 17 different consoles and a PC. So if I really want to play video games, I can just play another one. But I'm probably more concerned if they, were hacked again, because that's unfortunately a Sony staple, them getting hacked every other year, I'm afraid. So
this is just Sony having a normal one.
Yeah.
Was 24 days long. This one was like about a day, maybe a little less than a day. So
they're getting better.
Yes, there's improvement.
Yeah, but I would recommend.
I'm more surprised if Sony does something right. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying. I would recommend maybe switching your password just to be sure. I'll have to do that as well.
Yeah.
It's always a good thing to do anyway. Just switching around your passwords. I went on a password switching spree like a couple of weeks ago. I think before I went to Mahler's in December. I was like, I think it's time to switch.
I'm pretty sure that if it was anything security related, they would tell us because that's a big fat lawsuit if you don't say anything and be transparent about that. And I don't think Sony wants that right now.
I think they took enough L's last year that they should probably be
they should in be the console wars.
Yeah.
They can't get enough L's. They need more and more.
They need to put them in a little display of L's.
They're hungry for L's, yeah.
Moodle, we already told you dripping nose and wheezing each stream. More of that ain't something new. Fine. Shut up.
Astrobot was a big just purge of all their W karma.
Like,
now
we need some
gotta
more.
catch up.
Oh yeah, I did finish that. 100% platinum even. Only the second game I ever platinumed. It was actually not that hard to be honest, but I wanted that.
What was the first?
God of War Ragnarok.
Oh, okay.
So both PS5, funnily enough. So yeah, this is Wall complaining. You didn't invite me to the gaming forge. What the fuck? Hey, listen, this was like a bit of a short-term one, okay? I was busy with things, so actually you can blame Marc on this one.
Yeah,
right?
actually, I invited the guest, and I honestly, the first two people I asked responded, and we've been trying to keep the guests like to around 4.
Okay, you actually defend yourself. I was memeing. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, it kind of was my fault, so I'll take responsibility.
I have gaming opinions. Don't worry about it. You'll come back. You're around all the time with bullying me and stuff because that's what we do. Well, what you guys do. I'm just being bullied. But yeah, Sony already back with the things. See if anything happens after that. Hopefully not. But yeah, switch your password. Just a little PSA at the beginning of the forge, I guess.
Probably a good call.
Yeah, always a good call. Like sometimes I just switch a password when I download something, and then for some reason something looks weird on my screen. It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna switch my password now. I don't know why. I just feel safer that way.
I changed like all of them in October because someone re-registered an old email address I had for my like video production company that I was running like a decade ago. And I just stopped paying for the domain because I'm like, okay, I'm never like reviving that company or anything. And yeah, it turns out it was my backup email on a few things. So got hacked on Discord and a few other places. It was not fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, your Steam thing happened just recently.
Yeah, that was a different thing. That was me just trying to help out a viewer that I won't mention the name of, but a viewer of this show messaged me on Steam with, "Hey, got a moment?" And it was not the viewer, so it's not actually that person's fault.
Right.
And I said, "Yeah, sure. What's up?" He's like, "Hey, I designed this logo for this esports team. Would you mind like voting on it for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And it like makes you log into your Steam, but I use the like Steam Guard 2FA thing to log in, not like typing in my password or anything like that. So I was like, okay, yeah, this will be fine.
They actually are pretty convincing. So.
And it apparently uses your cookies or something like that, and then repeats them. So they don't get access to things like your wallet or ability to make purchases, but they can message and block everybody on your Steam friends list, and that happened to me. Also happened to a few other YouTubers that know me and were like, "Hey, like, what's the deal with that logo you designed?" I'm like, "You guys should know I don't have any visual art talent. I would not have been the one designing logos for an esports team. I don't even really care about esports.
Yeah,
not that I don't respect it, but like
it's
not really my thing."
That is a classic one, though. I had that happen to me multiple times, but I always ignore them. It's like, I don't know why this random person would message me out of the blue after 10 years asking me for that. It's like, I'm just gonna ignore that. And when I was streaming when your account messaged me and just said, "Got a minute?" And I was like, there's no way that's actually Marc. Why would he message me on Steam and not on Discord?
Well, yeah, so like I'd never message you on Steam, and I don't think I'd say, "Hey, got a minute?" I would just tell you like what's going on.
Tell me what's up, yeah. Oh, so John, what are you saying? Sorry.
I was just gonna say I set up one of those password banks where you put in a passphrase and it remembers all your passwords for all of your accounts, and everyone that I have is unique and like highly cryptic, and I turn on two-factor authentication for every service that has it enabled, because I don't take any chances with that shit.
I use KeyPass locally myself, so just have a big old database in there with like a unique password.
I have like a cipher system, so like I do have them written down, but look, if you got the document that has all my passwords quote quote written in it, you would not be able to actually glean the passwords from it unless you actually knew my like cipher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see. Yeah, there's definitely ways to protect yourself, and so I actually at one point I need to check that out. I'd like to have a what's it called, like a proper 2FA, two-factor authentication. So get like a little dongle that asks like for everything. I think it would be nice, especially with all the YouTube stuff, because that's annoying to get back if it gets yeeted by something. I mean, happened to Linus like 2 years ago, and they had this
actually Disbrew sent me a video of Linus that kind of explained the whole thing, and it totally was the same kind of thing that happened. Not to YouTube, just Steam, but even still.
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 password for all my government thingies that can't backfire. No, that's fine. That's how you do it.
No one guesses that one.
Yeah, it's so easy. Nobody would actually try it. It's like with Star Wars. Was it the Obi-Wan show? It's like they don't have a shield because no one would actually be stupid enough to just fly in there, and then they do. Stupid.
But they got Wade.
Do not redeem. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, just so you know, if you are watching today, though, I did think it was legit, and I did try to help you because I wanted to be nice.
Hell yeah. So, I don't even know what we're going to start with. Do you want to talk about Kingdom Come? Because I actually haven't played that game at all. I've just seen the online discourse, and I found it annoying, and then I didn't check anymore.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I could start by just sort of addressing the controversy. So, people are very upset that Hans Capon who's like your buddy. Like he's basically like your best bro in the first game and this game, and he's romanceable in this one. I heard that there was a same-sex romance. I'm only bothered by it being Hans because it's sort of to me like the Frodo and Sam are definitely gay thing. I'm just like, God damn it, guys can be friends. Like that's the only thing that really bothered me about it. But now the bigger controversy is that the codex in the game, which is like effectively historical records that you can read to kind of like read up on the time period, states the birth date of the person who Hans Capon was based on, whose name is not the same, by the way.
Okay.
And that person is 15. Hans Capon in the game is played by a 31-year-old man, and he looks at the youngest in his mid-20s, and they don't really ever talk about the exact ages of people.
Oh, okay.
So the way I see it, it's like, well, they age them up in the game because like there's no way if Hans is 15, that means Henry is like 16 or 17. And I don't know if you've seen any footage of Kingdom Come Deliverance, but does that main character look like a 17-year-old to you?
I haven't seen any teenagers in any footage of that game so far.
Well, that's the thing. There's not a single child or teenager in the whole game.
What? But I want to kill them.
I think that's why. It's because you can theoretically kill pretty much anyone you encounter
Cowards.
in the game, and they basically did the thing where it's like, well, we don't want people running around killing children.
Remember
so
when
it's just
people modded that in Skyrim? You can now kill children. Everyone was like, yes, finally.
So, oh yeah, that's that actually. But yeah, so the big thing that people will use is the reference to be like, yeah, he's 15, like it says so right here in the historical codex. It also says that Markvold von Auschwitz, who's one of the main antagonists in the game, died in 1402. The game takes place in 1403. So, like off the bat, it's like, well, the codex is the actual historical stuff, not the game story. Because the game story
sounds a bit good. So why is that code? What's the codex for? Is it just there for
just like reference
you can read
to be
it or
like,
something?
hey, like like to learn a little bit about Bohemian Holy Roman Empire history, and say like, yeah, here's what these things were inspired by. But like, I think actually a good way to look at it is Game of Thrones. Like you know the show Game of Thrones that it ended horribly, but it was liked by a lot of people for a while.
I remember that.
So
yes.
Daenerys, Jon, Robb, all of them are 14 in the book, at least like in the first book, and they're very clearly like early to mid 20s when the show starts. So it's like, well, sometimes maybe when you put things in a visual medium where you have people walking around, and in particular things like sex scenes in it, there is precedent for it being like, yeah, I mean, in the book or in the actual history, these characters might have been quite a bit younger, but so it's not a like moral nightmare. We've made it so that we're telling a story kind of with these people, but like, you know, they're adults. Actually, funny, Mordaka actually brings up this that I was going to bring up. I think what's been bothering people the most, though, is Daniel Vavra, who's the creative director of the game, has been a bit antagonistic about the whole thing, and he might have stepped on a bit of landmine when the first response he made about the age of Hans Capon's historical basis character is that, yeah, but like people were also married off at 12, so like people like what's and I think that made people think that yes, so he is 15 in the game and it's okay, where I think it's more just like, yeah, but we don't have 12-year-olds or 15-year-olds in this game. Flat out every single character, be they playable or NPC, is a grown person. So I don't know. I like there's a lot of people who are very upset, and I think most of the people who are most upset have not played the game. And if you play the game, it's next to impossible to see any interaction Hans has with anyone and be thinking, oh my God, that's a 15-year-old boy. Because he's very clearly not. He's definitely a grown adult, and they're all played by grown adults too. So it's like, well, I don't know. What are we talking about here?
It's interesting to hear that clarified, because I know very little about the game, I was aware of that controversy. And based on the things I was reading about it, it seemed like there's like a graphic sexual scene involving a child.
Oh my God.
And when I heard that, I was like, oh, fuck, that sounds really bad. But what you just described is like totally understandable.
Well, I mean, not only that, you only see the graphic sex scene if you voluntarily romance the guy who, narratively, I don't think it makes any sense at all for you to romance, because he's sort of a womanizer. So like, it's a bit weird that you can just talk to him nicely and he turns gay anyways. Because like in the whole first game, his whole thing was like, yeah, he beds a lot of wenches.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I also only heard it's like an optional side quest that's very clearly marked, and you don't have to engage with it as well. But yeah, it seems weird they even put it in any. It just seems weird they put it in anyway, because that's like the couple of things I've heard as well with all the he's like more of a womanizer and stuff like that. So I guess in continuity it seems a bit weird to the first game. But
I mean, honestly, the only reason it bothers me is that he's like your Frodo. He's sort of the guy who you leave the first game's region with him at the end of the first game to be his protector. Like you're the Sam to Hans's Frodo. So like when I found out it was him that was the gay romance option, I'm just like, oh my god, like can't men be friends?
No.
Yeah, apparently
no,
not.
That's not allowed.
Always has to be the option that we have sex with each other.
Yeah, well, that controversy sounds really overblown, and I guess I should have figured that was.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, from what I've seen, because before I've seen any game footage or anyone talking about the game, I saw like, look at this gay stuff and this, like, oh, okay, but I don't even know what the game is about. I don't care yet. I don't know what this means, if this is good or bad. I haven't played the first one, so I only know it's a game about knights and medieval times. So I was so lost, but yeah, it's good to have that clarification now. Because you played like 50 hours now, right? You said.
Yeah, I'm currently at probably a little over that. I think I was at about 50 hours last night. This whole week I've pretty much done nothing but clean up around the house, work out, and play Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Nice.
But yeah, so it's been productive, I guess. I've been trying to do at least a bit of productive stuff every day in addition to playing Kingdom Come.
No, it's not a bad idea to do that.
I got towards the end of the year and had a lot of leave to burn, so I was like, oh, I've got to take some vacation days or I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, good stuff.
But yeah, the game, though, is great. I mean, it's like the writing is in general quite good. Like all the dialogue seems well written and pretty snappy. There's a lot of interesting responses you can give. You can be mean to people too. So
nice.
If anyone's talking about something that you don't like, I've pretty much not encountered any situation where it almost doesn't seem like I can't tank the main story by just being a dick and refusing to do stuff. Like, I don't know if you do, they'll just be like, well, it's too bad you're doing it anyways. Cause I imagine they do need to move you along in the story. But the combat is a little simplified from where the first game was, but it's more effective, I guess is probably the best way to describe it. Like because you basically have attack directions, and in the first game when you had a long sword you'd have 6 because you have a high attack or high swing, left swing, right swing, low left swing, right left swing, and then a stab. Right. Whereas now the low swings are kind of not a thing anymore, so it's just high swing, left swing, right swing, stab. And while that is, I guess, a little less deep, the combat in general just works so much better and feels so much more responsive that I'd have a hard time being like, yeah, well, they ruined the combat of the original game. It's definitely simplified, but it's more fun in general. You don't feel like you're totally screwed if you have multiple opponents anymore.
Oh, okay.
You're still pretty screwed if you have a lot of opponents, but if it's like you and 3 dudes that you're fighting, you can probably take them as long as you understand how the counter system works and position yourself properly. But yeah, it runs beautifully. It's CryEngine, so it's the same engine that infamously made everybody cry when Crysis came out. The newest version of it is far better at making video games than Unreal 5 by the look of it. Because
God, the NVIDIA CEO has made that meme so cringe now. Jensen, that's his name, right?
The NVIDIA CEO.
Yeah, because in every showcase, it's like, and yes, it can run Crysis. I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, yeah, like now the CryEngine is like wonderful. It seems. I mean, I don't know. I don't like. I played. We can get into this when we talk about the Capcom stuff, but I played a little bit of the Monster Hunter Wilds beta again, and I could not walk 5 paces in the town without being infuriated by the performance. Whereas in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I'm now in Kuttenberg, which is the sort of big city of the game. There's tons of NPCs. There's lots of stuff going on. There's buildings everywhere. It looks beautiful and not getting stuttering. I'm running it in 4K with DLSS on quality, and I'm never under 100 frames a second. So like, I mean, it's just great. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, can't video games look like this again? I just or run like this.
We need 15 times ray tracing and 20 FPS because fidelity is everything.
Funny you should say that. Not even the option for ray tracing in the game, and the game looks amazing. There's no option for DLSS 3 or FSR 3, so no frame generation. It's just, hey, this is an optimized video game that runs really well.
So it's funny you talk about ray tracing because there's like this whole reflection thing and whatever. So what we did last night when the boys were over, we're like, man, we want to play some party games. We were like 4 people. I was like, okay, what are we going to play? And we played a little bit of Party Animals. I checked that out, and I think we should play that on a stream at some point. I think it would be a lot of fun with a full party. But that's besides the point. We were done with those, and I was like, okay, what are we going to do now? And then one of our friends was like, oh, wait, what's that game where you can crash into, like, cars and get points? And we're like, fucking Burnout. Let's go. So we scoured the internet and got a version of Burnout 3 Revenge? No, Burnout 3
Revenge is the 4th one.
That's the 4th one.
Burnout
That's
3 Takedown.
That's the one I have physical still. Takedown, yeah. And we played the party mode, the crash part. I was like, oh, man, that's... Yeah, for the PS2, yeah, we hung out, did not get high, but I had some whiskey, chilled out, and played Burnout 3 for the PS2. No Dr. Pepper either. I think if I would have known, I would have prepared better with Dr. Pepper and everything.
I think, Smiling Friends, it was Burnout Revenge for the PS2, right? I think
what I was going for, though, PlayStation 2, there are so many physics things happening, and it doesn't even like stutter or anything. It works well. Also, reflections on the ground in the car select looks pretty crisp. No S at the end. I had crisps yesterday though. They were nice. I was like, oh yeah, and then someone we were like joking, like, oh look, this is ray tracing. Or this thing's like, man, they did this without ray tracing on the PS2. It looks pretty good. Like, what are we even doing? This makes you think a little bit.
So I've once made that argument on Twitter, and a couple I like not game developers that I'm aware of, really, just they claim to be game developers, talking about just how much harder it is to do that kind of reflection than it is with ray tracing. And my answer to that is always like, yeah, that'd be fine if it didn't tank the stuff in the game I care about.
Yeah.
Because ultimately I would prefer no reflections, just make water a shiny thing on the ground that doesn't really do anything. And if it runs well, I'm going to be okay with that, more so than if, oh, we got these beautiful reflections, but also the game can sometimes get to 54 frames a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not what I want.
Yeah. Swole just points out the demo that's still out for Monster Hunter Wilds, that's still the old demo without any fixes. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains why it seemed exactly the same as the last time I played it. I was like, I'll give this a shot. Maybe it runs a lot better, but nope.
Yeah, so maybe try this benchmark. The benchmark is a bit newer. I meant to try it, but I completely forgot. Also,
I don't even really give a crap about like just the bare bones screen space reflections, where it's not like reflecting any dynamic objects like the player or whatever. Like even that I don't give a shit about. But ray tracing is just like I like do not give a shit, and it's like. If only this, like you were saying, the sheer amount of processing power we have now was dedicated to fun shit like physics and AI, or like enemy AI and shit like that, rather than this stuff that is really inconsequential. I mean, the argument for it is that it looks good, and it's like, yeah, of course it looks good, but it's not worth the hike in price and performance.
Yeah. It looks awesome. I tried it before on Control, because Control looks really good with ray tracing on. But
yep, Control does look good, and the ray tracing doesn't destroy it.
It does for me because I have an AMD CPU, so it doesn't work as well. But it still looks like really, really great. Looks really good. But yeah, I'm the same. I'm just like, let me just turn off ray tracing and just play my game at the frame rate I'd like. That's like a problem with like some PS5 games. The Final Fantasy. Was 16 the last one, the action RPG one? That was 16, right?
Yeah, the one that's more an action game than an RPG.
Yeah, that one you can't turn off the ray tracing. You can just go to like quality and performance, and then it just puts you to 60 FPS only during fights, and the rest is
combat,
30 FPS. So that was always weird. It's like, just let me turn off the ray tracing and just play all the way through 60 FPS because that's better.
I played the Final Fantasy 16 demo on PC, and sadly, it kind of has similar performance issues there. So I was disappointed by that. I was actually really looking forward to playing it again because I skipped almost all of the side content.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was like, oh yeah, I'll give this another shot. And like I liked the story and I liked the world, so learning more about that would be nice. But fired up the demo, it's like, oh, it runs just like it did on my PS5. Awesome.
Yes. But yeah.
I guess I don't really have too much more to say about Kingdom Come unless anyone has any questions about it. I mean, it's just, I think it's a really good game. I think the story and writing are good. I think the controversy is overblown, somewhat valid in some ways, but not if you actually like take into context the rest of the things outside of the codex entries and how the other codec entries are applied to the story, the fictional story that is being told in the game, because Henry, the main character, is not a real guy. So,
I mean, they never do themselves any favors when they respond so angrily back instead of like, no, hang on, this is actually how it is. But if they go like, oh, they were doing this though, it's like, no, just at this point, just get your PR team to do it and just shut the fuck up yourself. I feel like that's the thing a lot of developers and producers should do. It's like, you know what, let's let the PR people do this and not me just going rampage on Twitter, because that's never a good idea. I
know very little about the game because like I only like heard about it the other day.
Right.
But I imagine it plays something like Dragon Age. I don't mean like Veilguard, which I know is like the meme terrible flop that probably sunk that company.
Yeah, that Supercut is out by the way on Muller's channel with all of us playing that. Go check that out; it's funny.
It's actually kind of closer to like a Bethesda RPG, but it runs better, and the combat's a little more dynamic, I guess. Like you have to think about things like attack angle as opposed to just attack, and it's historical, medieval, not fantasy. So sometimes
you'll get quests.
Yeah, first person.
Okay.
It cuts out to third person when you're in dialogue, though.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Someone in chat just earlier said people are starting to make video essays on how old games look, in quotes, better, which I agree with to an extent. Well, I think the example I saw at some point was one of the Arkham games, because they didn't have like any ray tracing or anything. The environments are just more deliberately crafted to have like a certain way of lighting, so it looks really good every time. While with ray tracing, you just have like for a better term, the randomness of reflecting stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it can be a bit weird, and that's also why it like takes so much of your resources, because that's what it does. But yeah, so because they can just craft it the way they want it to, it just looks good as soon as you arrive. So that's like one of the things I remember hearing at some point.
I've played games recently where the ray traced reflections don't even look that great, because like the reflections run at a choppier frame rate than the rest of the game does,
right?
And it's like kind of distracting. And I remember being more impressed with the reflections in fucking Duke Nukem, you know, like when you walk into the bathroom and you see yourself for the first time, and like it's sort of like the technique that it uses is it basically sort of duplicates the geometry on the other side of the mirror instead of actually being a true reflection, but it ends up looking really good.
God, Duke Nukem.
Yeah,
God, I just have like memories explode in my brain. Fucking hell, such a fun game.
Build engine.
Yeah, I remember being blown away by the reflections in that game. I was like, holy shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now it's just like it takes so much performance to render it. And I'm like, that doesn't even look that good.
Yeah, it can look pretty flumpy. But was it Duke Nukem where you get like a shrink gun at some point? You can just step on enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I played when I was like 12. That was fun.
Dude, that game and Doom, like despite their sort of primitive way of rendering 3D graphics, I mean, it still holds up. It's so fun.
Yeah.
God, shame what happened to Duke Nukem.
Oh yeah, Forever was just a pile of shit.
I feel like that.
Stuck in the clutches of greasy Randy Pitchford.
Yeah. I wasn't
Yeah.
gonna be the one to say it, but that bothers me too.
Oh, I'll say it all day.
Person behind the Borderlands games and film is controlling Duke Nukem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched the film. That's probably a good thing.
I just heard it's really bad.
Yeah.
I wasn't that interested in it. I'm not a big Borderlands guy anyway.
I fucking loved Borderlands 2, so I don't know. I played the shit out of that game, but then I tried 3. No, wait, it was 2, then the pre-sequel, right?
Pre-sequel, yeah.
Which I did
Fun
play.
fact, I actually worked on the pre-sequel for like almost 2 years as
Oh,
a
really?
QA
Yeah.
tester,
Sick.
and I worked on Borderlands 2 DLCs. But I was majorly disappointed by 3. I liked the Vault Hunters, but the story was a lot more lame, and like the game was super open world, but like there was not enough content to fill it out. Like most of the maps, you were just like, granted, I did play it when it first came out, so they might have added stuff later, but like it was so empty, most of the maps, and I was just like, there should be like so many side quests like Borderlands 2, but there wasn't, and I got really bored after I beat the main storyline, and I was like, I'm not gonna go back and play this with all the other Vault Hunters. Like,
I didn't even
there's
get
no
that
point.
far into 3. I started playing,
haven't
it's
played
like
3.
because at some point you just go, like, oh, now I found this weapon that I like, and I want another one of those. But after like
Right.
20 hours, that didn't happen. I was like, I don't like these weapons even. Like, this is weird because that's all the most things that I liked about 2 as well. It's like just shoot the shit out of things because that's fun. But I don't know. 3 didn't grab me at all. I'd never finished it.
I thought the pre-sequel was a lot of fun, but the writing
Yeah.
was off because it was mostly 2K Australia writing instead of Gearbox. So that's why it was
okay.
all Australian stuff and everything. But like it was still funny at times, but it did not match the humor of Borderlands 2 really at all. So, but I did like the Vault Hunters a lot. It was really fun to test, especially since I did multiplayer testing. So we always had to run the game with like 4-player co-op.
Okay, well
So
that's
eventually-
And you didn't have to
fun for
interact with
sure.
the story.
Yeah, and we just had to do sanity stuff all the time, but it was fun because running it with 4 people was always a good time, especially with Claptrap fucking shit up.
Yeah, God, Borderlands.
Yeah, a game's world should only be as big as it needs to be. Like, I'm not impressed at all by like a massive world that's just there's no
Empty.
incentive to like
Yeah.
explore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I think-
in Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring, I think those are shining examples of how to do like a giant open world really well. But shit like what you're describing in like Assassin's Creed, it's just like I don't give a shit about like exploring any of this
I mean,
stuff.
I agree with Breath of the
If you had
Wild.
to play
We
a
might get in
game where
trouble with
you're
Elden Ring,
like,
though.
this would be good if there was more content. Like that's how
Yeah.
I felt about Rage 2. Like I loved that game in terms of combat. It was a lot of fun. But again, another open world game that's just empty for the most part, where everything is so spread out, and it's just like there could be so much more, and it's like and not redundant content. Like open world games a lot of the time suffer from redundancy. Like because development cycles already long for huge open world games, so it's not like CD Projekt Red, they do it the best, where like they give you the most variety in quests, you know what I mean? But then again, that adds like 5 years on the development time if you want all these like uniquely designed quests that aren't just like reskins of stuff that you've done before, like you tend to see in open world games. But like I said, we've already have bloated development cycles, so we could get unique quests, but at the expense of waiting way longer for your games and them being more expensive.
Yeah, because James just mentions this in chat because I did play that the Prey game from 2016, I think it was.
Great game.
That is basically open world, but on a much smaller scale. You can just go everywhere at some point when everything unlocks. And
Open
There's a lot
space.
to do.
no matter where you go, you have like multiple options to get into a room. You can hack it. You can use a little dart gun to shoot through a little hole and hit the.
You can
the
turn into a
screen.
coffee cup and roll in
You can
there.
turn to, it's awesome. And right after I finished that game, I played Outlaws, and then I wanted to jump out of a window because that is an empty, shitty game.
Don't mean to bring it back to Kingdom Come 2 quickly, but it both has an open world that I find kind of interesting to explore. And that while there's a lot of empty space in like the countryside and in forests and things like that, you can always kind of encounter something, be it like a group of bandits, or sometimes it's just the people in a camp that might seem like they're bandits, but you can talk to them. And every so often it'll just be like, hey, like I'm a fist fighter. You want to have a fist fight? And you can like just have a little fight out in the woods. And it's neat that they also don't give you a horse right away. So it takes a very long time to get between locations. But your vitality stat and your agility stat start increasing as you do things like sprinting. If you over encumber yourself, which makes you walk slower, your strength stat actually will increase if you're walking around more with it. So they're sort of always making it so that nothing you're doing is for absolutely nothing. And as far as quest design goes, there's also many, many ways to solve quests, in that you can be sneaky and try to like break into places with lock picking and stuff like that, or talk your way past doors, or just full blown fighting. But full blown fighting might not work in all situations. If it's like, hey, you're in the middle of a town and you need to get into this person's house, so if you just run in and kill everybody, you're going to be wanted and then have to deal with the crime system in the game. And yeah, it's there's neat stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, there can be utility in simply having a sprawling open space with no like items to pick up. I immediately think of like Ocarina of Time, where you run onto Hyrule Field for the first time, and especially if you have your horse, Epona, you can like there's something to just spending some time galloping across the stretch of the whole field to get to like the next area. So that adds to the sense of adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you're galloping in Kingdom Come Deliverance, you're upgrading your horsemanship stat, and then that can unlock perks that can make it so, hey, now if you rear your horse, if you're in combat, it'll scare the enemies around you, which means when you start fighting them, they're going to be more distracted and less good at things like blocking and parrying. And there's neat things.
Yeah, sounds pretty neat. And I think they're selling really well. I think after 24 hours, they already made a profit, so game seems to be pretty popular. And
yeah, I hear the budget's like 44 million, which
yeah, it's not too crazy. I think,
big open world AAA game with a lot of motion captured cutscenes, or at least they look motion captured if they're not. I think they are though, because the actors look a lot like the characters.
Yeah. Yeah. So sounds like a recommend from you.
Yeah.
To go check it out, I guess. I probably won't because I don't have the time.
It is a very time investment heavy game, including the first one. I think almost even more so, because it's so much less easy to get good at stuff. Though they do the kind of like you start Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at level 16, and then a thing happens that just like bumps you down levels. That does like the video game sequel thing, and that kind of sucks. But it's still kind of fun to work your way back up.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, maybe I'll check that franchise out at some point, but considering new Marvel slops coming out next week, I'm probably going to be busy with that.
What's the Marvel slop coming out next week?
Brave New World, the Captain America movie.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I don't
know what to make of that.
I've been rewatching the Captain America movies, the first ones. First Avenger, pretty good. Really like that one. Winter Soldier is okay-ish, bit wonky. Lots of plot armor here, and the plot in general is just kind of still decently entertaining. Civil War, fantastic. Captain America 7, well, you will never hear me complain about that movie a lot. And now I started watching.
It felt like a great premise of a sequel, like to have Captain America grow up in like the World War II era, or not grow up, but just like sort of evolve in terms of character, and then all of a sudden he's thrust into the modern world and he has to like learn how shit works now, and the villains who are good people and bad people is not as clear cut as it seemed to be back in his day.
Yeah,
and now it's just like he's dealing with the idea of the enemy within, like domestic enemies within his own government. I thought that was a really, really cool territory to put that character in.
Yeah.
Also, I dug the Winter Soldier. I like the fight scenes. I remember being, I think, a little more fond of the plot and the movie overall.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad, especially compared to what we get these days from those from Marvel. Compared to that, it's like 10 out of 10.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad movie. I still enjoy it, and I would actually say I like it. Well,
I think
then it
Winter
started.
Soldier though
Yep.
was the first one to have the why aren't the Avengers in on this problem that like I think
Yeah.
a lot of the Phase 2 Marvel one has, like, why are you not calling Iron Man to help you with these
Dude,
flying
they
fortresses?
show
Like,
they show the
Yeah.
like the arming system at some point targeting Tony Stark in the Avengers Tower. And it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Why are you just chilling in your
Like-
tower?
like Steve, I know you're from the World War II era, but like you know how to use a phone, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I find that particularly glaring in the Spider-Man games where you can like go to the Avengers Tower and
yeah.
you can sort of look around from a high spot and get a sense of just how finite the world is. And then just the fact that Avengers Tower is there within that space and it's like you don't see any of those superheroes anywhere in the game. Like
Yeah.
I always found that funny.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
the
then
second game has like a symbiote apocalypse too. I guess spoilers for the last bit of Spider-Man 2. I feel like the Avengers might be like, huh, alien invasion has just totally overrun New York. Maybe we should do something.
Yeah,
Right.
that's always an issue with those. I'm afraid that's hard to get around it, but there's ways to do it. I'd say. Well, and then I started watching Falcon and Winter Soldier for the first time. I'm like 4 episodes in, and I mean I said it offline already. It's like, oh, I'm back in clown territory with Marvel now. That's a shame. It's just they really want me to hate John Walker. And I'm just like, he hasn't really done anything yet. Where I'm just like, wow, he really needs to die or whatever. It's just like, oh, our main characters don't like this guy, so we don't like him either. It doesn't help when they show him for the first time. He's like, oh man, Steve Rogers, fucking love that guy. He was an inspiration. He's like super respectful and everything. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you're gonna make me hate this guy. It's like,
I've only seen it once, but I remember being put off by how nice he is to both Bucky and Sam, and they're just like a total dick to him
they're
back.
just
It's
behaving like
why do you
children.
hate this guy?
It's like, what are we doing?
It's like, do you know he's going to become an antagonist? Like, who told you?
Because I've been messaging Mahler during watching this because I always annoy him with that stuff when I watch things that I haven't seen yet. It's like, why do I need to hate this guy? Like, because I actually want to see a movie with him or like a show where he has to just get to grips with filling those shoes and getting around to, I don't know, just fill the shoes of Captain America or Steve Rogers rather. Because he was like,
Well,
super
he's one
popular.
of the guys in that the other one, like the bad guy Avengers or whatever. I forgot what it's called. There's another Marvel movie coming out, I think, this year that John Walker's in, and Bucky,
Okay.
and Florence Pugh's not Black Widow. I forget what her name is.
Thunderbolts.
That's it. Rat got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I would like to see some of them, and then just use Zemo as a counterpart because he wants to get rid of all those serum stuff. Because those two have been pretty good in the show throughout, especially John Walker because he's like having some introspection. It's like, oh, would you have taken this serum and like all these small things. Like, man, I wish he had like just more screen time because he's way more interesting than whatever they do with the flag smashers, crushers, whatever their name is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, we're not here to talk about Marvel. That's for next week. We'll have plenty.
We'll get into that.
It's just on my mind because I just watched the episode where he killed someone, which was like, yeah, Steve Rogers killed plenty of people. I guess this was like a bad way to do it in front of all these people with all the blood, but you know. Anyway, Kingdom Come Deliverance, go check it out, I guess. Gets a thumbs up by Marc, so there you go.
Yeah, or at least before you post talking about what a horrible, offensive thing it is, like take some time and actually like read more than one source on what's actually going on there, because I think it's quite overblown. I also think the hey, it's super offensive to Christians thing is a little insane too, because there is flat out a quest in which the only way I was able to successfully achieve it were from memory, my own memory, not like I was not given any hints here, was to recite the Our Father. And that worked. So like, I don't know. It seems to have some respect for Christianity at least. Or Catholicism, I suppose. I'm an Italian after all.
Oh, well. Yeah. Plenty of buzz around that game one way or another, but overall people seem to like it. So yeah, that's that. I don't know, what do we want to go into next? I don't know if we want to just go through those developer directs or just talk about things we find interesting.
Well, 2025 is incredibly stacked for games that's coming out, so we could talk about that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, well, we should all have our top 5 most anticipated for the year. I guess we can kind of cap off the stream with that one. I have a feeling some of them will be shared though, including one that I know that at least 2 of us are going to have. I'm guessing, which is in the Microsoft conference showcase thing.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty basic bitch list too.
Oh, so I think mine is pretty predictable.
Yeah.
But honestly, mine might change when Steam Next Fest happens, and I'm aware of more indie games that look interesting that are coming out. But yeah, I'm mostly going by AAAs because those are the ones that tend to have more solid release dates further in advance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess we could go over the Capcom one first because it was kind of uneventful.
Yeah, I mean, the Capcom one was basically just all. Well, we got the My character release or showcase rather. I mean, she's released now. I think she released.
Yep, I played as her earlier today.
Yeah, and that looks like fun. I haven't played any Street Fighter since it came out, but she looks like she has a fun moveset going on. I'm looking for the button so people can see stuff on screen. There you go.
Is that Street Fighter 6 you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's the year 2 showcase. I think they did overall.
Okay. I wasn't crazy about her design when they were first showing the trailer. She does look better in game, and particularly her victory screen looks good. But Mai was also in Dead or Alive 6, and here's what she looks like in both. Wait, why can't I send this message?
I mean, I got her on screen right now, so.
Oh no, but I was going to show the Dead or Alive one as well, but I have them copied into here, but they don't seem to want to let me actually send. What the hell, Discord?
I skimmed the Microsoft Direct thing. I didn't look at the Capcom one yet, though. I expect that it was just like Monster Hunter Wilds, and then
that's the
and then their fighting game stuff. Like I think they're doing like a second collection of their classic like arcade fighter games.
Let me get swollen here. He's an annoying little shit hat. But he also he plays those games a lot. So if you don't pick up,
Capcom games,
gonna beat you up. I mean, he plays Street Fighter 6 a lot, and also the Monster Hunter Wilds. So there you go. Oh, see, he was ready for that one.
Yay!
What's up, dude?
Hello, how are y'all's and stuffs and
Hello.
things? 1 second, actually. Just real quick.
Wow, begging and then not even ready. Put me in, coach.
Yeah, but yeah, like I was just saying, I kind of like Mai's design in Dead or Alive a little bit better. But she does look good in the game, and she plays better in Street Fighter than in Dead or Alive because her move set is like, her Fatal Fury King of Fighters move set is more. It's more compatible with Street Fighter than it is with Dead or Alive. But yeah, always been a fan of Shinranui Mai or Mai Shinranui.
Yeah,
say it incorrectly.
Mai is cool. She's I've told you this before, but Terry and Mai are the first time there has been a crossover character in a Street Fighter game ever. They don't do crossovers. I mean, I guess
they have Capcom versus SNK. They have games that are crossovers like that. Mai is in too, and Terry,
but not in a Street Fighter game, like not in a main line Street Fighter.
Final
game.
Fight, I guess.
Separate one.
Cody's a Final Fight character that they just put into Street Fighter. Same with Guy or Guy.
I mean,
you call him Guy or Guy?
Guy, but like kind of, because they kind of exist in both universes. This is like the first one where like it's actually a crossover. Like Terry and Mai do not exist in the Street Fighter universe whatsoever.
A non-Capcom bonus character.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, apparently they unlock the customization for her as well, so you can put all those outfit parts on your character too in the world thingy, I assume.
Yeah. No one cares about that shit.
Yeah, and then we got Elena. I don't actually know that character. I don't know where she's from.
It's from Street Fighter 3.
Oh, okay.
She was very broken in 4.
Oh, really?
Yes, she was so overpowered. But yeah, she's coming back. They'll probably make sure she's not insane. But yeah, she's the capoeira character.
Oh, right.
Brazilian Eddie Gordo martial arts.
In African. Apparently, it's both. I had to look that up because I didn't know.
I just realized how short the showcase was for her, because the next, I think, 15 minutes or so. No, the next
on tournaments. Yeah.
couple of minutes is just tournaments and stuff.
Yeah. Little esports theme.
But yeah. No, I've seen the reveal trailer of her, and I was like, that looks actually a really fun moveset. I probably would play her when I would play Street Fighter again. But, time. I wish I just had unlimited time to play all the video games I want, and then also work on videos, and also have a life. But there's a flaw in that logic.
Yeah, not unlimited time.
Yeah.
We're all slaves to entropy.
But
Sleep getting in the way.
Oh yeah, I wish I couldn't sleep, but I have to.
Yeah.
But just real quick, yeah, Mai's really fun. She's pretty good, but she also has she has a lot of very high level stuff.
Oh, okay.
But her basic kit is fine, but it's you can if you don't really dig into her, she's super easy to punish and just destroy.
No, okay.
So, yeah. But she's a fun ninja. I like her a lot. She has a lot of interesting mechanics that you don't find with other characters.
Right. I think Metal Street Fighter 6 was the last time I played the game. Same. Same here. And not because I don't like it. I really like Street Fighter, but man, it's just, I don't know, so many things to do.
Many things.
Yeah. But yeah, that's that. And then it's a ton of, they call it some collection. What's the name? Yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. They have the X-Men stuff in there. And
yeah.
Basically, they re-release all these things in the big pack, from what I understand. But you can also now play them online on servers.
Yeah, with rollback netcode. So yeah, you can theoretically have a functional online experience playing games that people have probably been saying they're better than you at for a decade, because it's not been the easiest thing to actually challenge people to them unless they're in the same room with you and you have an emulator.
Yeah.
Also, a Punisher beat 'em up. So there's that.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, I got the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say I got the first volume of that collection, and I'm impressed with it. I
Nice.
really enjoy it, and I grew up playing those at arcade machines, so it's great to have those with online play and stuff. But with a lot of modern fighting games, with souped up graphics and everything, I'm really not interested in getting them, like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter.
I hate Mortal Kombat.
I just feel like as a genre, it doesn't do enough new crazy shit beyond just looking really good and having smooth animation. I feel like there's not really much innovation in the genre for me to get the latest fighting games. I don't really give a shit.
Street Fighter 6 is pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of them are.
Tekken 8 is also, yeah. Actually, there's 2 recent fighting games I think are pretty exceptional, but Tekken 8 it's Tekken. It just looks nicer. It still plays like Tekken. It's just a good version of it. Though they've been adding kind of assist control styles that I'm 50-50 on, because you can use them online against people who are not using them, but I guess it does also kind of limit your tactical options. And at least in Tekken, I've beaten quite a few people who use the simplified control scheme with the standard one. Granted, I use a fight stick, so I guess I've got a bit of an advantage there too.
Well, firstly, those simplified movesets, against people who kind of don't know what they're doing, it's relatively easy to just kind of roll them over with that. But usually, if I'm better, I can say this more for Street Fighter than in Tekken. I have different opinions on the Tekken one. In Street Fighter, because you only have a limited moveset, I can it's much easier to predict what you're going to do. The biggest advantage is because you don't have to do a lot of full inputs. You can your reactions will be faster, right? You see some high level tournament players use it, but it's very few because you have less options. at that level, basically you're trading options for reaction speed. In Tekken, you never see that high level because everyone in Tekken, like everyone at a high level in Tekken, knows what everyone else does. Tekken's like probably the hardest fighting game to get into, partially because every character has like at least 90 moves.
Oh god.
Yeah.
And partially because Tekken's basically been very much the same game since Tekken 3.
Yep.
And so if you've been playing since Tekken 3, you have such a huge advantage over new players. The simplified buttons is like cool for like, oh yeah, I don't actually have to learn all these complicated things, but like you are capped at how good you can get with those. Because at some point you're going to hit a wall, and people.
Honestly, I think the bigger disadvantage is you're also kind of like capped at how you're going to interact with this genre. Like, because I mean, there's a lot to special moves and like getting the inputs and knowing how to put them together in a fighting game, and it's kind of the reason you play, really. Like, so I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the modern controls or assist mode controls, and it seems like something they're putting in everything now. So.
Yeah, I think it's a misguided tactic because the idea is to make fighting games more accessible. But like the thing is, if you just have cool stuff in your game and people see cool stuff, they will buy the game. Like that's what got me into it. Right? It wasn't like, oh yeah, I can get into it. It's like, no. That looks cool as shit. I want to do that to someone. Which is basically how I got in, and I've been in the whole time because you only have to do it like every few games. It's like, oh yeah, I landed this big combo. Yep, I can play for a bit longer because I want to do it again.
But Fighting Collection 2 also has the Power Stone games. Those are fun, full 3D movement.
Power Stone is sick, man. I love those.
Yeah, Dreamcast, getting some love.
Ooh,
right. Just like real quick, just two things. The cool, a lot of these games, especially Marvel vs. Capcom 2, you could not buy before this collection.
Yeah,
it was gone from everything. If you did not have a physical copy, you could not get the game. Period.
Yeah, I think this was like in licensing hell, I assume, or something along those lines. So they were just not allowed to Wasn't it on Steam for a little bit, and then they had to pull it or something?
No, that was 3.
Oh,
but I think it's back, isn't it?
No, you can't. 3 on Steam?
I still have it.
Maybe. I don't know.
I remember they pulled 3 from everything for a little bit because of some licensing issue, and I remember being pretty happy that I already had it. I was like, oh, sweet.
Yeah, I think 3 might be back, but yeah, from what I remember, like 2, you could not. It never made it to Steam before it went into licensing hell, and now you can get it again. But as far as what you said, John, about like the game's not really innovating that much, yeah, there's not really like you can with fighting games you can innovate like quite a bit, but at their core they have to be fighting games, right? Because that's what people would be a fan of. So like, for example, there's like 2 fighting games that go up to 120 frames, right? Because everything works on frames, and your understanding of how moves are on frames, you can't really go past 60, and like 120 works because obviously multiple of 60. So it's not like, oh yeah, you can have a high frame rate game. It's like no, we're kind of capped at this because everything, like your entire understanding of movesets is based on frames. So a lot of stuff is just like it's archaic because that is the genre. There's not a ton of room to innovate in that way.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, fighting games are what they are. Don't fix what isn't broke. I mean, they should just have that simplicity to it where, it's just 2 characters facing each other. Maybe some fighting games have that sort of rotation thing where you sort of rotate 360 degrees around a playing field, and you can have interactive environments, but you don't want to like stray too far beyond that. I think the genre is just not really for me because I'm like terrible at doing precise like combo inputs under pressure. Like I can't do that shit. I just end up mashing buttons and I just suck. It's not really. It's just not for me.
Yeah, no worries. If it's any consolation, I also have I have to force myself to learn how to do the stuff in match because obviously you're under a lot of pressure. It's like, okay, I can do this in practice mode like 15 times, and a match is like, what the fuck am I? What do I do? And then you have to purposely okay.
What do you mean the enemies move? What?
What do you mean they're not just gonna let me hit them?
I think I got the first volume of the Marvel Fighters collection just out of nostalgia mostly. I mean, I also do find them fun. And for fighting games like Smash Brothers or Power Stone, where there's like an interesting element thrown in, like in Smash, the idea of like building up damage and getting knocked farther and farther was like really innovative and interesting. And
Ring out
with
some.
with Power Stone, I love the collecting 3 gems and having a super form. I thought that was really cool. And then Power Stone 2 turned it into sort of a 4-player, sort of crazy. It became more like Smash Brothers all of a
3D
sudden
Smash
with Power
Brothers,
Stone 2. Yeah, and it had like levels that were constantly changing. Like they had different phases. Like you could be fighting on a spaceship and then it crashes on an iceberg or something like that, or you have to like the camera goes up a building as you have to like scale it and then you go inside the building and finish the fight in there. And I like it when fighting games, throw some kind of interesting element like that into it. That might make me want to get it, but usually it's just two guys fighting, just precise button combos. It's just not really that interested personally.
I think hopefully if this collection's successful enough, another Power Stone will come out, right? Because like there is obviously a growing hole developing since Smash is done, so at some point someone's going to be like, okay, we need to, that's something we can fill.
Yeah.
Square Enix, make Urgeist 2.
I'd love a new Power Stone with online multiplayer. That would be sick.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Miss Slaughter, do you play fighting games at all? Notice you've not said much, but it's okay if you don't.
Oh, well, I
should
just
be done with
haven't really had an input on like what the ones that you guys are talking about, but yeah, I do. Mostly, well, I grew up playing Smash Brothers and Mortal Kombat, and I don't really play a lot of Street Fighter, but I have dabbled in it a little bit. But my favorite ones are like dead now, like Bloody Roar. I've been wanting that one to come back so bad, and I played so much of that growing up, and Tekken I've played a good amount too, not as much as Mortal Kombat and Smash Brothers, but I definitely enjoy Tekken, especially 8. Like I've been liking 8 a lot. It's really good. I need to buy it.
Story mode for Tekken 8 is really good too. The last battle is just amazing.
It's like every character. I played through the roster when I was playing with friends when they first got it when it came out, and I like every character was comfortable to use, and I ended up getting good with pretty much everyone. So I like rosters like that where it's not too much of a learning curve to go through the entire roster and try to learn everybody. But yeah, I think the best ones that I'm at are definitely like Mortal Kombat and Bloody Roar, and I even like Primal Rage. That's an old one, but I do prefer a lot of the cabinet fighting games over console, but I do play the modern versions as well if I have the option to.
Do you play with a stick?
I don't, but obviously when I play on cabinet, yes, but not when I'm playing on console. But I could try, like I'm not opposed to it, but I definitely play with controller.
Mayflash makes some pretty affordable ones that are quite good. I've got their higher end one, but I've got their lower end one and their higher end one. The lower end one is very affordable in the States too. I think it's like $50.
Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. I'll definitely have to check it out because I've always wanted to try because all of my friends that play fighting games competitively or casually competitively, they use a stick. So I've always been curious about it.
There's kind of a steep learning curve because obviously you have to like figure out how to use it because when I first got mine, I don't use it anymore. I switched to a hitbox now, but like how you hold the stick is very counterintuitive to do it like the best way because like usually you cup your hand over it, but really the best way I found is to put the shaft. This is weird.
But whatever you say, it's getting clipped.
Put the shaft between my pinky and my ring finger and cup it over. That way I don't have to like control it with my fingers. I'm just kind of cupping it and I control it with my arm and wrist. That way you get much more precise inputs.
Okay.
Another one is like the side cupping method. But yeah, the biggest advantage of a stick for at least a lot of reasons is that it does capture that cabinet feel quite well. Because if you want the best thing, you would get hitbox. Right?
Yeah.
I've converted, but yeah, that cabinet feel is very nice. And a lot of old heads, they're like, yeah, I could go to a hitbox and be better, but like I played on cabinets, so I want to keep that feeling as long as I can.
Yeah, that's probably where I'd be at because I have no experience playing with a stick, but just on cabinet. So the more familiar, the better. It's kind of like how like I'm an artist and I prefer to draw traditionally with a paper and pencil. So when I transferred to like a digital tablet, I'm like, what is this? You know, trying to draw.
It just feels
like,
wrong.
Right? It does not feel right. It just feels more natural to use a pencil and paper like traditionally. So if there is like anything that can come out that can like mitigate like the curve between switching digitally and traditional or like stick to cabinet, you know, I'm all for it, because if it feels natural and comfortable, then I'm gonna be better and, you know, have a better time.
That's funny.
Also, I agree with the
that
people in
Switch
the chat
too.
that are talking about Soulcalibur. Soulcalibur is amazing.
Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Soulcalibur-
I really
yeah.
want them to make a
True.
7th.
It's
Yeah, that
it's
was
coming
cool.
back.
Soulcalibur made me break a remote once upon a time. I think it
I
was
had
like
a fighting game for the Sega CD called Eternal Champions that I really dug, and it had these like finishers, sort of like Mortal Kombat, but they weren't determined by button inputs. It was more like killing the other character when they're positioned at a very particular place in relation to the background art, and like they had to be like pixel perfect to get them to happen. And I I thought it was so cool, but I had no one to play with. So like I would connect two controllers and I would like try to execute the finishers myself by controlling both players and trying all the different combinations on all the levels with all the characters. I had like an absurd amount of fun with that, even though it was just kind of sad and lame.
But yeah, just to dash everyone's hopes and dreams of Soulcalibur real quick. The lead of Soulcalibur left Bandai, so Soulcalibur's dead.
Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily
Hasn't
mean
stopped
they're
them
never gonna
before.
hire anyone else. Yeah, like
I mean, it's kind of weird with Bandai because if you've looked at Harada's thing, like his Twitter, he'll explain like a lot of how it works. And basically, until someone else comes up to whoever's in charge of the games, it was like, hey, you know what? I want to make a Soul Calibur game, and I'll put my career, my job on the line for it. If it's not successful, then whatever. There will not be another one, because Akubo, that's what his name was. He pretty much fought for that game since 4, right? And he got 6 out, but 6 wasn't successful enough, so he ended up leaving because he put shit out on the line, and
No.
I mean,
it sold well. It didn't.
we'll touch on it a little
Weird
later, but I
team.
mean, we are getting Ninja Gaiden 4, and Itagaki hasn't been a Team Ninja in like a decade now. So the main guy leaving doesn't necessarily mean there's never going to be another game. It's just there might be some things about it that might not feel the same. But I mean, like my hope when they do a sequel to a game that is like a totally different team is that the people making the new one are at least fans of the previous ones and understand it. So new blood isn't always bad.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't think
surprised
it's
the
like.
new Soul Calibur didn't do well, because I remember when that game dropped, it was massively popular.
It had both 2B, as Gary says, it had 2B as a guest character, and Geralt.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
It had like Western husbando and Eastern waifu together at last.
So what kind of hurt its success was the fact that it did not have rollback and COVID hit, right? So you have a game. You have a game with bad netcode and everyone's at home. So I was like, ooh.
Right.
True.
Right.
Timing can definitely murder a project. I've seen it in game development myself, working for almost a decade in it.
Yeah, it's real rough because technically it sold pretty well. It's like 3 million copies, but it wasn't sustained. It was just like you had the big peak and then COVID, plus everyone's at home, so we have to play online with netcode that's not great. Yeah, killed the game quite quickly because I played competitively during that time.
Lancelot's mentioning Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter, we are getting a new one of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
We'll see how that plays. They just have a concept video out now, and it's like, okay, the game's not gonna look this good. Come on, guys. If it does,
I mean, I guess it depends on. Well, actually, I was gonna say it was like if I was like the Yakuza engine looks really nice, but even they're switching to UE5, which makes me sad.
It was less the graphics and more just like the concept of, how like in fighting games you hold back to block or hold a button and you kind of just take that stance.
Yeah.
The idea with the new Virtua Fighter seems to be they want to revolutionize blocking and I assume it will be more active. It'll be more like a fight scene in a movie, is what they're going for, where like you're not just holding back to block, you're actively like.
I mean, that's
blocking and
Soul
fighting
Calibur
back.
has a block button too, and you can parry with it by pressing forward into the attack while blocking. So that's not unheard of. It's like I mean,
Yeah.
even Mortal Kombat has a block button.
I mean, like this will be like a few more levels more complicated than holding a button to defend. It's like, like they really
Well, I
want it to
mean-
look like a combat movie where, like, you know how like you're fighting, you're not just kind of sitting there and blocking. You're like, you like block one hand and then deliver a hook, and then, that seems to be what they're going
Dead or
for.
Alive is primarily based around reversals, where you use the guard button in conjunction with the direction of the enemy attack to like reverse the attack, and the reversals end up doing more damage than just attacks. So, there are definitely fighters that. I mean, actually, come to think of it, there's a few Virtual Fighter characters in Dead or Alive 6 in addition to Mai, who's not Virtual Fighter, she's SNK.
Yeah. I think it's an idea that's been dabbled with, but it's never been like dived into completely.
Yeah,
Right. That's
let's
like,
give them time to show some stuff. Should
yeah,
we
I'm not rushing
move?
them.
Should we
No,
move
move
on
on.
to the next bit of the Capcom showcase? Because I think they just do a few sort of
Yes.
PNGs and
Well, the next thing is basically, hey, Okami sequel or something that's happening.
With the
and
goat.
they show nothing other than a
Yeah.
a logo trailer that runs at like 15 frames a second, which makes me sad because the only thing I don't like about the Okami HD is that it's hard capped at 30 and you can't even really mod around it because I think it's like the game logic is tied to the frame rate.
Right.
But yeah. So,
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I've
I
never really played Okami. It's in my Steam library for ages, since I don't know, since time began or something. And maybe one day I will play it because I know it's massively popular. So,
kind of Zelda-like, but you're a wolf.
yeah, I'm aware of the game and how it works, but I never actually played it myself.
A lot
I'm
of
the same, yeah.
A lot of the I don't know what the word for it is. The thing that pushes it is the art style, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very unique.
Yeah.
And this one's obviously they're going through something very similar where it looks like you're just playing a painting the whole time.
I mean, I don't even know that that's because we don't know what the art style is because like this trailer does not seem like it's at all gameplay. It's just like, here's like
I mean,
here's a really
it's
fancy
just a
sort of
teaser
anime trailer
It's
where
just a teaser. That's
we're
it.
showing you the
Just a
logo.
teaser. But like
Kind of hate
knowing
when game companies do that.
well, the thing was the reason for it was to mostly announce that what's his name? Kamiya's back and he is like the GOAT. And so it's like, yeah, he's coming back, so pay attention, guys. 'Cause
No.
we got it back.
Yeah, I haven't played it either, but that's the one thing that I've always known about it is that it's hailed as like a distinctly beautiful game, and like somehow the painting is sort of like a mechanic of it.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not quite sure how that works, but
Yeah.
I do know that about it.
Your tail is sort of a brush.
Well,
You probably
Right. Okay.
it is
And
happening.
for those
and
who
that's it.
don't recognize the name, Hideki Kamiya is also the guy who made Bayonetta, and he directed the original Devil May Cry, I believe. So Kamiya's a good man, and
Nice,
he was one of the founders of Platinum Games, but he left.
Yeah, went right back to Capcom. Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, now
but,
they have Clover Games, I think, is the new thing they've got because Kamiya and Mikami are like kind of back, I guess.
Yeah, which I mean that's good ass news because again, Devil May Cry 1 and Bayonetta 1. It's like holy shit.
Yeah. Then some other
you can
game I don't
buy-
even know, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Never
That's
heard
been
of
out
it.
for a while.
I have no
I played
idea,
it.
but yeah,
It's-
Okami HD and that
Sneaking.
are on Steam. I don't know why they reiterated that because I had Okami HD for ages, so I guess they were just like, by the way, you can buy
There
that.
is a lot of and this game's available and you can play that because we don't have anything to show from the new one.
Yeah, because hey, did you know you can now play Resident Evil 2 on your iPhone? Isn't that poggy?
Yeah.
On iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Wow, how exciting. Anyway, moving on.
It definitely feels like, hey, this was a Monster Hunter showcase, but like we should probably do some other stuff too.
Yeah, Onimusha 4, Way of the Sword, where they say it is an Onimusha game where you do Onimusha stuff.
Yeah, I think it's 5.
Or
but like
5, whatever
it's
it
not
is.
a number given. It's
No,
just
it's just Way of the Sword or something. It was just
Yes,
on my
like-
screen and I missed it. Yeah, Way of the
It's the
Sword.
second reboot.
So yeah, that's happening. The last Onimusha game I played was the one with Jean Reno in it on PlayStation 2.
That was 3.
Ah, okay.
I think
but yeah,
Monster
have-
Hunter's their Chungus project, right? That's like
yeah,
their big
that's
thing
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
have at the end,
that's
I
the
presume.
moneymaker.
Right. Okay.
So
But just like, oh sorry, I was gonna say some stuff about Onimusha.
yeah, I mean, me too. They just say you do Onimusha things, you can soak souls as you do in that game, and you gotta win the fight against evil. I mean, it's very brief. There's not a lot to latch on here, but they also released Onimusha 2 remaster or something. What was that?
They didn't release it. They say it's coming
It's
sometime
coming.
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
Then they
cool.
reminded you that that Onimusha 1 HD is out now. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, which is cool because you can't get 2 right unless you emulate it or have a PS2.
Yeah, or you.
Right, so that's neat.
It's one of those games where you have to pay Jim Bob on eBay $70 to get like a non-box
Mm-hmm.
copy or something.
Yeah, with tons of scratches.
Yeah, let me check actually. eBay.
Like $600 if you want a closed box one.
Yeah,
While you're checking,
Onimusha
yeah, it's pretty cool that Onimusha's coming back. It feels like Capcom's like they're bringing back some old stuff because they're on a high currently.
Oh, actually, Onimusha
Is it
2,
not?
it's like €13 from on eBay. That's actually it's not an expensive game.
Not bad.
That's good. But yeah, they're bringing back a whole bunch of the Fleemy games, and that's exciting. Especially since, unfortunately, they're on their new engine, but Wilds was not developed on that engine. So we'll get to that.
What? Like, hold on. Onimusha is not RE engine?
No, Wilds is the last
Oh.
RE engine game.
Oh, okay. Well,
Everything's on RE next.
oh, fair enough. Yeah,
Onimusha is another one that I just never really got around to trying, even though I'd probably end up really liking it because it seems mechanically sort of a blend between Devil May Cry and Resident Evil, like the way the camera
Yeah.
works and stuff.
Yeah, it's all
I-
pre-rendered backgrounds, or at least I mean the first 3 of them were at least. I didn't play Warlords. I think is the 4th one, and I didn't play that one, so I can't say for sure. But yeah, it plays like a Resident Evil game, but instead of being totally helpless and relying on ammo, you're very competent and you're a swordsman.
You're very
Right.
like you are very.
Dawn of
it's,
Dreams, that was it.
It's basically an
Yeah,
action game.
Warlords is the first game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, it's an action game with
Calibrated.
a lot of puzzles. Because I've recently gone through like most of the first one. I got distracted with 8 other games before I could finish. But yeah, if you like RE, you'll probably like Onimusha. I think the 4th one is more actiony than the rest of them. They progressively get more actiony. And from what I've seen, people did not like the 4th one on like looks, but people who played it really liked it because it's very mechanically deep and
Oh, okay.
very sound.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing through those again because I remember I kind of forgot about those games, even though I played it on the PlayStation, and I still have the Jean Reno one, which basically it's like Onimusha in modern times, and Jean Reno the P90, if I remember correctly. I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah,
What was the deal with that? Is he like scanned into the game as a character? Or
It's just
something?
it's
Like-
just him. It's just Jean Reno in the game.
Voices the French dub.
Yeah, like
think, but
if
not
you've seen
the
it in the
English
movie, you've seen it in the game. It's like that model.
Right.
Yeah. And Samanosuke, like the main character of 1 and 3 is Takashi Kaneshiro, I believe. No, wait, I might be getting that name wrong. But for a long time in the early 2000s and stuff, he was often referred to as Japanese Tom Cruise. Like he was kind of their big action star, hunky guy that's in everything.
Right.
Yeah, so and then I think this one, the more recent ones in a new era. I think early 1800s when the first 3 were during what's his face Nobunaga's thing. So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
did
Sengoku
bring
and the
up-
new one's Ito.
Yeah, this one did bring up something I fucking hate that I've noticed about discourse. I was watching a guy like talk about it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, this is basically a Souls-like." It's like, no, it's not. Fucking Onimusha, stop. He mentioned all the things that are like, "Oh yeah, if it has a place where you save and you can replenish your heals," like people have been doing this before Souls.
Yeah, that turn has been
fucking
watered
hate
down
it.
so hard. It's like
Right,
you have a
yeah.
dodge roll and you die quick. It's like a Souls-like. It's like, okay, calm down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are happening. Wouldn't mind revisiting those, and I probably play when the new one comes out because I remember liking those games, but don't remember a lot of them. So
Don't
Yeah, Metal Onimusha arc starting sometime.
sometime. Well, first is my Last of Us arc. That's actually happening after Ninja Gaiden 2. But we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, that's basically the Capcom spotlight. Because
I hear a bunch of like 2D games being referred to as Souls-like as well, which I always found kind of odd. I guess for the fact that enemies respawn on save points. I guess that's sort of a key element of
Castlevania
a
Symphony
game
of
that's
the Night
described
is-
as a Souls-like.
By that logic, Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a Souls-like.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So like
Metroid
it's
is a
definitely
Souls-like.
become like a muddy term that's sort of lost meaning.
I really don't like it.
But yeah, that's that. Then they have like the big chungus Monster Hunter Wilds stuff happening because that's coming out 28th, 23rd.
Yeah.
It's like in a couple of weeks.
28th.
Yeah, and like I said, I played a bit of the beta earlier. Just kind of walked around the town because I guess one thing that was nice about it is they let me keep my save game from the previous beta. It runs no better. It's a technical
same one.
disaster, and I think it's actually embarrassing, and that Capcom should probably reboot it from scratch. Yeah, I think I don't
reboot?
think. I think they should cancel Monster Hunter Wilds, redevelop it on a different engine. I don't care if it's a new one or even an older one, but whatever they're doing here is every problem I had with Dragon's Dogma 2 times 10. And like, I like Monster Hunter. I was really looking forward to getting into this, but I don't think I can play it with it looking, or so not looking so much as performing the way it does.
Okay. The reboot part, I'm just like, that's
Well,
that's
not like
interesting.
reboot the story, reboot the development of the game. Like,
Yeah, no,
because I
but
think
that's-
whatever they did to build this game, it like I would prefer to play World or Rise any day over this one because it
Yeah. I just
like
that's
it gave me a headache to even just walk around the town. Never mind fighting monsters.
Yeah, no, I just like the idea of like completely starting over instead of like maybe delay it a bit, like a long
So that's
time.
not what I meant. We can move on.
But yeah, just like kind of to talk about it because I've been keeping up with it like a lot. And obviously I played the beta. It's a pretty good game. Like if you can get it to run pretty well. But yeah, it's plagued with performance issues. They've even acknowledged it. If you are interested in this game, I would say, if you can make it work and you're like me and you're gonna play it regardless, do your thing. But if you're like, I would wait. I would wait like at least a year or two, right? Because like this is Capcom's big moneymaker. They're not gonna just let it rot. But I would just not touch it if you're not like 100% in. Like as far as we know, the base game will be better, but I will not say it will be good. Because even if you run the benchmark, like I can get like a relatively okay 60 on the benchmark, but there are certain areas that are really CPU heavy, and if you don't have a really beefy computer, it will be tough.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, I do have a reasonably beefy computer. Granted, I now have a 2-generation-old video card, but it's a 3090, so it's not exactly a slouch.
No.
How's your CPU?
My CPU is like basically new. It's a Ryzen 9 7950 X3D.
Oh yeah,
It's like one
I
of
have
the best ones right
128
now.
gigabytes of RAM. Like,
I don't
it's
know
not
what's
my
going on with
computer, is
yours.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I have a couple friends who, I mean, their stuff's a bit better than yours, right? It's like 4090s, but like the best CPUs, and they run it fine. I think one guy ran it at max settings.
What do they mean
He got
by
90.
fine? And
90
are they
FPS.
using frame generation?
No, my friend does not
Okay.
like frame gen. He has a 4090, 7800X 3D.
I mean, yeah, that's the same.
So I think the weird part with this game for me is because I played the beta when it first came out and just checked it out, and I had it run for like 10 minutes, tried to fumble my way through the menus, try to get something better, but it just didn't work well. But then apparently they're doing like a thing where they never updated the beta demo thingy, so it's still the old one. So I just don't know what the actual release is gonna look like. It's gonna be interesting to see. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard.
It's the same beta from before.
Well, I'm downloading the benchmark now. I will let you know how it goes.
Okay. Because yeah, it's
I'm so fucking fed up with the whole graphics thing. I have an i9 processor. I have a 4070 Ti Super. And there's games like that I get, like Indiana Jones, for example, where I can't crank it up, and I'm just like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's just such a fixation on this thing that doesn't really even fucking matter that much. And like I'm tired of poor optimization, even though my hardware should be able to run this stuff flawlessly.
Yeah,
I feel like I have enough hardware to like be able to run everything like at max, and it should be fine.
I had to gimp Silent Hill 2 so hard down to be able to stream it because there was no resources left for my encoder on OBS, and I had to go like to low and frame gen, like DLSS and all that shit. I was like, man, and it didn't even look any like worse or better that much. Like there was some more details on the ground, something shit like that. And I was like, man, I mean, I have a 6800. It's not like the newest one, but it's still way better than my 1080 that I had before that. And I'm probably gonna upgrade to like a 17900 this year because I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I just want to stream my games in peace. But I feel like a lot of times it doesn't even matter because the optimization is so ass. So it's really annoying.
Yeah, I don't blame anyone for like being very angry about this, because like ultimately, I'm not exactly sure why this is such a frequent problem. Because you might think it's like, oh well, it's because deadlines are much shorter. But it's like I don't know if that's it. I don't know if like game developing is getting more intensive, and so we should have more time, but we're not getting enough time.
Graphics fidelity arms race. They want nice looking trailers that make people be like, oh my god, that looks better than any game I've ever seen before, and then they run like piss.
Yeah.
But you also have the problem on the consumer side where it's like a lot of people just want that. Where it's like we don't have to have like the most graphically intensive games, right? Pretty games like Monster Hunter World still looks really fucking pretty.
Yep. Yeah. So does Rise. Both of them run better.
Yeah, and like what World's on like the engine from before RE engine.
MT framework.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
Rise's RE engine, it's just like because they developed it first for Switch, the areas are a lot more small with like, and I don't know why that is such a big deal breaker because you figure like, I mean, you're not rendering the entire world at the same time, right? Shouldn't you be able to just turn down the draw distance and get a similar result? But I think that like it seems to me it's like they don't want you to be able to turn down that many things because if you share a clip, they want the screenshots to look nice. And I'm just like, but the videos look like shit though. Isn't that a problem?
Yeah.
There's certain layers to like modern graphical fidelity that I feel shouldn't even be there and actually like undermine the work. Like the way like shadows can be rendered sometimes, or hair or fur. Or like certain kinds of specular mapping where it's like you crank it up or turn it on and it's just like that looks like shit because it's like generating a distracting amount of visual noise where it's just like fuck, that doesn't look right. And it's like you turn that shit off and it looks better and it's less taxing on the hardware, and it's just like, why the fuck is this here? Like, just oh my God.
I find shadows are one of the first things I'll turn down to medium. Like if I've got a game that's like at ultra settings and is running kind of okay, but it just isn't really getting to where I want it, if I turn shadows down from like ultra to high or medium, that tends to be the thing that'll push it over the line.
The biggest joke for Silent Hill 2 was I because I'm playing 40p now, and I was like, fine, I guess I'll play it on 1080p. I turned it down to
Almost no
1080p.
change.
Nothing changed. The same shitty performance. It's like that's a joke, right?
Yeah, and you're like,
Let's
how
not be
is
real.
that possible? Like,
How does this even
you're
work?
talking
I don't
about
understand.
rendering
As far as-
half the game that it was before, and the performance hasn't changed.
As
Yeah.
far as I think I understand, if you do that and nothing changes, it's like a problem on the CPU. Not even like your CPU is a problem, but the computing has some kind of issue.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not optimized to properly utilize the CPU that you have.
Yeah, because my
Yeah,
CPU
'cause,
is like with every game these days, my CPU is just asleep.
Yeah.
Mine's
Well,
maxed out.
my GPU
on,
is like, help me, please help me. I don't know where to put all these resources because I don't have enough.
On Wilds, I can play on high or medium settings. I do custom, obviously, to kind of get the best performance, but I can play on high or medium, and I only lose like 5 frames. So it's like, oh, so this is like a CPU problem, unfortunately. And
No, it's such a fallacy to expect that, you know, all games are gonna like be good and run well because hardware is getting more and more powerful. Like
Yeah.
in my view, it's like more likely that games are gonna be more shit because, you know, the industry is full of bad developers who are going to take advantage of the fact that their bloated ass code will run on like a souped up
Yeah.
machine in a way that it wouldn't before with earlier hardware, where it's like you have to optimize it in order for it to function properly.
Well, the joke is so many people are jumping on Unreal Engine 5, and from what I understand, the documentation for Unreal Engine 5 is basically non-existent. Even though the whole point, you getting another engine that you don't build in-house is so you have support and customization from the people who made this. But apparently that's not a thing. That's what I heard. I don't have anything to back this up with right now, but that's the murmurs I've been hearing. It's like, yeah, this is not well optimized, and the documentation basically doesn't exist. So UE5 needs a lot of work. I mean, it looks really good, but man, I don't know where it's putting all these resources. It's insane. But yeah. Fun
I think
stuff.
Also, because I was watching some stuff on this, there's a situation that's kind of going on where like hardware's not making as big of jumps as it used to, right? So if you make your funny game to be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like this, because like eventually we're gonna get up there. It's like, no, we're getting diminishing returns.
Well, now
hardware.
Nvidia's like, look, it's 4 times as good. It's like, no, you have like AI generated frames. You can call them fake frames if you will. I do, because fuck that AI. Just give me real frames. Just find it so annoying.
I think that
Flat out the reason I'm not upgrading my GPU this generation. I'm just like, nope, I'm gonna just keep my 3090. I'll scale things down.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to getting a 5000 series NVIDIA, but after that conference where they're just like, AI is the future of rendering because we want to show you fake frames that don't actually react to inputs. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, the reason the 5090 launch was a paper launch as well. Like there was so little 5090s out there to actually buy. Man, I don't know. Nvidia made like a immense loss in stocks or whatever, and it's what was it? Like if you don't know, like Nvidia has so much value. It's actually insane. They have like they lost this much value after this release as like multiple big companies combined, and they don't even care because they still have way more money. Like it's actually insane how much value they have and how much money they have to spend. It's insane. It's actually crazy. I wasn't aware. They're like on spot 3 of most I didn't want to say value again. What's the word I'm looking for? Profitable, I think, is the most profitable companies like ever. It's insane, but yeah, it's we shall see how that goes.
Regarding their spoofing technology, I think it is technically accurate to call them fake frames because I mean, frames are the basic unit of video games, and in those DLSS frames, you are not getting any game code executed.
Yeah,
within those.
And then Nvidia just doing like these weird things where they just take open source stuff and put them in their own analyze software, and then goes like, oh, by the way, we switched this out for this and this because this old one is not accurate anymore. And everyone is like, we got rid of that like 2 years ago, but you just did your own thing, so you didn't notice we already did that. Because I think the old scanning software for like frames and stuff still use the frames that Fraps used back in the day to measure the frames, and they switch it over to something else. Gamers Nexus has a great video on that. You should go watch that. He's way better at that explaining than I am because he's way smarter. But yeah, it's.
And I have no problem with the spoofing stuff as long as it's used as sort of a surface level layer of polish.
Yeah.
To just give it that extra smoothness. It can look really nice, but I hate if it's going to be used as a crutch. Where it's like we can get away with shit code and it'll look smooth because of the DLSS. And of course it's going to be abused in that way. So that's why it's so frustrating.
Oh, if you look at the like promotion material with like all these graphs and bars, and they're just not properly like marked, and you just have to look at the small gray text on the bottom. It's like, by the way, we used the AI frame generation for this one and not for that one, and shit like that. Like, it's like, you bastards. One of the reasons why I went back to AMD, I kind of started to hate NVIDIA because they're so scummy.
Yeah, I think
someone actually just mentioned a System Shock remake, and Miss Slaughter streams for Night Dive, who developed that, and they actually have their own in-house engine that they make a lot of the remakes with, called the Kex engine, and I've never once had a bad experience with the Kex engine. It's like tends to make things run really, really well. Granted, it's generally like updating older games, but still.
I think
it's like technomancing. It's a great engine. Like, especially as long as you have the source code that's, intact, our developers at Night Dive can really make magic happen with it.
Nice.
I think just something worth mentioning is that usually, right, RE Engine has run into an exception with just open world games, but usually I find that like devs with their own engine tend to just make better, I guess, more optimized games.
Our RE Engine was great when it was making Resident Evil games, and Street Fighter 6 looks incredible with it too, but I think it's just this engine is like, it doesn't make open world games. It just can't do it.
Yeah, which is I guess why they're like, upgrade. I guess is it upgrade / remaking it to RE next, but they started this game before this, right? There was a similar situation before. I don't remember. I think it was World, right? World had a bad PC launch, right? And it was on MT framework. Now it's not open world, right? But like, yeah, so
it's open world-ish.
Yeah, it's open world-ish, but it's not, it's not like this, because this
much larger maps than Rise had, and Rise's RE Engine and actually runs well. Monster Hunter Rise, by the way.
I like Resident Evil Engine, but the one thing I don't like is the tendency for things in the distance to have their frame rates like halved. Like, I've noticed that in like Resident Evil 2, 3, 4 remake, where you look at enemies in the distance and you see that they're like choppy in the way that they move around, even though the game overall is running at like 60 FPS or whatever. And it's just like, I guess they might have fixed that in their more recent releases, but I don't know. That bugs the shit out of me when I see that.
If it's in 4, then it's not like super fixed. But the idea with the new engine is to kind of smooth out a lot of those issues. Because obviously, like,
here's hoping.
Yeah, hoping, right? Because like we won't know until the game after this one comes out.
And I do hope. I want games to run well.
What?
Well, I'm not rooting for these games to fail at all. I like Resident Evil. I like Monster Hunter. I like most Capcom games, really. But man, I don't want them running like sheer piss. I don't want Dragon's Dogma 2 to be the open world game they made that runs the best.
I wonder. Well, due to performance, I don't even know if like it's like DD Dragon's Dogma is even gonna have another game. Well, I'm sure it will on the next engine. Never mind, that was a stupid thought.
Okay.
But,
I mean, like, port Dragon's Dogma 2 to the new engine if it runs better, and I will rebuy it. Like, I generally don't like having. I mean, they ported all of Fortnite to Unreal Engine 5, so it's a thing that happens. I'm not a game dev, though. I don't really know.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I don't know if you could you do that without just remaking the game? And
I have no idea what the specifics of it would be, although, I mean, like, as we were talking about Night Dive, basically all they do when they're making their remakes is port the original game's mechanics, physics and everything so that it feels the same to a new engine that's scalable and runs better.
I guess the question would be, would you have to re-release the game, or could you send out a patch?
I mean, I don't know. I think that's more of a business decision than anything else. Obviously, they could just say, hey, yeah, no, like update your game and it'll just delete the entire game and re-download this new version. Or they could say, yeah, an extra $60. Here we go.
I mean, because like that would be like really dope if they could do that. Like, obviously,
I mean, they can. It's whether or not they will. Like,
yeah. Because I was gonna say it would be nice if like, because like we're like 2 weeks from launch on Wilds, if they were like, okay, so it's been a few months, we ported over the whole game to the new engine, just download this really large patch and you don't have to pay for the game again, should that situation happen.
Again, like I think that's much more a business question than a technical question, but like again, I'm sure they could totally remake the game from the ground up if they needed to and still let you upgrade to it for free. But whether or not they will, I mean, like I keep on picking up Night Dive, but that is what they did with the Quake games and Doom 1 and 2. Like if you own Doom 1 and 2 on Steam, you got their Doom 1 2 1+2 remaster for free, and if you own Quake or Quake 2, you got those for free when they came out. So
okay.
That's actually a Bethesda decision, so Bethesda being based for once. But yeah, they definitely agreed with Night Dive in making it consumer friendly like that, where if you previously owned the version before it, you just get it for free.
See, it can be done, but it's a suits decision, not a nerdy coder decision. So
well, here's hoping.
Any performance issues aside, like I want to be more excited about Monster Hunter, but I'm so fucking terrible at it. The first time I played it, it was on PSP, and I found it quite an adjustment. I found it really overwhelming, like configuring your character and stuff. And I'm like, maybe I'll really like this. And like I think the monster animation is really spectacular. Like, is some of the greatest like animations of like enemies and creatures that I've ever seen, but I found it so difficult. And then I gave Monster Hunter another shot with the Wii version, but the online multiplayer was fucking terrible because like the online multiplayer for like every Wii game I think was fucking dog shit because I never
had a Wii. Couldn't tell you.
There was just so much lag.
I've not had a great experience with Switch multiplayer games, so I don't think Nintendo is fantastic at doing online play in general.
No, the Wii was distinctly terrible. I think Switch, at least, there's an improvement in the online and multiplayer. Like I remember like playing Super Smash Brothers Brawl online on the Wii, and it's like it didn't have any sort of algorithmic solution for adjusting to people's like poor connections. So like it would only render frames when the same frame was rendered for everybody else, and so you had it like it was like super stuttery and unplayable dog shit. Delightful. And I remember Monster Hunter having I think a similar problem.
I think,
and also the difficulty was a problem there as well. I can't. I feel like I can't get good at this game. It sucks. It's embarrassing.
It's the more modern ones are a bit easier to get into. Right, because the older ones, there's a level of clunk you also have to fight with.
Well, there's still Monster Hunter's also got a lot of systemic things that you just have to learn. Like things like healing is not as simple as just like drink the healing potion. But things like crafting and collecting and understanding ways in which you can get the systems at your base to start developing those items for you between missions. And each weapon has its own learning curve, with some of them being next to impossible to just figure out if you're playing around and button tapping. Like, I don't think there'd be any way I would have learned how to use the charge blade without watching, I think it was Eric's made some videos on it. And I was like, oh, okay. That's how you do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I played Worlds, was the first one I properly played. I think I grabbed the PSP one randomly when I was younger, and I booted it up and was like, I have no idea what's going on. Why am I dying to this random mob here? What's happening? I tried like a couple of times and I never touched it again because I just didn't understand how this works. But yeah, Worlds I played for like 170 hours. I think it was one of the last things I streamed on Twitch, actually, if I remember correctly.
With World even being one of the more approachable one, each weapon is like its own game that you have to learn. Like it's and if it, like just because you're great with a broadsword doesn't mean you're going to have any idea what to do with an insect glaive, for example.
Yeah. I think I used the crossbow, right?
Bowgun?
I think so, yeah.
Is there an entry in the series that's like distinctly accessible and less difficult?
Rise.
I
Rise would be good.
I mean, I did World for that was my first one. I gave a proper go, and I played all the way through the campaign and played a little bit online with some people. I think.
Those Monster Hunter Worlds, you said?
Yeah, that's the one
Monster
before
Hunter
this
World
one, basically, right?
But no, the one before it was Rise. It was the one that was originally on Switch, but it is on Steam now. And I think Rise is probably a little easier to figure out just because the maps are a lot smaller. So you have less you need to be worrying about at any given time as far as like where do I go, how do I find this guy.
Wait, Mark, did you say Rise came out first?
No, it's the one that came out previous to Wilds, like the most recent one that came out.
Okay, I misheard you. Yeah. Wilds is also not Wilds. Rise is a good one to get into. Although it's a bit more crazy than them, so you might not get the your expectation of Monster Hunter might be slightly different. That's why I say World is probably the best one to get into, or one.
Okay.
Like the very first one. It's hard.
But
what platform did the first one come out for?
Be aware it's a massive time sink, this game. If you get hooked, you're fucked.
Oh, I have over 2,000 hours.
I don't have that many. I think I'm in the 300 range for World, at least.
What system did the first one come out for? What did you say?
Like the very first one?
PSP.
Yeah. It was PSP?
PlayStation 1.
Oh, PS1. Oh.
Really? Yeah, or 2. It might be 2.
I thought it was
I didn't realize it started that early. Wow.
I don't think I think it came out on PS1, right?
Let me check.
I mean, I don't know. I do not remember a Monster Hunter game then. I just wasn't really connected to the series at that time, though, so I might be wrong.
It was it's very niche. Oh, it was PS2. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Monster Hunter World, I have 310 hours.
Wow. Yeah, it's a fun game as soon as you get into it a bit and then start doing all the hunts. It's rather fun. It's rather fun to play.
Yep, I am completely hooked on it, which is probably the only reason I would be buying Wilds. Like if I was not already hooked into the system, I would not buy it on launch.
The thing is, this comes out at a bad time because I'm going to be busy with so much other stuff that I just can't play a time sink game like this right now. Otherwise, I would be on this for sure.
One thing I do like about the Monster Hunter games, though, is they make experienced players with a lot of gear and stuff playing with newbies not a total waste of their time, because you can always just collect the early level monster parts to start building weapons for a different weapon or a different type of weapon for the one that you use. So, it's still the kind of thing that if you jump in and your friends have been playing for 6 months, they still have a reason to play with you, and it's not just like, okay, we'll do some of these easy monsters with you.
Yeah, because there's like because oftentimes to build a weapon you have to start at the beginning of the weapon tree. So I've ran into that problem a lot before Fatalis came out, where it was like, oh, I want to try this weapon. Fuck, I need the first parts. I will go SOS hunting and see if anyone else is hunting it, so I can help them.
But yeah,
I'm testing on hard mode right now because the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark is actually pretty loud, so I'm trying to still hear you guys.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else on Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm curious to see how it's gonna run when it comes out. Keeping an eye on that, and maybe I'll play it at some point. But I'm just don't have the time for a time sink like this right now, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Maybe someday.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So on to Xbox, or do we want to do our top 5 and then see if because I know that I think I have 2 that are in this Xbox thing.
Same.
One.
Ah, look at that. Wonder if it's the same too.
I'm very confident it's the same too.
I might have forgotten the other one.
But yeah, considering we said Capcom was not that much, we talked quite a bit about it. But that's fine, of course. But
much sizzle, not much steak.
Yeah, I mean it's mostly the Monster Hunter Wild showcase and all the newish features that they're doing. You can get all your stuff over from the beta if you played it. Pretty standard stuff, I would say.
Well, not just your character. And
The character, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could get all my stuff. I've killed all the things a lot.
That's because you have an addiction.
Correct.
Correct.
I'm gonna go back to this as soon as this is done.
Sounds good. But yes. I mean, what should we do? Should we do the 5 ones, or should we just go for the Xbox one?
Well, okay, I guess we can go through the Xbox One, and if it is in any or more than one of our top 5s, we can mention that it is one, and then we can just skip talking about those when we end the show with our top 5 most anticipated games.
Well, then we're gonna be through this very quickly because most of this here is in here, I think, for me at least.
I mean, yeah.
Well, the thing is, it starts with Ninja Gaiden.
Yes.
Ninja Gaiden 4.
Who has Ninja Gaiden 4 on theirs?
Me.
I've got it on mine too.
I have it
That's
so
2.
hard.
It was not on my list before. Then I watched it. It's like, this looks cool. I want this. What about
It's actually really funny because I was doing a Ninja Gaiden arc right before this came out. So I was like, oh,
nice.
Shit. Okay. Maybe there is a god.
What about other guests? Do you guys have the Ninja Gaiden on your list?
It's not on mine, but just because I was never really a huge Ninja Gaiden fan, not that I don't like it, I just never got around to playing them. But I did just get Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which came out pretty recently.
Yeah.
And I've been really enjoying it, so I feel like I kind of missed out for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about Ninja Gaiden myself. I think I played one on the PS3 randomly with a friend years and years ago. But
Either Sigma or Sigma 2.
But my knowledge about Ninja Gaiden is pretty much non-existent, except there's demons and stuff and fiends, and you kill them in bloody, gory fashion, and I'm a fan of that, so I watched this.
It exists in the same world as Dead or Alive as well, which I was talking about at the beginning of the show, that Mai is a guest character in the 6th one. But Ryu Hayabusa is in all of them. I don't know about the first one, actually. Is he in the first one? He might be.
Yeah, a long-standing franchise, because that boy started. Was it SNES or the NES already?
NES.
NES, yeah.
3 games on the NES. No games on the SNES.
Notoriously heavy, hard game to play.
It's not an easy franchise, the 2D ones especially.
They have some really fun speedruns you can check out. It's actually kind of insane how fast they go through these games and how optimized it is. I think Summoning Salt actually made a video about the speedrunning history. Go check that out. It's good stuff.
So my Ninja Gaiden knowledge is relatively recent. I don't know what got me into it actually. There's it might have been Souls and everyone being like, oh, these games are really hard. It's like, have you played Neo or Ninja Gaiden? And because they are very different. So a thing that really sets Ninja Gaiden apart from a lot of games is that enemies do not take turns. They will happily all fucking attack you at the same time, and dodging is not your best defensive mechanic. It's blocking.
Yeah.
And you can't block too much because enemies will grab you and then stab you. And also, if you hurt an enemy, you can kill them instantly, but if you don't, they will try to grab you and plant a grenade on you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I learned that lesson a few times coming back to Black 2 or 2 Black. Black 2.
Yeah.
2 Black. No, it is 2 Black.
It's 2 Black, yeah. But Ninja Gaiden and Neo, because, same developers, and very similar mindsets. The game wants to kill you. It's not a game where it's like, oh yeah, this is hard. It's like, no. Every enemy wants you dead. And at higher difficulties, it does become, you need to kill everything in the room as fast as possible because you can lose control of the room very quickly. But yeah, the very fun game.
That was one of the reasons I stayed away from Ninja Gaiden, in the past, is because I knew it had that reputation of being brutally difficult, and that just wasn't something I was seeking from games. I didn't really want that sort of frustrated, sweaty hands breaking your controller fucking frustration that was kind of associated with that. Yeah, so in recent years, I'm starting to come around to that a little bit, just because it demands so much of your focus, and I feel like I get so invested in my editing and writing projects that it's good to play something that's so fucking frustrating, and it's for a brief moment you're thinking about nothing else but
demands your
that
attention.
thing. Yeah. So like I'm starting to appreciate that more in a way that I didn't before. And so I was having a lot of fun with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black the other day, even though I think it's like a nerfed version of what it's remastering. But
yeah,
I think I kind of
the standard
prefer
difficulty is pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Mm.
So to explain the complication, because I think a lot of people are misunderstanding what this is. So there are 3 versions of Ninja Gaiden 2, and there's multiple versions of Ninja Gaiden 1, and there are 2 versions of Ninja Gaiden 3. It's a very long fucking story, right? But for 2, most people played the original, which is the brutally hard one with all the blood, with fucking enemy spam out the fucking ass. And then there was, however, that game did not run well on 360 due to enemy fucking spam, right? So when it was released for PS3, they called it Sigma 2, and they reduced the enemies. They reduced the blood so it would run better because the PS3 was not as powerful as the 360. People hated this version because it was different and less blood and less enemies.
The less blood was the thing that bothered me the most about it. I was like, oh, this isn't the same.
Yeah, I imagine the blood thing was a Sony thing because for some reason Sony decides to randomly become traditional Christians every once in a while.
Another Sony L, 2 in 1 stream today. Damn. That display is filling up again.
But yeah, and also Sigma had some other fucking issues because I played through that one relatively recently. Like to make up for the less enemies, everything's tankier, which ends up being more frustrating because of how enemies behave. You know, the no turns things, they will happily grab you. Grabs are relatively hard to get out of, especially certain ones. So that just became frustrating. And then Black 2 is kind of in between both of them, where lower difficulties, you definitely have less enemies. There's more blood. There's as much blood as the first one, right? Nice. A lot of the systems are similar to the OG, right? And at higher difficulties, I don't think it's as many enemies as the OG, but just more than Sigma 2. So it's somewhere between both of them. It's probably closer to Sigma 2. But a lot of the systems are like the OG.
Oh. God, I didn't know it was so complicated with these games. Jesus.
Yeah, I have been having fun with 2 Black, and it's on Game Pass. So if you've got Game Pass on PC or Xbox, you can just play it, and that is nice as far as money.
I've got it already downloaded. I'm planning to stream it this week if life allows me to.
Yeah.
Because it looks very fun.
It is a fun game, and you could do all kinds of combos and stuff. The actual combo system's kind of hard to pin down, right? Like DMC5 was relatively easy to understand. It's just it's a lot of execution. Like you have to actually do the things you understand what they are. This game, a lot of it is kind of both. Like for the most part, most weapons have the same combos, right? There's a couple that have different ones, and they all have different behaviors, but that's like beside the point. The hard part is enemies won't let you finish a combo most of the time. So what you have to do is you start a combo, you see an enemy start doing something, you either block or you go to a part of the combo where you can redirect, and basically you're bouncing between enemies and trying to kill them as fast as possible, because the game has a really cool mechanic where if you delim an enemy, you can instantly execute them. So the idea would be to try to delim an enemy, kill them, or save them for a bit later, and then kill them. And then you have like all these other things. And at higher difficulties, it's super important because you need to kind of just use all the iframes you can get. Because again, enemies do a lot of fucking damage. Like going through mentor difficulty, I got grabbed once, and that was like 50% of my health bar. I was like, fuck. And there's one more mechanic that I think is really interesting. So you played DS2.
Yeah.
When you die in DS2, you get less health overall.
Yeah.
So in Ninja Gaiden, when you get hit, you get a part of your health that you recover and a part that you just lose until the next time you go to a save point. So
at least on standard difficulty, healing items do give you back that health too, and blue orbs.
Yeah, it does on harder difficulties as well. Right, I think you get less of them as you go higher, though.
I would imagine, yeah, because I basically always have full healing items, and I only ever use them on bosses, which I do not remember being the case in really any Ninja Gaiden game I've ever played. But yeah, I haven't ventured out into the higher difficulties yet. I got derailed by Kingdom Come Deliverance too.
Fair enough. I am very interested in your opinions on the bosses, Marc and Metal, because you kind of have to fight them a certain way, and it's counterintuitive to how you fight everything else in the game.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, I can tell you live on stream when I'm gonna get there.
I'm not even gonna fucking tell you how to do it. I'm gonna let you figure that shit out. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah. And then everyone can laugh at me, and everyone's gonna have a good time except me, and then I cry, as I do. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4 coming out. We get a new character that we get to play, and
Raven.
yeah, and also Ryo Hayabusa is also playable. At least that's what they show us. So I guess there's gonna be, I don't know if there's gonna be like 2 modes, or if they like kind of jump back and forth like you do in the DMC 5 or something like that. So let's see how that works.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's probably similar to that. Based on the way they present the trailer.
Right.
Seem to be the angle.
It appears to be a lot of the character action games are doing the DMC 4 thing, I guess. Well, I guess 5 would be more accurate. Of you are introducing the Nero character, the new guy, which, you know, I don't think is ever a bad thing. It allows you to explore other play styles.
It's also worth noting too that Platinum's co-developing this, which they might not have hit. Sorry, God, not me. Yeah, Kamiya. Jeez, Hideki Kamiya. It's getting him and fuck. Now I'm forgetting who's other Clover guy's name. Mikami, Shinji Mikami. They might not have him, but assuming there's still people there who can develop a good action game, they're also the people who made Bayonetta and Nier Automata. So they don't suck at making these kind of games. There's definitely some things like set pieces that it seemed like they were mostly showing with the Raven character of him like grinding on rails and like jumping between them and stuff that seemed more Platinum than Team Ninja. But yeah, I'm interested to play it at the very least.
Yeah, a lot of the platforming in Ninja Gaiden is very not Platinum, so hopefully they make those sections more interesting.
They do show Ryu jumping up a like bouncing between walls to get up a tall like, square shaft.
Yes.
I really like I really like Bayonetta because it has that extra layer of like comedy and ridiculousness.
Yeah, Bayonetta.
I really like that in video games.
Bayonetta is really tough too.
It's one of the reasons I like the South Park games. It's like the gameplay is a bit simplistic, Stick of Truth in particular, but it's just so funny. Like I love that extra layer to it.
Yeah, I like playing those games. They were fun stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely some camp in Ninja Gaiden, but it is more like edgy boy anime as far as tone and everything goes.
It's definitely more edgy. Although I really
it is over the top, but I feel like it's not trying to be funny or anything. I think it's trying to play it straight. Whereas Bayonetta, it's like over the top in like a cartoonish, hilarious way.
Yeah,
it feels like Ninja Gaiden's kind of that camp where like the characters aren't aware of the camp, but the game is aware of the camp.
Right.
That makes sense. Because like, at no point do I feel like the game's taking itself too seriously, but I feel like Ryu is obviously taking the situation seriously as he should.
Right. Yeah.
Also, I really like him. He does the if any of you played Stranger of Paradise, he does a very soft version of Jack, where Demon will go through a monologue and he's like, I don't care.
I'm just here to kill demons.
Yeah, I really like the Ninja Gaiden games, except for 3 Story. 3 Story is like the most dog shit thing.
3 I actually haven't played.
Don't play 3. If you're gonna play 3, play Razor's Edge.
Yeah, that's the one that's on Steam, anyways. games, or is it both of them? I got the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection. It's the 2 Sigma games, and I think it's just Razor's Edge, but it might be.
Yeah. So
all right, so medium settings, Monster Hunter World, I'm getting 67 average FPS, but while watching it during the gameplay segments, I'm definitely dipping down into the 45s, and that's 4K is my monitor, but DLSS is on performance, which means it's running at 1080p.
Yeah. That's worse than mine, and I have a lot worse stuff than you have.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
The hardware lottery. Sometimes
I feel
you win
like
it.
Discord and Chrome are probably not draining too much of my system resources, and those are the only things that I've running.
Yeah, that's just weird. It just seems like it runs worse on your hardware than like mine. And I do not have as beefy stuff as you do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh well.
It's not that much worse, to be fair.
I mean, again, like it says average frame rate 67 frames a second, and on high settings, which was DLSS on balanced. I don't like the fact too that your graphics settings actually incorporate a DLSS setting into them. I'm like, no, let me turn down the individual things, and then I can deal with stuff.
Did you turn it off and try it?
Well, no, I mean, I guess. I don't know. I didn't poke around the benchmark too much other than to run 2 of them. But at the very least, I know that looking at it seems through the average FPS is calculated with a cinematic, which ran quite well, gameplay, which was the one that was all over the place, and then a cooking segment that was in like the 80s and 90s. And that average is all of them put together. So it's like, well, yeah, I don't really care that I'm getting 90 FPS when the cats are cooking me stuff. Granted, those are cute little scenes in the Monster Hunter games, but I prefer the game ran steady.
So there's this is kind of interesting. I don't know why this is okay. There is an area in both the benchmark and the beta that runs particularly shit, and it is the middle of the map. If you are anywhere else, well, I think there's one other area that doesn't run. That runs a bit worse than everywhere else. If you're anywhere else, it runs much better. But the benchmark doesn't go to a lot of those other areas. It goes through the middle. That's usually where you drop the
either
most.
way, still not a day one buy for me. Is the ultimate thing. If I hear, hey, Monster Hunter Wild's got a really good patch that fixes almost all the performance issues, it's like a totally different game, then I'll probably buy it. But until then, I'll stick to other games.
Mm-hmm. Talking about other games. Does anyone give a shit about South at Midnight? Because I don't really.
It's actually on my list. It looks kind of cool.
Look at that.
I mean, it's not like super high, but I think I like the stop motion style, and also the combat looks fun.
Yeah, I thought the traversal looked kind of interesting in it.
I like the setting a lot. It's
like a Dark Souls, but in Florida. It looks like, or like
so it's just Dark Souls.
Something like that. Yeah, basically.
It's it explores a lot of Cajun myth, which I really like when games like try to teach me a little bit of something, right? Like obviously Neo, you can learn a lot about Japanese culture from just playing those games and reading everything. So this game looks interesting. I'm not gonna buy it day one because it's just not my thing. But if it's ever on Game Pass, I'll probably be like, oh, and I have nothing else to play. I'll be like, oh, you know what? I'll try it.
Yeah, it's not day one for me either, but it's definitely on my list. I want to check it out.
Jojo, I might have to go feed these dogs.
Yeah, no problem. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there you go. I mean, I don't really have anything to say about it. It didn't really grab me. I just kind of had it run and looked there. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, there could be some fun things in there, but I wasn't particularly interested myself.
The catfish is kind of cute and charming.
Yeah. The one thing that annoyed me is, obviously it's still in development, but when they showed like every other character, there was like a monster that were moving at like 20 frames per second or something. That's just something.
Isn't it running better than that, but it's designed to look like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like the stop motion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like what's that? It's like Spider-Man.
The artistic choice, yes.
Okay.
So it probably doesn't run at 20. It just looks like it runs at 20.
The thing is, it didn't look like a choice to me, I guess. I was just like, oh, I guess they're not done with this yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I was just like, just bothered me.
I mean, it could be early footage.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I really like when a video game manages to give you an authentic sense of like being in a particular region of the world. I remember Shenmue did that for me in regard to Japan when I played that on Dreamcast for the first time. Just I've never been to Japan, but like I totally believe this takes place in Japan because it has such an accurate cultural understanding of like not only like the way the neighborhood is designed that you walk around in, but the way people talk to you, and it just felt it was a small environment, but it felt very rich and like well crafted.
Right. Yeah. I never played those games, but I know they're massively popular. And then nobody liked the third one. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never. Yeah, the third one was. Yeah, it had like a weird aesthetic to it that all of a sudden made it come off as much sillier.
Okay.
For some reason, it's hard to put my finger on it. I never played the second one. I only played the first one on Dreamcast, but it's one of my favorites.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you just click through this, I guess there's some nice monster designs as well. They look kind of cool. And yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't have a lot to say about this. I didn't really check it out that much because it didn't grab me. But just clicking through it, there's like a bunch of beak monsters that look kind of cool for sure. Yeah, maybe I hear a lot of good things about it, and I end up checking it out. Wouldn't be the first time. Anything else on that one? Because I don't. If not, I'm just gonna go right ahead to the next one, which was was one that one caught my attention a little bit. It's not on my most anticipated games, but I wasn't aware of this game. It's called what was it? Expedition 33. So from what I understand, the setting of this world is there's some kind of demon thing doing this. I don't really completely understand, but basically what happens is there's like a big demon that every year paints like a number in the sky or something, and everyone who's older than that number dies.
Pretty cool.
Expedition 33.
Yeah, and then basically you're on the on your mission to fight back, basically, and they have a turn-based thing like the Final Fantasy, but they have like an action-based element in there where you have to time things, much like I guess Paper Mario does it, where you have to do like inputs and stuff and have to time them correctly. And I guess they're going for a similar thing here, from what I understand. I heard that there's a bit of dialogue you hear, which actually sounds like people talking to each other, so that's always a plus in my book. They weren't like endlessly quipping and stuff, but that's I always appreciate that when it's like, oh, they're actually talking to people, and they tell us that there's a lot of different opinions in the between the characters that they talk about and need to figure out and get through. And yeah, I know this could be a bit of a sleeper hit. I have never heard of this before I check this out.
Yes, this one's actually, it's one of my
interesting.
honorable mention. And
Same, yeah.
actually, Cateran Overlord just beat me to it. So the last two Yakuza games do a similar thing with blocking and parrying being present in turn-based combat. So if you tap the guard button at the right time, you can mitigate a lot of the damage coming in. And it's interesting. And I like that not only that more games are doing it, but that a Western game is actually using JRPG style combat and not running from it, because lots of studios seem to be running. I mean, mostly just Square Enix seems to just think, oh, turn-based. No one's going to ever want to play a turn-based game. I was like, no, that's not true.
Quick question, Mark. Did you play Neo Fantasian?
No. You know what? I played the original Fantasian on Apple TV.
And what you think? Because like obviously that's just one of those turn-based games that I've heard nothing but good things about for the most part.
I mean, it's like an old school, or not really old school, but mid school, I guess, Final Fantasy game, like 7 to 9 era, with the sort of 3D backgrounds that you explore. I didn't get all the way through it, but I did like what I played.
Okay.
Yeah. Fantasian, Neo or Neo Fantasian does look like a just kind of spiced up version of that game.
Yeah, because it comes off like Square Enix, like obviously like game devs will have like their big games and then like their lower level games. Right? It does feel like a lot of like the turn-based stuff has been relegated to the lower level games. It seems like. But
yeah, which I don't think needs to be the case. And if anything, I think Baldur's Gate should have proven that. Because I mean, while that's not JRPG combat, it's clear that the critical darling of the year can be a game that does not have real-time combat or stealth elements, and it just basically isn't a Sony movie game. Because I think there's been this perception that a game will only ever be the biggest game of the year if it is that type of game, and I don't think that's the case. But one thing I think that's neat about this game too is apparently this is a lot of expats from Ubisoft.
Yeah,
Those people who got kind of like fed up with Ubisoft and just decided, you know what, we're gonna go make a game that's not Assassin's Creed.
Well, unfortunately, they're based in France, so that's a big downside. So I don't think we are allowed to play this, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I guess not. We got to boycott the French. Yeah, Mordok. I didn't mean that Baldur's Gate has no stealth mechanics, but it's not like crouch and walk in bushes stealth. It's like,
you become the bush or a stone.
Yeah.
Something really y'all know this game's yeah, I think the release date's on here. Like April.
April 24th.
Apparently, I think I remember this correctly. The requirements for this game's like relatively high.
I believe it's also Unreal Engine 5.
It might be.
Don't quote me on that.
I haven't checked that out
yet.
I'm
pretty sure I heard that one because like when this game first got announced, I didn't think of it as like a Xbox game or anything like that because I think it actually started as an indie game that just these people from Ubisoft left and went to go make. But I guess Microsoft is jumping in on the publishing.
That's what they are.
Yeah. Also, one thing
I just fed you.
Also, one thing they advertise big is, hey, we actually have an overworld you get to walk on like in the olden days. So you're like a bit of a bigger avatar, but you can walk over the open world, I guess, where you can go to different cities and stuff. Like in Final Fantasy 7 and 6 and stuff like that.
Yeah, like every Final Fantasy game prior to 10.
Yeah,
had that.
I always found that charming. I don't know. I kind of like that that's back. But they also says like, oh, it's became way bigger than we thought, so we had to kind of dial around a bit and need to figure out how this works. So yeah. This is same for me, honorable mention because it actually looks kind of interesting, and I'm curious to see how this turns out. And I'm pretty sure this is also on Game Pass, so easy.
Yeah, I believe everything shown at a Microsoft showcase. I think you can pretty much bank on being a day one Game Pass game. Yeah. Because otherwise, like, what are they doing?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm interested. They also talk about how it's a bit more darker, but there's also some comedy characters in there. And every time I hear something like this, I'm always curious to see how they balance that stuff because that can make or break your narrative depending on how you use your comedy, obviously. I mean, we talked about this plenty of times in other scenarios.
I think you can just like even in the opposite direction because like there are some things that like go the dark route and it's too much. It's like okay, I can't take this seriously anymore. So it's always like interesting like how you deal like if you're going to go dark, you have to know when to like okay, let's ease off on the darkness.
Yeah,
and like let's have some levity. Just to go back to Square Enix for example, I think 16 does this pretty well. Obviously has some gameplay pacing things, but like for the most part, like after a big mission, you usually get like, okay, just something easy, something that's not so balls to the wall, and then you go back to being balls to the wall. So yeah, I have big hopes for this game. I wish the recommended specs were slightly lower because.
Wait, you posted these, right? Hang on, let me check here.
Yeah, I posted them.
Quick. Minimum, what we got here?
Oh, minimum's fine.
i7 7800K. Okay, that's pretty normal. What is the recommended though?
i7 recommended,
11
3070.
Okay, 3070.
It does say for 1080p 60 FPS high settings for the recommended. I do like that there's not a DLSS in here, but I don't know if they're stealthing it in the way Monster Hunter Wilds is like, oh, high settings is DLSS unbalanced. I'm like, what? Even ultras with it on quality. I was like, so like native resolution is just not even an option.
Also, only 55 gigs of storage space. That's nothing these days. So
I mean, to be fair,
I'm excited for less space. 140. Which is funny because I made fun of James for saying that the one game, I don't know which one, it's only 8
Another
gig.
crab stretcher.
Crab souls.
Right, yeah. But yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I'm gonna give it a sniff and see if it
2 honorable mentions for this one.
Passes the sniff test. So yeah, let's see how that works out. That's in April. Let's see how this goes. Well, now we get to obviously the big one on the developer direct, and I'm pretty confident to say that everyone here has this on their lists, right?
Number one, I already know what you're going to say.
I can easily say definitely Miss Slaughter and I. Maybe Jon. I don't know. Jon, I'm not sure. You
what,
do...
Doom?
It's Doom. The Dark Ages. The Dark Ages.
Oh yeah, dude. That looks fucking sick.
I was like, you are a first-person shooter person, though I mostly associate you with Halo for what I assume would be obvious reasons.
Right. Yeah. No, I dig shooting games. That is my genre basically. Third-person action adventure and shooters are my big things, and Doom: The Dark Ages appeals to me in particular above like Doom 2016, I think it was, and Doom Eternal, because of the way they describe how it works mechanically, where it's less about moving around and more about being a relatively stationary tank and like being super powerful.
I love how they describe it, actually. I think it
goes
goes kind of hard. Where it's like, in 2016 you did run and gun in what's the other one? Not 2016.
Returnal.
In Returnal, you get to jump and shoot, and in this one, you stand and fight. It's like, yes!
Yeah. I really enjoyed
there was double jumping in 2016 also, so there was a lot of jump and shoot in that one too.
I really enjoyed both the previous like modern Doom games, but I'm less a fan of like the constant moving around and jumping. So like I like the approach here where it's less about that.
Yeah, the original Doom games, there was no jump.
No.
Right, yeah.
It's funny when you look like at speedruns from the older Doom games where they just kind of get movement speed and then just kind of strafe into a corner and then quote unquote jump that way just because of the momentum. They make it over their gap or something.
Yeah, that was the jumping in the original Doom games. You just have to be going fast enough to clear the gap.
Yeah, you couldn't jump, and I don't think you could really look up and down either.
No.
Even though there was kind of a verticality to the way it played, because sometimes you'd encounter enemies on like a higher ledge that you couldn't get to. But like you would just, as long as your cursor was aligned with them horizontally, you would just shoot and then it would hit them.
Yeah,
even if
they were higher I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like actually, it was funny playing the Doom 1+2 remaster. Was neat because it didn't unlock the mouse and let you look around. And I've been so used to playing Doom with mods that does give you full mouse look that I was like, oh crap, I gotta get back to like old school Doom aiming where I'm only dealing with the X-axis.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we've come far. The mouse is a powerful tool, especially when you shoot things.
Thank you, Quake.
Thank you, Quake.
Which, I mean, if I have any complaint about Doom: The Dark Ages, I wish it were Quake 5.
Yeah.
Just like you guys went back in time with Doom and you didn't just make a Quake game. Come on.
I don't think it's technically possible to do like the free look thing in the old Doom games just because of it's not true 3D. It's sort of a pseudo 3D.
Vector graphics
has the illusion
with
of being
pixels
3D
over top of it.
Right,
well,
yeah.
From the business standpoint that they made it a Doom game because there hasn't been like a new Quake other than Champions for a long time, so it's not nearly as popular as how the new Doom has revitalized the series and appealed to casuals too. So that's why they would slap the Doom name for it.
I know why they did it. I'm like, oh,
no, it's a bummer. We all want a new
never
Quake
getting a
game.
Quake 5, are we?
I'm hoping that after Indiana Jones, if Machine Games wants to do it, because there's a lot of Quake fans that are really good mappers too, because they've made maps for the Quake re-releases and stuff, and they've been really good. And I'm hoping that they can get a shot at working on it if it doesn't want to take it, because I think they would do a lot of justice with their single-player campaigns and stuff.
Yeah, I guess they might want to break from shooting Nazis to finally finish Wolfenstein.
Right. Seriously though, that's like their bread and butter with
Wolfenstein
Indiana Jones
games, and then we went to Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played Indiana Jones yet, but honestly, the thing that put me off of it is just like, is this just going to be T-rated Wolfenstein? Like, I was like,
everybody says it's phenomenal. I want to play it now that all of the good reviews I've read.
Circle of Flimflammery?
Mm-hmm.
I found it so incredibly dull and boring. I did one stream.
Really?
Yeah, it was boring as shit. The puzzles are so dull. It was so boring.
I can definitely take the wind out of your sails with redundant or boring puzzles or too difficult puzzles. Like, I'm just so over it if I play a game that's like that.
There's this one big plaza where you get to, and I've beaten up all the Nazis there. They were just lying on the floor, like all of them. And like all
like Vatican City you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Area? Yeah.
And there was like tons of them, and someone was like, you know what, chat, let's have some fun. I just started beating them all up. Like in there, they have like a base there, and they just all walked into a tent, and I just knocked them all out, and they was all piled in there. It was pretty funny, but Jesus. And then at some point they just
make a new Unreal Tournament.
That we got to get Epic away from Fortnite for that.
But that's the thing is that the thing is that Night Dive has tried many times to get Epic to come to the table for them to remaster Unreal Tournament, but Tim Sweeney doesn't think there's a point. So
probably doesn't want them on Steam.
But
either.
the thing
I got
is
2004 on
money
JRPG.
is the point, and Night Dive would be taking the reins on it, and Epic wouldn't have to have anything really to do with the development. They would just have to take the money from what it makes. So I don't understand why that's not worth it for Tim Sweeney when he's already sitting on piles of cash.
Because he sucks. He's responsible for the Epic Store.
My IP to sit on and do nothing with.
Right. All right. Because there's so many people that would buy a new Unreal Tournament game, even if it was just a remaster.
Oh, yeah.
What is that game, by the way?
It's like an old arena retro FPS.
Multiplayer focused first-person shooters.
Yeah.
Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament came out at around the same time, and those were kind of the two big online shooters of the day.
Yeah, 2004 is my.
I have great
goat.
memories with 99. That was my first one.
I played the
It's
shit
a
out of
very
2004.
fast and floaty multiplayer shooter.
Yeah.
It's got the best CTF too. I don't care what anyone says, but it has the most fun.
I miss my Quake 2 grappling hook CTF. Unreal Tournament also kind of sets itself apart from the Quake games or Doom games because every weapon has an alternate fire as well, which is kind of neat.
It's very fun.
If they do end up bringing back Quake, I would hope that they brought back Trent Reznor to do the music, because the score for that first Quake game and the main theme is so fucking sick. He's working on the new Naughty Dog game, so he is back in the gaming world.
Scores are basically where he's focusing nowadays, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, especially since he's already done it for Quake.
I have the vinyl of the Quake soundtrack. It actually has a Nine Inch Nails logo on it, and made me very happy when it arrived. I was like, yes.
And with the modern Doom games so far, there has been like a distinct focus on getting the music sounding awesome.
Yeah.
And so, which I deeply appreciate. Like, that's a huge aspect of Doom that appeals to me.
Yeah, I was about to say the bar is very high with the soundtracks on anything related to id Software's old shooters coming back now. Like, the music has always been beloved by Bobby Prince, and then now when Mick Gordon made the new soundtracks, everybody's like, I expect this in every single Doom game and anything related going forward.
Yeah, it adds so much to it. It's like half the experience. Yeah.
Well, the team doing the music for Dark Ages, I'm not aware of, but it seems like it's a studio making it as opposed to like one or two guys.
Yeah, it's a studio. Yeah. But from what I've heard, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's pretty banging. So, you know.
Well, I mean, even Andrew Holschultz and I think Daniel Levine is the guy's name. They
Daniel
did the.
Levy.
Yeah, Daniel Levy, that's it. They did the Ancient Gods DLC, and that was also very good and was not Mick Gordon. So you don't necessarily need Mick Gordon to have good Doom music, but don't know anything about the new team. Here's hoping they do well.
Yeah, it sounded good to me, but, you know, it may not be as good as Mick or Andrew and David, but it still sounds pretty good, so I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah, Quake moved from Nine Inch Nails to Sonic Mayhem for Quake 2. And Sonic Mayhem, I think, did a fantastic job on Quake 2's soundtrack. Like, there's so many good songs in Quake 2.
For a second, I thought
you were talking about Sonic the Hedgehog.
I was laughing.
And then it went like industrial for Quake 3. I love that.
Yeah, I thought it was actually kind of funny. Quake 2 soundtrack almost sounds more like a Nine Inch Nails album than the Quake 1 soundtrack, which is mostly ambient, with the exception of like the main theme.
But, yeah, that's true.
I don't necessarily think that they needed Mick, but it's just interesting that like you're obviously trying to fill those shoes quite a bit, because I think he did, like, any game he works on, he kind of puts on the map. Like, obviously Killer Instinct is very well known for his music. The Doom games, very well known. So it's interesting. Even if it's really good, I feel like they will always just kind of have the problem of Mick Gordon's contributions hanging over their head.
Yeah. Well, he have like troubles with the last one with him.
Yeah, there was a big falling out between the guy Hugo Martin, who is he the lead developer, or is he the CEO of it?
He's the game director and studio head along with Marty Stratton.
Yeah, so they had a big falling out over the soundtrack album, I believe, that was supposed to be included with the collector's edition. And apparently it wasn't done on time, and that pissed off Hugo Martin. But then Mick Gordon said that they didn't give him enough time to work on it, or they like were being. It's hard to figure out who's telling the truth, because both of their stories are kind of mutually exclusive.
It honestly just sounds like one big petty squabble that really didn't need to happen. But here it is, and bridges have been burnt, and everybody suffers from it. So
always annoying,
right? It's a shame,
But that happens in creativity industries, honestly. Egos are always clashing, so.
Right, yeah.
Indeed. But I was looking at the screen. The one thing about Dark Ages that is kind of disappointing to me, and they talked about it in a way that made it sound like it was a big feature, that to me was like kind of lame compared to Doom 2016 and Eternal, which is the way glory kills happen now. Whereas it seems like instead of getting like a really interesting animation that is dependent on the angle at which you attack the enemy, it's just, now you can just walk up and punch him. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, and they just sort of ragdoll and fly away.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, I don't know. Like, that's not better. Like, I think it's like a lot of this game does look like it at very least sets itself apart from the previous two games. But I think it's removing a bit of the special sauce that really made those games incredible, as opposed to just making them fun shooters.
I think that they did the change to the glory kill system because of the whole change to the combat loop and design. Because if you think about Doom Eternal, you're floating and platforming and flying everywhere, and it's very dynamic that way. Whereas this game, now you're standing and fighting, and you're going to be mostly on the ground. So I think being able to approach glory kills from any angle as you see fit is probably better for that. I see what you're saying about taking it out a little bit, but I think that's why they did it, is because of the change in design.
But you could always glory kill from any angle. Like, it wasn't like you had to be in front of the person. The only thing the angles would do would change the animation you get, which generally was pretty exciting, because
I just think of it as like the new Black Ops game, like how they changed the movement to be a lot more fluid from any angle too. Like, that's kind of how I assume this new glory system is going to be. But I see why they did it.
I think, because I was talking to some guys about this, because originally my take was pretty similar to yours, that it was much more lame, but they brought up a couple points, like, it does help with, like, general pacing of combat, right?
Well, because it doesn't remove control from the player, which generally I'm pretty okay with, but I think that, I mean, I guess, like, the slower pace of combat might be something that balances this out. But I think the one thing that was nice about the glory kills, especially on tougher enemies when you get them in Doom, in particular Doom Eternal, is you get that minute to breathe, or that like few seconds to breathe, where it's like, okay, I've got this animation to collect my thoughts, to try to work out where I'm going next, to figure out which direction I'm going to be running to. Okay, let's go. Whereas now, not removing control from the player at any time is, I guess, on its face good, but I wonder what that will do to this game when you get into areas that have more enemies and are more intense.
I know what you mean about having that break, but we also don't know what kind of upgrades there's going to be, and perks for upgrading glory kills, kind of like in Eternal and 2016. Like, there's speed boosts from glory killing, you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff you can equip, so there might be some stuff like that in the Dark Ages, but I'm hoping it's a little bit different so we get something new. But there could be something to make that a little bit better, I think.
It's also like worth mentioning that like the design philosophy might be to kind of remove those breaks, right? Like instead of like, oh, I want a second to breathe. It's like, no. You're in the fight. You're gonna keep going in the fight. You don't get you get to breathe when it's done.
Well, and I mean, and that's the excuse is the right. That's the acceptable explanation that I can see for it. That with the combat pace being slower than the previous two games in general, because of how much less you're flying around in the air and like going on monkey bars and things, just having it be that like no, at no point are you allowed to take a breath because you're not going to be in a canned animation in which you were invincible, which funny enough is the thing I thought worked the least about the similar kind of glory kill things in the Wolfenstein games, is that you're not invincible during them. So they looked incredible, but anytime you did them, it was like you're a sitting duck. So when Doom 2016 came out and had glory kills, that it's like, yeah, you not only get health back from these, but you're invincible while they happen. It's almost your defensive tool. But here you have a shield.
Yeah,
that you can block.
Defensive, and it's a little breather from the furious gameplay.
And it's also ranged weapon too. Like throwing that shield, like it'll definitely be good for crowd control and like getting people off of you, I think. Whereas Eternal was so fast paced that you felt like you needed that breather. I think like this is gonna be slower paced, definitely. Well, as difficult as you want to make it with the sliders now, but like, you know, it's gonna be in your face and tough, but I don't think it's gonna be so panic stricken and high tension and anxiety inducing like Eternal can get when it's on the higher difficulties, where you're just like, for example, the blood swamps, the trials of Malagog. Oh my gosh, those go on for like 30 plus minutes, and especially if you're playing like the highest difficulties, you're just like, oh my god, is this over? It's just waves and waves and waves, and like if you know you make one mistake and you die, you gotta start this 30-minute section of combat over again, and you're just like, I need a breather. So that's why the glory kills are really good for the high octane gameplay. But I think it's gonna be a little different with the Dark Ages because it's slower and more tanky.
Ultra Violence is what I play on, and even though it's not the highest difficulty, man, the last third or so of Ancient Gods Part 1 was so hard. Like, it was such a
both
brutal...
DLCs were way harder than the base game. Like, way harder. It's crazy with the
Part
spirits
2,
too.
I think, was significantly easier than Part 1. Part 1 was insane. I was like, wow. I was like, this isn't over. Like, when I got
agree.
to the end.
The final boss, the Blood Swamps, and the whole, basically all of Tag 1 is just like a brutal ass beating from start to finish. Especially the final boss, dude. I can't with that one. Especially with the Blood Maker and the spirits and the lasers, and just like there's so much crap, like especially if you have ADHD like me, I'm like, I don't know what to look at, what to deal with first. I'm panicking, like, oh my god, it was really hard to beat on Nightmare. It took me a while.
I was unmedicated when I played that too. Yeah, right? It would be better or worse.
Even worse, raw dogging. Let's go.
You know what? Just like looking at the glory kill system now, we also don't know how enemies will interact with other enemies in this. Right. For example, when you punch someone away, what if you punch them into another enemy and it staggers them?
I think that would definitely give more tactical reason for these glory kills to exist. But I don't think they mentioned anything about that in this showcase, at least. But
no, they're just showing it. It's like, oh yeah, you can do like a little combo thing, which I think would generally be like pretty cool. It's just It kind of comes off in a way that what's a good example? Well, you have a chainsaw shield, right? You don't have to have like a full animation to have like the big thing.
But it's kind of what I was saying. That like this game having more defensive options also makes that little breather less necessary than it otherwise would have been.
Yeah, it's a slower paced, furious thing instead of.
I will miss the glory kill animations if they are taken out, because there is, on top of all, like the fact that it's a little breather and all that, and the iframes, that there is a tongue-in-cheek humor to the way that they're animated. It like the look of anguish on all the demons' faces as you're fucking smashing their faces in or breaking their necks. And like when you're stringing so many of them together so quickly, it's just like it's hilarious to watch. I get a kick out of that. So
there's also this other aspect of the fact that they are just doing something different, and maybe they're just seeing what these kinds of glory kills will do. Because it's something that like I don't know if this is fair to say, but you don't see this a lot of times with Western developers, where the sequel games will be dramatically departed from the first one, right? Like we could look at Monster Hunter, we could look at Final Fantasy, we can look at a bunch of Japanese games. If you don't like one game, you might like the next one or the one before that because it'll be so different. Doom is like one of the few like very Western games that seems to be kind of in that mindset of, you know, we can just do something completely different, right? It's still like the same.
Yeah. So I thought you were gonna more say Doom and Doom 2016 and Eternal are similar, and I just because I know a lot of people who really hate Doom Eternal but like 2016 just because they didn't like things like the ammo count and your reliance on having to switch to the chainsaw and like switch between weapons. And I think as much as I appreciate that, I also think that Doom 2016, like really once you get the super shotgun, you kind of don't have to use any other gun the whole rest of the game.
That's true. I really blew through that entire game with a full mastered super shotgun, even the final boss. It's pretty crazy.
Once you get the double rounds per barrel, so it's like you're shooting like 4 shotgun shells.
Well,
yeah, it's something fascinating about like when game developers are willing to take a risk on sequels. Like, yeah, we're just going to do something like very different, and you might like it, you might hate it, but you know, you can always come back to an older game or wait for us to do the next game because we'll do something different again.
Yeah. Looking forward to this one. There's a couple of cool weapons. It looks like you can nail people to the walls, which I'm always a sucker for. I always think that's fun to do. You got a Gatling gun variety where you crush skulls in it and you just mow down tons of enemies in a cone in front of you.
That was the first thing in the initial trailer. That was the first thing I saw where I was just like, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, that's really cool. Apparently,
pretty amusing weapon design. Yeah, the crushing skulls and firing the fragments is pretty gnarly. Awesome. I love it.
And it's great for crowd control, how it just sprays out everything, and it's going to definitely be that breather weapon for you. I'm also really excited about that harpoon gun.
Yeah.
I want more of that.
I really hope you can do you can spike multiple enemies in a row, and then you have them all spiked at the wall, because
people are finally learning the right lessons from Dead Space.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
You could. I've seen a couple of instances here where there's enemies with like defensive shields themselves, and it seems when you throw it at them, like they all kind of die from your shield. So there's some crowd control there. There wasn't a screen right now actually. They let you use one of these big demon thingies for yourself. Or mechs or whatever they are. I think they have like a specific name.
They're in the cinematics of Ancient Gods Part 2, but you don't get to actually control it in that game, but you do in this one. So
yeah.
Take on an icon of sin in melee combat.
Yeah, so you can fuck around with that, and you even get like some flying pet thingy. A dragon you can go around, and there seems to be a couple of levels there with mini bosses and everything, so wonder how those are gonna work out. They say it's not a one-off thing, and you can even upgrade it and everything. So yeah, that might be fun. Beating the piss out of demons and a big icon of sin or whatever. Having a big ass Gatling gun, dual Gatling gun actually. It's on screen right now. I just want to play this now. It's just awesome.
It's 3 months. 3 months away. May.
May, I think. Yeah.
May 15th or 13th.
I would be more in
3 months and 1 week.
15th.
Yeah. So there's actually a lot of games coming out pretty soon. I need to figure out how to balance all those. That's going to be a pain in the ass for me.
Yeah, it'll be the 15th, because games either come out on Tuesdays or Fridays for some fucking reason. What was I going to say?
Tuesdays was a music industry thing. Like new albums came out on Tuesdays for a very long time. And
okay.
Happened with DVDs and video games.
I don't know. Buying things on
Why do comic books come out on
tomorrow.
Wednesdays? Like they picked a day. That's the day.
I guess everyone took the weekend, so it's like, okay, we just gotta pick a different day. I don't know. No one does anything on Tuesday.
I mean, I think part of it is also like shipments, right? And so like if the boxes leave the warehouse on Monday, they would get to the stores and be ready to be sold on Tuesday. Like I'm sure most box products, as if like video games are almost ever box products these days. But most box products will show up before their release date, like by a week or something like that. But I guess, like I said, if it's something that's been around for a very long time, that might not have always been the case.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, yeah, you usually get this stuff way before you it releases. That's why, like, if you
my logic is that's probably why it's not Monday. You know? Like it's
nothing ships on Monday, but yeah, it's like what, like if you live next to a mom and pop video game shop, you could usually get games pretty early because they don't give a shit.
I mean, they're breaking the rules by doing that. Although, yeah, when I worked at GameSpot, my loophole is I would pre-order it in full pay, and then I would just promise my manager that I would not be connected to the internet until the game was actually released. And yeah, so I would take a game home. I'd be like, look, I'm not stealing. You have my money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went like back when FF16 was coming out, and like I was getting a new controller, right? Because I broke mine, and the guy had a whole bunch of them. I was like, can I just pay for that now and have it? And he was like, no, I like my job. It's like, okay, fair enough.
Fine.
You can keep your job. Whatever.
Trick is you don't rat.
Yeah,
Well,
just don't be a snitch.
Don't be a bitch ass, snitch ass
Exactly.
snitch.
But yeah,
I remember that was a huge benefit. I used to work in the electronics department of a supermarket, and we'd get like orders of games, and if there's something that I really wanted, I'd put a note on it, set it aside for myself.
Don't touch it.
Fucking awesome.
I'll kill you.
Yeah.
But yeah, Doom Dark Ages. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Not too far away.
A unanimous one on all 5 of our top 5 lists.
Absolutely.
Nah.
And
I don't like FPSs.
well, that was the last thing of the developer direct. So
All right, well, I guess we could just go left to right and just do a random one on our top five, talk about it a little bit. And,
Sure.
yeah.
Sounds good to me.
If we have any duplicates, it just means we can get a bigger discussion on that one, and then someone skips a turn.
Hell yeah.
What's going on?
Well, you
got
were
you
not part of the
invited, so-
assignment, so maybe you
I
just
was
have
not.
one. It's the top 5 anticipated games of this year. We already had Ninja Gaiden and Doom now.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
so you have 3 to go if you
Yeah.
want to.
The thing is, I had to look at the list earlier today to see what even releases. So it's all
We're
good.
going left to right, so I should be last anyway. So
Yeah. Well, John,
All right,
you wanna
John.
throw one at us?
Here's my totally. Are we saying the whole list or just one at a time?
just we'll do one at a time. That way it gives us a bit of time to talk about each
Yeah.
one.
Okay, here's my totally original top game.
Oh my god, can't
It's
wait.
GTA 6.
That's exactly the same one on my list on that space.
Oh wow, you guys have it on your list too.
Wow, that's
I
insane.
do not have it on mine. Mostly because I want to wait for the PC version to come out. So for me, that might be a 2027 game.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see if there's a delay. Apparently, there was the possibility of a delay was mentioned, although Rockstar has said that they're confident for a fall 2025 release.
Rachel Zegler, Snow White, the official game of the movie.
Yeah, I
But,
mean,
yeah.
this has been in development for ages. Everyone is waiting for it, including me. I'm curious. I hope it's going to be good. I mean, they mostly have a pretty good track record with the story and everything and the single player stuff. And it seems like we still get that. I just hope we don't overdo it with the whole
I like.
online stuff, shark cards and whatever.
They will.
I mean, they will have
they're
it.
gonna
I just-
milk the fucking shit out of it.
No, here's the thing,
just
listen.
like they did with 5.
If you want to fucking milk that, just go ahead. If people want to buy that shit, go nuts, I guess. I'm not a fan of it, but sure, that's going to happen. I just want them to keep it out of the single player still. I just want to play my single player stuff and do my Carnage or whatever. And then meet up with people online if I want to, and then do more Carnage together. I still boot up 5 once in a while with some friendos, and we just go on a rampage for a couple of hours, and it's always fun stuff. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's GTA. GTA has been a staple of the industry for ages, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one does, because this game was expensive. This one was a very expensive game, Oh,
I think
how much?
Rockstar has some of the best engineers in the business. I think the franchise is on the cutting edge of the like graphics rendering technology and all the things you can do in terms of like gameplay dynamics. In terms of performance, what I've heard is that they're aiming for like a locked 30 frames per second, which
Well, I'm waiting for
might
the PC
piss
port.
some people off, but I think that it depends on what else is going on in the
Right.
game as you're playing it. That I think that can be acceptable. Depends.
We'll see.
I mean, like, I think a game where you're going to be doing this much shooting is like, I'm just like, okay, I can wait on the PC port for this one. I think also like the release of GTA 5 being a thing that it's like they try to sell you GTA 5 like 30 times. I'm just like, look, I'm not doing that again. I'm just going to do the PC version whenever it comes out. I kind of wish I did that for Red Dead 2 as well, because man, PC port of Red Dead 2 is pretty damn good.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm gonna get it as soon as possible because I'm curious, and maybe I get to use my PlayStation 5 one last time before they stop doing anything with it. And I'm just checking. The first Google entry says this game cost roughly $2 billion. So
Get ready to buy some shark cards.
they definitely gonna have shark cards in there. I mean, they still make like billions every year with shark cards, which is crazy to me.
The scariest bit of accessory news to that budget, though, is there's been, I don't know if this is just game journalists saying this or if anyone from Rockstar has actually floated it, but the idea that this will launch at $99 MSRP, but it's like, oh, but it's GTA and the game's massive, so it's going to be totally worth it.
We don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I know,
Yeah.
but a lot, in particular, a lot of normie gamers are just gonna be like, yeah, I don't care. I just want to play GTA 5 right now.
Yeah.
And because it's GTA, it's very possible that enough of them might do that. That $99 just becomes the standard MSRP for all AAA games.
They're gonna send a big precedent with this. The thing is that there's some games who already started doing more. The recent Dynasty Warriors Origins. The only reason I did not pick this up, even though I really, really like these games, just playing them offline, it's like $80 for the standard version. I was like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's not that I can't afford it, but I don't see paying that much for it. That's insane.
$89.99 is the base MSRP for all games in Canada now, with $93.49 not being uncommon. And I remember that the first time a game was $69.99 when it was previously $59.99 in the US was Star Wars Battlefront 2016.
Right.
Which is less than a decade ago. Well, like, granted, Canadian dollar is not fantastic, but there was a time where games just cost the same thing they did in the US for us. And as the price has been going up for games generally, it's been like exponentially going up for us. So GTA launching at $100 USD means it's going to be like $140 for me.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, like, you know, we don't get paid that much more. Like, our economics still work that a coffee costs about the same here that it does in the US.
If that becomes a standard, I'm gonna have to find another hobby unless I just exclusively live off of indie games, which I mostly play indie games anyway because they usually have more heart and they're not freaking as greedy or built upon greed as a lot of AAA games are, but you know, still, that's ridiculous. Like, especially because no one's asking these studios. I mean, there are loud vocal minorities of gamers that are annoying about graphics and stuff like that, but no one's asking for these, like, Hollywood level production value in a lot of games. Like, most people are just looking for a fun experience. And, like, we don't need to see every fucking pore on somebody's face. You know what I mean? It's like that stuff, like, most gamers don't care about. They just want a memorable experience that hopefully they can get a lot of value out of at the price it already is, like, you know, replay value and stuff like that. But it's just like these companies keep pushing the ceiling higher with graphical fidelity and everything, and I'm just like, and it's costing them so much money, and like also having to hire the best of the best with voice acting and stuff like that. Like, you notice how they're great voice actors, don't get me wrong, but we have like the same 5 or 6 voice actors that basically main every AAA release, and it's like, that's great and all, they're amazing, and you know, nobody's disappointed by that, like seeing their performances, but it's like, if you took a chance on other aspiring voice actors, you wouldn't have to pay as much for these A-listers, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of talent out there that they just don't bother looking for because they have their roster already. So, because like a lot of the budgets go to paying these voice actors and also the graphics and stuff like that. So it's like they're bloating these budgets and like draining these investors on their own accord when like a lot of people aren't even asking for that and asking for like 10-year development cycles. Like nobody wants to wait that long for a game that's highly anticipated like GTA. You know, it's going to be amazing when it comes out, but it's like if the cost is charging $100 for this game, like, you know, a lot of people are really going to not be cool with that like real quick. It's they're not going to want to wait that long and pay that much.
It's so fun because then I have like games in my library that I play like every other month or every couple of months, like
costs like $20.
Vampire Survivors, which cost me like $5,
right.
and they've been constantly
Those
releasing
games
DLCs
always
like every other month for like $3.
Yep.
And I was like, wow, all you do in this game is pick up shit and walk around, and it's one of the funnest games I've played in a long time. I just love that game. It's so good.
But it's a great model. It's such value for money, and that attracts such a massive customer base.
Yeah.
And that's
getting
big
shit
right there.
They have big collabs as well. Like they had one with Contra. The last one they had was with Castlevania. And there's like more. It's like and they have like banging soundtrack as well. They have some soundtracks from Castlevania, I think. I haven't played that DLC yet, but
great music in that pretty much that entire franchise.
The sheer amount of business that you can bring in just by bringing the price down, like is not to be neglected. Yeah.
And that is the big thing that I've always had as my counter argument when people say, yeah, well, like Super Nintendo games used to cost like $90. And I'm like, yeah. And like I was Canadian then too. I remember having to pay like $90 for Street Fighter 2, which is why I had to wait to like combine a birthday and Christmas gift for it. The thing is, that was when it was like me and the 3 other nerds in my classroom who played video games. The industry is not that anymore. And if you sell a $30 game to 3 times as many people as you sell a $60 game to, that's still more money.
Also, if I go back to Dynasty Warriors as an example, I double checked. It is €80 for the base version, and then you can get the digital deluxe for 95.
Let's see what it is here.
So that's a lot of money already. And Dynasty Warrior games, or these games in general, those hack and slash spectacle fighters. There's like a specific term. I always forget that one. But Muso, thank you, exactly. They tend to have a shit ton of DLC throughout their runtime.
Yeah.
And this game is very positively reviewed, so this one is popular. You can bet your ass they're gonna pump out DLCs until they can't anymore.
I played the demo. It's okay. It's pretty good.
But,
I like the demo, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna put this on my wish list, and I saw it's $80. Like maybe I'll buy it someday. I don't know.
I just played the living shit out of the Berserk Muso too. Which,
right.
I'm tepidly. I'm like passively writing a script on. Don't anyone like get super excited about a video, but I might get to the end of this script eventually at some point.
So there's like a little bit I would push back against, just like not defending a lot of these practices, but just kind of putting like some perspective, because I think what happens right with a lot of us gamery people is that you get a little tunnel visioned on what we think would just work out better when I think in like as far as like, oh well, most gamers don't care about graphics or whatever, but like that's like most hardcore people, right? That's like the people who really give a shit. You've noticed, just real quick, what you notice is that if you made things more geared toward art style, most people would not give a shit, right? Like you cannot fucking tell when a really good art style is on something that's not the most graphically intense, right? That's like really important. I want to get forth, right? But a lot of people, a lot of casual gamers who aren't like super like into the nitty gritty, they still care about that stuff. That's what they voice and that's what they praise. Right.
Yeah, like that is true. My counter to that though is like, yes, but if GTA 6 was the same game and looked 20% less nice, none of those people would be able to tell. They wouldn't notice.
That's
right. They don't care enough to be like, I don't know. It doesn't really look like this is too much of a step up. And as far as rendering and lighting goes from Red Dead Redemption 2, kind of just looks like Red Dead Redemption 2, but in a city and running a lot better. And like, it's like, they wouldn't be, those people don't care that much. They see Grand Theft Auto 6. And
mostly cares about casual gamers. That's who they try to appeal to more than the hardcore gamers that spend infinitely more money on video games than somebody who buys, like Chat said, a FIFA game or a GTA game or a COD game every year. It's like Wouldn't you want to appeal more to the diehard people that are literally funding your industry to make it the highest grossing entertainment industry alive right now? Like, they cheapen stuff because they try so hard to appeal to casuals and stuff, like, this age of AAA games we have of holding your hand too much, because they want to appeal to so many people and so many audiences that it's like it makes it less immersive when you have the characters fucking telling you where to go every 5 seconds when you're just trying to explore, you know what I mean? Or like a million pop-ups for prompts and just like, hey, this and that. And like, nobody wants that. Like, that should be an option for accessibility, absolutely. But like, not by default. And
I love that the PC version of God of War Ragnarok actually lets you turn down the amount of in-game hints from the NPCs. So it's like, yes,
that's my
shut
biggest problem.
Why is that on by default? Is my like especially like text to speech stuff too. Like the Far Cry 6 had that on by default, and I was like, most people don't want text to speech on the main menu by default. Like, yes, that's a great accessibility option that needs to be in the game for everybody, but it's like, why is stuff like that on by default? Like, I just don't understand.
I have a little bit of a funny story about that. So on the company laptop I use for the project I'm in work, they pushed some update that I wasn't aware of. And I was like, okay, I need to relog to the other thing, blah, 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 doesn't matter. All of a sudden, that fucking laptop starts talking to me. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I looked over, it's like,
I get tripped out
it's fucking reading the thing. And it's not even good because it has a countdown. So it's like, shuts down in 15 seconds. But it only gets to shuts down. So every time the timer goes down, it starts from the front. So it's like, shuts down. I was like, what is happening?
You're not giving me the numbers. That's the important part. Well, I thought you were going to mention that the Sony... I forget what it was. It was like an investor call meeting, and they were talking about the reasons they put things like the Atreus hints in God of War, and they showed a clip of DSP playing God of War 2018. And it's like, oh my god, no, they're using him as the example of all of this.
Well, that kind of goes back to what I was saying. It's not like so much like what the reality is, right? Like you said, if they made it 20%, like whatever it is now or going to be, if they made it 20% worse, people wouldn't notice. That's not what I'm saying, right? Of course they wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
The thing I am saying is that feedback, when you have like, how big is this industry? Like fucking billions of people? When you have so much feedback from a lot of people, which is vague bullshit, a lot of people send the wrong message.
Yeah.
Right?
It's all marketing.
Yes.
It's just all marketing.
Yeah.
If you can tell them this is 40% better instead of 15% better, they're going to go for 40% if it matters or not, because it just sounds better.
I think the solution to that is the people who are in the decision-making positions at studios need to be able to say, okay, they say that they want ray trace reflections and all these things. When we double-blind focus tested them with some normal reflections and ray trace reflections, and 60% of these people did not select the right one, like they thought they were looking at ray trace reflections when they weren't. Why don't we consider how much it's going to cost for us to do this thing and how much it's going to add to our budget, and start thinking of that in relation to the bottom line of how much profit does this game actually make? Because I don't think these $400 million plus video game budgets for games that don't look any better than a $100 million game did 5 years ago is good math, even if you are selling it for more. Right?
Also, as somebody who was in development for about 10 years, the number one thing, no matter what, they're telling you when you work at a studio is to never read the fucking comments. Don't read the comments, because you're working your ass off on whatever you're working on, and there's always going to be people thinking they know what the fuck is up when they've never worked a day in their life in development, and they think they know how easy it is to integrate a certain feature, or why doesn't this game have multiplayer? It should be just easy to like snap your fingers and make it work. And like, they don't understand budgets, they don't understand time constraints, labor, all like, it's very complicated, like game development, especially engineering nowadays. Like the fact that the engineers get paid the most out of the game developers, obviously, as they should, but they're still criminally underpaid for what they do with how complicated games have gotten. And the fact that like there's whole huge AAA teams full of engineers working on one game at one time. Like imagine how many coder toes are being stepped on and stuff like that, and how they have to make sense of these really intricate systems and like how to integrate stuff. And like that's also a reason why a lot of ambitious products fail too, is because they write up these really intricate game design docs, and they realize when they're in the trenches, they're like, fuck, we don't know how to do this. Like, we don't have enough time to, we were like, we don't know how to figure this out in the time that the publishers are pushing on us, because the investors are breathing down their necks. Like, when's this game coming out? You have hyped it up for so long. Like, Evolve was the worst culprit for that. I actually worked on that for a little bit, and I always tell this story because I worked at 2K at the time, and that game had such massive hype for being like the 1v4 or whatever, 1v, I don't know, 1v6, however many people. I think it was 1v4, yeah, Evolve. 1v4.
Yeah, one big monster,
yeah.
and
yeah. So, but I read the design docs for it, and it was so much more ambitious than the end product that came out, because the deadlines stifle creativity. Like, and the studio Turtle Rock was already having a lot of trouble making it work because of all the stuff that they wanted to integrate and everything. The game was supposed to have a single player mode, like a whole fleshed out single player mode. It was supposed to have a really robust multiplayer, which is the cream of the crop and like the draw of it. And like, supposed to have so many more monsters at launch, so many more mercs, like a whole bunch of stuff. And the game launched like so bare bones with like nothing after being hyped up for so long, and like had huge E3 campaigns, like a whole bunch of stuff. And it was delayed like twice. Yeah, it was delayed like twice because they just could not figure it out. And so they ended up having to chop everything that they decided they wanted to put in it, and like all the stuff in the design doc.
Soul crushing.
Yeah, it was. And it was like neutering, dude. And like at the end, it was a flop. Like the servers didn't stay up very long, and people got bored of it really easily, even though it was one of the most highly anticipated games. And so that's why it's like, you gotta give developers time to figure stuff out, especially if you want something new and fresh and hyped up and ambitious. But that's the thing, is that nowadays is like, they're not doing that. They're just churning out IPs and like live service games with microtransactions and stuff like that. They don't want to let studios take risks on making something fresh and unique, because they know what follows trends and makes money. So they push a lot of studios into doing that. And guess what? They flop a lot of the time, and those developers have to suffer by getting laid off or their studio closed and stuff like that. And it's just, they never learn their lesson. And it just sucks because we won't really see a lot of unique games anymore, which is why I'm kind of excited for gaming this year, because I have seen a lot of unique stuff pop up in the showcases over the last year or so. Like one of the games I'm excited for this year is Mixtape. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was a really unique game that usually would hit like an indie game, but it's being promoted as like at least AA to AAA, which I thought was pretty interesting, because you don't see stuff like that anymore. Like I said, publishers don't give developers room to come up with something fresh and unique. They just do what's tried and true. But also slowly, I think gamers are getting sick and tired of all that, like how vocal have people been about hating microtransactions in live service games and stuff like that, and how they've been failing, like Concord and stuff. So it's going to take forever for them to finally learn their lesson, and they're just going to keep dumping money and wasting money into games that people don't ask for or they're being vocally against. So I'm hoping that we can somewhat return to getting actual interesting, unique, creative games that aren't neutered through the course of development because of deadlines, or we need to get this out by the holidays type stuff, and just let developers work and figure things out.
Well, like you run into just real quick, you run again, the creator of Tekken, Harada, he had this whole thread about basically, and like I don't know how it works in the West, right? He just explained how it works for Bandai. And like apparently there's like a really big disconnect between like publishers and developers about like both sides of what needs to be done. Just like how he explained it was basically, at least in Japan, right? So what would happen was like you're a developer, right? And like, you know, you rise up the ladder as you're more successful and you make better games that sell better, right? And eventually you'll get to a position like manager where you don't develop anything, right? And what a lot of people do is they quit so they can start at the bottom again somewhere else because they want to make games, right? That's why they're in the fucking industry, right?
One of the reasons why I don't want to become a master corporal or sergeant. I want to keep doing medicine, and once you get that leaf on your rank, you start having to manage soldiers more than actually see patients. But the thing, sorry, okay, fine, finish.
Yeah, let me finish real quick, because I think this is like kind of important, and it goes with Miss Slaughter's point. So you have like this gap, right, of someone who could kind of smooth over like, okay, this is what the developers need, to make this game successful, and this is what the publishers need to make their money back or whatever, be profitable, right? Because that's all what deadlines are. It's like, oh yeah, we have to like make it look good so the stock investors don't like leave and stop giving us money, right? But you have this vacuum of, because developers don't want to fucking be there because they don't get to make games, right? And that's why you're a fucking developer. And a lot of upper people don't want to be there because they don't know shit about games and they just piss off the developers, and then everyone ends up hating each other.
Yeah.
So fundamentally, the industry just has, again, just speaking for Japan and what I've heard, you have this fucking problem where like you have two sides that cannot function because you need someone in the middle to kind of hate their life.
Experienced devs to do a lot of the heavy lifting on the ground as opposed to just up in the office making the decisions. The thing I was going to say as a solution for this is something I've actually been saying since Cyberpunk released, is that early access needs to not be a dirty word, because I like the same year that Cyberpunk came out, I made a video on this early access game called Baldur's Gate 3 that turned out to be pretty successful, even though I played it like 3 years before it came out, and I saw a bunch of good in it. I saw some issues that it had that were fixed, a lot of them at least. And I was like, hey, if they just said, look, Cyberpunk's on fire right now. I know we've been kicking the can down the road 6 months at a time, 2 months at a time, and now it's December and we've just got to release it. But we're just going to release it into early access. So if you pre-ordered it, you're still getting it, but it's just going to be Act 1 up until you do the heist at the Arasaka Tower. And then you can grind and get all sorts of gigs done and side jobs and whatever. And then when it's ready, which turned out to be last year when like Phantom Liberty came out and 2.0 launched, then it's like, okay, now it's out for real and Cyberpunk 1.0 is going to come out. And most people at the time were like, yeah, but no one's going to care by then. I was like, why did people care about Baldur's Gate 3 when it came out, though? You could play Baldur's Gate 3 Act 1 for 3 years before it became the biggest game of the year.
Early,
Like when an early access game is like, okay, this is launching for real, it's in 1.0, people play it, both people who never played the early access and people who've played every single early access update. If it comes out and it's great, people notice and they talk about it, and it can still be super successful. So I honestly think the solution is we need to bring money in, we need to launch a product, but this game is just not done. Rather than just calling it 1.0 and be like, no, it's done, guys. It's a totally good game. You should play it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. And disappointing everyone, just call it early access and train the marketplace to be okay with that term. Give them examples of an early access product developing into an absolute banger 1.0. And every so often you get things like Hades 2 that the early access is just like fucking perfect already. So it's like really just content you're waiting on for Hades 2.
Yeah, and if you're a developer in the industry, you do realize that a lot of the time any kind of pitfall happens or mistake is made or whatever, it really is due to poor management at the higher level. It really is, or poor decision making. Like crunch time, it is the nature of the beast in that industry, but it can be extremely mitigated if you have a good project manager and lead that is keeping milestones on time and doing what they're supposed to do. And there's a lot of times I've worked under people that are just absolutely incompetent and they don't know what they're doing and they don't know how to efficiently run a project or a team or keep tabs on everyone. Because when you're a producer and a lead and a project manager, that's basically what you do all day. You're a middleman. Like you make sure that all the teams are on tasks. You have meetings all the time. You make sure they're working on what they need to be working on and make sure that they hit targets and stuff. Because I was a producer too, not just in QA. And you're basically like the mother or the father of your teams and what you're in charge of. And obviously the bigger studios, you know, in the bigger projects, they break that up. So that's why there's a multiplayer producer, a single player producer, you know, there's a lot of stuff because you need that many people to organize these teams and stuff. And so when you have people that are incompetent and they're not doing their job and not keeping everyone on task and cracking the whip, obviously in a professional way, not a mean way, but it's like the shit falls to the wayside and stuff doesn't get done. And also you have publishers are the investors are basically the puppet masters with publishers. They run the show. They invest all this money into these projects and they are breathing down their necks saying, hey, when's this done? You know, I gave you all this money to get this out and so we can make our money back. Like, what's going on? And if the publishers are not letting the developers have time to do what they need to do, or their leadership is incompetent, everything just starts falling apart. And also, a huge problem I've seen in my time in the industry is over-promising. You'll see a lot of publishers over-promise a lot of stuff. Yep, exactly. Over-promising and like hooking those investors in to be like, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. It's gonna be great. You're gonna get your money's worth. It's gonna be awesome and stuff. And I've seen it. Like I've literally have seen walkthroughs of CEOs that of companies that I've worked for, giving investor tours of the places, and I've heard what they've said to the investors when we're the ones on the team working on the games and stuff like that. And I'm shaking my head at my desk like, no, we're not doing that. No, absolutely not. That's not happening. No,
and do that thing.
Yes, it's shocking how much they do that, and then it becomes a huge failure when we can't meet those expectations and what has been promised, and that happens so much, and it just roots into incompetence, and also the higher levels in the suits being completely disconnected to their teams and their product and what's going on. Like a good CEO would definitely be in the room and at every meeting they could, instead of fucking off and going to have beer and lunches with people for no fucking reason and just schmoozing, you know what I mean? Like they would be on the floor and they would be figuring out where their product is at what stage, what's realistic, what's not, and stuff, and they would be hands-on, and just a lot of them aren't. Most of them aren't. So in my 10 years of experience, so that's why it gets really demoralizing as a developer, and a lot of them end up getting burnt out, and even though they love making games, they just don't want to deal with that anymore, especially when they pour their heart and soul and talent into something that ends up dying because of poor mismanagement or decision making and stuff. Like I can't imagine how most of the developers in the AAA space feel nowadays because of all the cancellations of what they've been working on for so long, or the studio closures when they probably love their job and they just have no say in keeping it because of somebody above them that made a shitty decision. Like another story I have I would say that they were entering the AA space when I worked there, but Skydance Interactive, I worked there. And for like 10 years, they were developing a really fun and unique arena shooter. And if you guys are familiar with me, you know I love arena shooters. And so I was stoked to work on this because arena shooters have been quote unquote dead for a long time, at least in the modern space. And for casual gamers, most of them have no idea what an arena shooter is nowadays. Yeah. They're used to Battle Royale and just like regular FPS like COD and stuff like that. So they have no idea. So I was so excited to work on this, knowing that it's kind of been in development hell for like the last 10 years, and this studio was hiring people to finally actually finish it and get it out. It was a little dated because it was called Pwned, and because it was like all elite speak from back in the day and stuff. So because when they started the idea, that was popular and everything. So it was a little dated in its concept and like name, but it was one of the most unique arena shooters that I've ever played in terms of the mechanics, and like it wasn't just boot up the match, frag somebody, and do that until, the deathmatch timer runs out. It basically was, you got in the fast-paced, enclosed, intimate arenas, and you knocked your opponents down on the floor, and you stood on top of their bodies, and you pwned them, which, like, you did a humiliating dance over them. And basically, it took a few seconds to get that frag, which would be the pwn. So you would dance over them, like, haha, humiliation, and then you get it, and then there's mechanics like somebody could come interrupt you while you were doing the pwn on top of that person and knock you down, and then it starts a pwn stack. So the people that are getting on top of the stack, like the higher the stack becomes, the longer it takes to pwn. So then that creates a gameplay team element where it's like you protect the pwn stack while your friendly is trying to pwn it, while these people are trying to hit them on it, and like it can only go so high. So it was just like really creative. This is stuff that you'd never see in an arena shooter, and it had a lot of promise. It had really fun art style, art direction. It kind of looked like if you guys remember that game Loadout from back in the day, it was around the same time that this was in development. Loadout and Overwatch. It kind of was like mashed up with the art style between those two, and it was like really cool characters, unique, fun voice acting, fun humor, very tongue-in-cheek. It was just a good arena shooter, and I had a lot of faith in it to bring arena shooters back, because when I was at E3 doing teamwork, like street teamwork there for it, handing out beta cards and talking to people about it and trying to get people to try it out. Like we pushed and dumped money into getting big streamers to stream it, and even putting like streamer content in there related to them, and just like a lot of stuff we dumped into marketing to get this off the ground. And it died because they were releasing it in early access with only about 3 of the characters and 3 maps, which is not a lot of content for a shooter at all. Not at all. So it's kind of like a sneak peek in early access, and every single person in that studio, all of the developers, were telling both of the studio heads, absolutely do not release this at $30 because no one will buy this. Especially with 3 characters and 3 maps, do not, because you're going to kill our project if you do that. Everyone said that, and what did they do? Release it at $30, and it was dead on arrival, basically. And now it's on Steam, free to play, but you can't even get into a match because there hasn't been any support on it, and it's like broken, and it needs updates and stuff. And it's just really sad to see projects like that because they have a lot of potential, and they could have been good. And all of our in-house playtests were just so fun. Like, we were laughing so hard, just having a good time, and this could have been such a good game for people. And also to revitalize arena shooters. So I take it personally because arena shooters are some of my favorite genres ever. And like, we had a chance here and they blew it just because they wanted to be greedy with setting it at $30 for early access. And now no one's buying it because it's free to play and it's broken. So that's great. That's a great example I love to tell people of my experiences of like mismanagement causing stuff to go completely awry and just destroy projects that actually could have promise.
Yeah, I think also early access being cheaper than the final product is a good idea too. So it's like, even if they were going to charge $30 for the 1.0, it'd be like, hey, why don't we just do a round of early access, but the people that jump in now pay 10, right, or 5, because effectively we're hiring beta testers.
Discounted, for betas, because we ran a lot of closed betas, and like we even had a whole marketing campaign for that game that involved betas. Like, it was a week of challenges that if you jumped in the beta, and every week had a different, or every day of the week had a different challenge, like most altruistic heals, most frags, most pwns, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, we had every day there was a chance for you to win a prize, and like the grand prize was literally winning a PC, like a pre-built PC. And we had so little people participate in our betas, no matter how much we were trying to rally people at E3 and stuff like that, that I actually ended up helping one of my friends win a free PC because I told him to get in the beta, and I was like, I'll help you win this we'll team up and we'll get you the most heals or whatever, you know what I mean? And like, they did big stuff for this, and that's why I was just like, the amount of money that was dumped just because you decided to get greedy and price this at $30 for no content and early access, when it could have been totally fine at $10 to $15 and gave people a sneak peek as to what was coming, because there was a lot more characters and maps in development at the time too, but everything got halted when the game basically died immediately after launch. It was really upsetting, honestly.
Yeah.
But that stuff happens every day in the industry.
Yeah, sucks.
I think whatever the entertainment product, like when you have a massive team of people, it's just things fucking up with the production pipeline and workflow just seems to be the cost of doing business. Like, I think most of the time it comes down to like incompetence and greed, but sometimes shit tends to fall apart anyway because there's too many fucking people, and you know, everybody makes mistakes, even if like you're trying not to. Inevitably, you're going to make a mistake at some point, and then just with the massive amount of people on a team, that just compounds. And like, I have an animator friend, and like every show that he's been on, every studio that he's been a part of, he's just bitching, rightly so, about just how fucking poorly managed everything is. Like, he draws a shitload of frames, you know, like sketches them all out and colors them, and then someone will come in with script changes and story changes, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? That should have been locked down, dude. The story and script should be fucking locked before we move on to any of this other stuff. So now I have to throw all this fucking work out the window and do it all again.
The Tao of programming is so funny because there's a excerpt in it that says, once QA testing has begun, it is too late to change or make design changes. And That is absolutely true. Like, figure it out, lock it down before QA gets a hold on it, and then everything that they found and bugged and reported becomes null when you decide, oh, either that's by design or we're reworking this whole section. Like, there's a whole rhyme and reason to development and the process, and if you don't abide by it, shit falls through the cracks and tends to fall apart. And that's why it takes a really strong team of producers and project managers and just people above attending the meetings and being in tune with what's going on the floor in their project. And it's just, there's too many like suits that are out of touch and not hands-on, and they don't know what's going on, and they don't care to, because a lot of CEOs are lazy. A lot of people don't want to say that because they're like, oh, they're in their position for a reason. No, they're not. A lot of the time it really is nepotism or connections, or they, you know, like I've worked for studios or CEOs in studios for people that are like kids of big game developers from the past and stuff. So obviously it's nepotism, you know, like they didn't really earn that spot. They weren't working in the game development trenches from the beginning. In fact, this is like their first game studio they've ever owned. So it's not like somebody like working at Starbucks, starting at the bottom as a barista and then working their way all the way up to the corporate office. That's not what it is. It's like these people don't have experience running game studios or even in game development. So they have no idea what's going on and how complicated it gets, even at several different levels or in different scopes. And I saw that working on location-based entertainment, not just traditional software that I was working on. And it can be a mess, and it usually is. And that's why I say incompetency plays a huge role. It's like a lot of people get the positions they do, whether it's connections or nepotism, and they just don't have the experience. And that really can be fatal for a lot of projects and studios. And for some reason, they don't get ousted because they're too protected or whatever, even if they're complained about. And it's just, that's why I stepped away from game development, as passionate as I was to stay in it for almost 10 years of just loving video games and wanting to make a good product and do the best I could for it, whether it was at the QA level or production, is because you just get burnt out. You see all of this wasted potential and money, and you're just like, what's the point of being passionate about something and working your ass off just for someone who's out of touch to ruin it? And a lot of game developers do bow out because of that, and they start making their own games, or they start their own little indie startup or whatever, because they've been in the AAA trenches and they know how terrible it is.
Yeah.
And
I think just beyond
I'm
it,
hoping
like,
it gets better, but by the way I'm seeing things close down and, you know, all this stuff happening, layoffs and everything, it just makes me feel like it's getting worse.
Right.
I think it will get a lot worse before it gets better. It's a giant mess right now. So it is probably going to, I imagine it will get worse. And then eventually, I think it'll get better. But we are probably on the downhill turn currently still.
I think
That's
beyond
why
just
if you have the money, indie's the way to go.
Beyond just the obvious waste of time and money, it's demoralizing for these people who are working.
Exactly.
This is a really dark example, but like in the labor camps in World War II, for example, the guards would make people do like grueling labor for no reason. It's like, do this and exert yourself, or I'll shoot you, or one of your family members. You know, it's just like doing work for no real goal other than just suffering. And it sort of feels like that, I think, in the industry to some people, where it's just like, do you even have any respect for what I do? Like the work that I'm pouring into this that just ends up getting thrown out? And I'd agree, like the vast majority of the time it comes down to incompetence and greed. But I think the rest of the time it's just too many fucking people, because it's like a Tower of Babel situation where it's just so many people. I
agree. Too many
communication is inherently just going to deteriorate because there's just too many people to manage. Yeah.
I mean, I've
seen the same pitfalls at smaller studios and stuff, but you're right. There is a correlation between too many hands in the pot being involved, and communication is a problem no matter where you work. It is not even just in games. It's everywhere. Humans just struggle with communication. Yeah. It's just an inherent thing that, you know, is not natural to a lot of people, and they are confrontational. They don't like to have hard conversations, and when you're a manager, and overseeing people, you have to have those conversations, and you have to feel confident in having those conversations, and you have to know how to navigate those conversations, because if you don't say anything when there's a real fire happening or whatever, or you have a real problem with somebody in the way they work or their attitude, whatever it is, you got to say something about it, especially if you're in charge of them, because also that reflects on you and your ability as a manager. And there's just been so many jobs I've held too, where I'm sitting here coming to work every day thinking, why am I working under this person? Like, they have no managerial skills. They have no idea how to confront a problem. They shy away from it, or they go to their superior and ask for advice instead of handling it. It's like, it's so necessary for workplaces of any industry to be efficient as communication. And that's just something I see no matter what jobs I hold. And I haven't just worked in game development. I've worked in a bunch of different industries, lots of different experience. And it's the constant. It's the one thing that will always cause issues, is people just not communicating.
I think that struggle to, one more thing. I think this is important. That difficulty to communicate is, the inherent difficulty to communicate among human beings is particularly tragic in these creative industries, where a lot of creative people are highly sensitive and introverted and have a hard time defending themselves. And they can be brought into some corporate office by some cutthroat manager and strong-armed and intimidated into, conducting themselves in a certain way that doesn't rock the boat and gets them to accept the terrible conditions that they're working under, and gaslighting them and stuff like that. And they can't fight back because they don't really have the aptitude or fortitude to You're
absolutely right, but on the flip side, I'm a person, especially in game development, who has suffered from rocking the boat, as you say. Whenever I see something going on that's not okay, or whether it's related to work or sexual harassment, because I've suffered a lot of that in games as well. I speak up about it, and the companies don't like that, because HR is not your friend. They're here to protect the company. So when you talk about it, they try to gaslight you, saying, "Oh, was that their intention? Did they really mean it that way?" Yes. If it made me uncomfortable, they meant it that way, and they just don't care. Like, they'll gaslight you over it. They'll make you the problem and stuff like that. And if you speak up too much about it, they label you as someone who's problematic and not worth promoting, and you rock the boat too much. You're not a yes woman or yes man. Like, you need to just go along with it. And I'm sorry, I have integrity and ethics, and I don't just go along with shit. And if I have a problem with it, so I have suffered, my career has suffered being the way I am, but my personal integrity is more important to me than a career. So I will always speak up about it. But that's exactly what you were saying. Like, there's a lot of people that also struggle from being introverted and don't know how to stand up for themselves. And they also don't want to rock the boat for fear of losing their job or getting opportunities rug pulled out from under them. And I hate that, because I've seen that in a lot of my colleagues over the years, and I go to bat for them, because I see how their superiors are yelling at them and treating them over shit that's unnecessary. And you should never be yelling at your subordinates, ever, firstly. And so when I was a producer, I always would stick up for my team, and I would take aside some supervisors and be like, "Yo, I saw this engineering lead yell at one of the engineers and stuff over something that's absolutely unnecessary and not okay and stuff, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention," whatever. But no doubt, everybody talks when it comes to drama, so they probably told the guy who was doing it, and then I immediately get put on the shit list after that. So it's a lot of it is drama and politics and stuff, and your best bet to not ever be in anyone's crosshairs is to keep quiet and not say anything and just take the abuse, because that happens all the time in any industry, especially big industries and, like you said, creative industries. A lot of people are sensitive. They have big
even
egos.
In the army, a big thing we often say is when you're on a course or in a place where everyone's being evaluated, the best thing you can possibly be is the gray man, the one that no one really notices.
Right.
If you're not noticing, it means you haven't fucked up, and it means you're doing well enough. And at the end of it, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, shit, that guy was here."
I think something
very rarely the gray man.
It
causes me problems.
I think just something that happens, right? Because if you study people, it's not always just the person who is the one who's getting their face shoved into the mud. It's also there was a good quote I heard like the other day. Basically, at most jobs, no one knows what the fuck they're doing. They're all just trying to figure it out, right?
Right.
So you have frustration at the top, and it just kind of builds downwards, like shit rolls down. So a lot of creatives, they're suffering not just because like, oh, maybe they're not doing their job right or whatever, but basically the guy above them, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're getting yelled at by someone else, and them above them, they're getting yelled at someone else. So unfortunately, by being at the bottom, that's kind of just how everything goes. And like
on top of that, you throw in something like the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Where people who are incompetent tend to overestimate their competence and sort of bullshit their way into high-ranking positions. And the people who are actually capable of jobs sort of second-guess themselves and convince themselves that they can't do it. And then, so it's all ass backwards. Everybody's in the position that they shouldn't be in.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I don't work in like the game development. I work in IT, and it's a lot of the same things, especially in like in the big company. With like, you have one team for the databases, and you have one team for this service and this and that. So, and I'm in like the sysadmin who's like who talks to the customer, but also talks to the people internally, and everybody yells at you when things are done, and you're like, I told the other team they need to tell me, but you're still the one in the crossfire, and just want to yell at everyone. It's like, can you just all give me all your rights on your systems, and I just can do it in 5 minutes instead of in like 6 weeks? It's like it's like this processing. Like I get it. You need that in big companies, especially when you get to like server sizes of like, or server amounts of in the tens of thousands. You need that. But so much stuff just gets dragged out like crazy because you have to wait and to wait and to wait.
I can imagine with IT too, like the ticketing systems and stuff, and waiting on people's responses and getting like that must be frustrating, because I used to have to wait on people as a producer, and like if their work wasn't getting done, my work didn't get done. So it was a lot of waiting around, twiddling your thumbs all day.
Yeah, but it switches for me to, I'm going to work for like all 5 days of the week, get everything done. And then it's like, well, now I got to wait for the other team. And that's probably going to take like 2 or 3 weeks. Guess I can just do other things for now. And it's like really frustrating because you don't get the satisfaction of actually finishing a task. Because, you know, it's like, I only need this to be done. And then things work. Like when I was on vacation for 4 weeks, I wrote a list to someone. I was like, here, we need this to be done while I'm gone so I can finish this up when I'm back. And I come back and nothing has been done because the one thing was stuck at some other teams for like 3 weeks. And I was like, great. So now I'm 4 weeks behind. Awesome. It's really frustrating. And then you have like people in charge who are not technically averse, and they're trying their best. All right. Like, I don't hate these people. Like I talk to them every day, and they're like, oh, how about this? How does this work? And you tell them like 3 times, 4 times. And at some point, they start messing you with a question. You look at it, and you just want to you start yelling in your room. It's like, why again? Just stop. And you keep telling people, like, we need this to be done because they need to test this for like 4 weeks. And there's like 17 people who need to do this. And none of them are going to answer at the same time. They're going to answer 1 week at a time if we're lucky. And then I bring it up again 2 weeks later. And they're like, oh, yeah, okay. It's like, yeah, I brought this up like 7 times. But you know what? My systems work. When you guys don't get your testing done, that's not my problem. I can just do other things, and then you tell me when you're done. It's so annoying.
When I said the military is really fast, for the record, I was popping in and making a joke. It takes forever to get things approved.
Yeah, the militry is hurry up and then wait.
Yeah. Anyway, GTA 6. Can't wait for that to play.
Wow. Maybe we should cut the list down to 3 if that's how every one of them's going to be.
I mean, this was an awesome topic. I love talking about that stuff. I didn't expect it to go that way, but no, it was good stuff.
Tangents are good when they lead to interesting discussions, and that was a good one. I think it was.
That's worthwhile.
I mean, I try to share my knowledge and experience with working in games, because a lot of people who have opinions on it haven't worked in games, so. It's like, it's important for them to know what really goes on behind the scenes instead of just assuming all the time. So I think it's important to share at least that, especially if people are wondering from the outside looking in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like you see that a lot. Like, I tried. Obviously, I haven't worked in games, right? But I read a lot of accounts, and I try to like mitigate a lot of opinions, because sometimes a lot of gamers will be like, well, why isn't this happening? And it's like, well, that's not gonna fucking happen anyway. So calm down. This is how it works. Like, chill out. Let's not be assholes, okay?
People are pros at jumping the gun. I've noticed, especially after the PSN outage yesterday. I was fighting people all day about them melting down, thinking that this is another repeat of 2011, and I was like, bro, they haven't even announced anything yet. Like, the fact that you're freaking out saying that you automatically know what's going on behind closed doors when it hasn't been a day yet, relax. And I was like,
and if one guy hit the wrong button.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was like,
oh, I did that. I did that before. Oh boy, that was fun.
I was like, tech and live services aren't infallible. Like, shit's gonna happen. Maintenance is gonna be needed. You know, shit's gonna go down. Your power goes out from time to time. Like, it's not new, and it's just like, it's not gonna just like be stable constantly. It's a live service. That has servers running it and all kinds of stuff. Like, it's gonna need maintenance from here on out and forever. And the fact that people were just automatically assuming without a statement, freaking out, yelling at Sony, we want 6+ months of PSN compensation when it wasn't even a full day. I'm like, you guys are so entitled. You're crybabies. Well, does your power company compensate you when the power goes out? No. Like, and also the fact that they gave you 4+ days that, you know, you didn't deserve additionally of PSN when it was like a day of inconvenience. Like, that blows my mind. I don't know, but it's like, it was an operational issue. Whoop-de-doo. Like I said, I was like, you guys, if you're that anal about it, change your password and, you know, wait for confirmation of what's going on. And we know that they don't have the best security, obviously, because of what happened. But so it's like, it's okay to like be wary of that and like skeptical a little bit. But assuming you know what's going on when it hasn't even been a day and they haven't put out a statement yet, maybe they're figuring it out and they don't want to speak too soon, because you guys would rip into them too if they spoke too soon about what was going on. So it was just so funny seeing people melt down like, I can't stand life without my PSN for a day. Oh my god.
There's a middle ground for sure. Like, you want them to tell you what happened at some point. It just you start to worry when after like 2 weeks they just haven't said anything. It's like,
I mean, if I said
there is
the case if it was 24 days.
Like,
I was like, if it was like the 2011 breach, like, and it was 24 days long, you have a right to be pissed off and be wondering. But I'm like, it wasn't even a day, and these people were freaking the fuck out. And I was like, I hope all of you feel like a gigantic idiot now. All of you melting down.
I think the much more interesting thing that people have figured out because of that, because the newer version of the PlayStation, you can buy the disc add-on for it, and people try to connect it to the PlayStation, and the PlayStation's like, no, you need to be connected to your PSN to put your hardware on your hardware.
Download the Blu-ray player driver or something.
Which I'm just like, man, I have the hardware here. So you telling me if the server ever go down, I can't ever disconnect this ever again.
That's why we need to stop making even single player games reliant on the internet, because what the hell is that even about? Like, there should be no reason for that. I saw people
posting that they couldn't play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because it needed an online handshake, and it's like, why?
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
I got burned from that on SOCOM Confrontation for PS3. That was the first time I got locked out of the fucking main menu because I didn't have an internet connection. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, so I bought this product and now it's useless.
Yep.
It's bricked.
It's fun.
I can't do anything with this.
There's a lot of things like that. Like Azura's Wrath, you can get the base game. Well, if you buy it on eBay, you can't buy it anywhere. And the thing is, the proper ending they pushed with the DLC that is only online. So the only way you can get that is by probably buying some weird. If you wanted like proper, I guess, without an emulator, you have to buy some PlayStation from someone that has that on there.
PlayStation that has it downloaded on it already. That's funny.
So it's fun stuff. But that's a whole nother tangent.
Miss Slaughter, what's one of your top 5 games you're excited about?
Well, my next one besides Doom would be, because I heard it's supposed to be dropping towards sooner rather than later, probably at the end of the year, is Gears of War E-Day.
Oh, okay.
I'm a huge Gears of War fan, and I played the shit out of the first 2 games. The third one, yes, as well, but not nearly as much as the first 2 games. First one, then second one, then third one, I'd probably say was my ranking. But this one is going to be basically returning back to the scary roots of the first game and a more of a horror third-person shooter like the first game was, and apparently they're making it so it's harder to, because it's supposed to be a prequel, so your two main gears are young and just starting out, and they're not as OP and Doom guy-like as they are in the later games. So it's going to be even scarier that way. Like even basic drones are going to be really hard to face and like scary instead of just like running up and mowing them down like you do in the regular Gears games. So I'm really looking forward to that being more horror, because the first Gears game is my favorite. I really like the grittiness of the game and how it actually does have scary moments in it. And it's definitely really challenging too, because I play every Gears game on Insane. So I'm hoping this one is going to be just as hard as the first one, especially that final boss, like rips you to fucking shreds. General Rom.
General Rom, yeah, on the train.
Yep.
That
So I'm
one,
really looking forward to it. It looks great. The trailer looked great.
That one wasn't on my list, but it should be. I totally slipped my mind that was coming out.
Is there a release date for it?
This is what I said. Let's keep our lists from each other until the show.
I was looking at lists for anticipated games this year, and it was only on one of them, and I was shocked. I was like, really? Like, I almost forgot it might be coming out this year too, because nobody was talking about it. So
I don't think I saw it on the list I checked for releases even, but now that you mention it, I remember it. It's like, oh yeah, that does come out. And
is it just vaguely 2025 at this point? Is there a month that it's supposed to come out confirmed at this point?
I have no clue.
I did see an article saying sooner rather than later, and it could be by the end of the year, at the end of the year, probably around the holidays, I would assume.
Probably by summer they'll lock it down for if it's going to be this year or spring next year.
And I'm looking forward to it for all the same reasons. I love that it's going back to a sort of more horrific, approach to it.
Plus, we love Marcus and Dom in this house. Like they're brotherhood and they're amazing. I love them as characters and the tragedy that they suffer through the whole series. Oh my gosh! Like that series is like one of the only few video game series that's made me cry playing them. Like they're actually so hard hitting. Like I really like the stories of the Gears of War games.
I think for a new game, it's really smart to rewind the clock and like tell a story about them, like the aliens first coming out, and then like the humans and the Gears having to like react to these monsters for the first time and be like, "What the fuck are these things?"
Because I'm a fucking nerd and I read the books too, so I know all of the like lore behind Emergence Day and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to see it playing out in a game and see what like directions they take with it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds
it's
good.
Like the first Gears of War game, it's like they're like battle hardened and they've been fighting these things for a while. So this is really interesting territory for a new game.
I only played them pretty recently when over at Maulers, because I never had Xboxes. I only had Nintendo and the Snowy Station, and and yeah, never played them. And then we played all three of them while I was there, and I like them, but don't do that. It gets a bit boring and tedious, the whole cover shooting stuff, when you play all three of them in a row after multiple days. It gets a bit... It gets a bit
But the fact
draining.
that they're co-op really helps, because playing them with friends is a lot of fun.
There's some funny clips out there.
Until you guys get to the fucking fork parts and one of you keeps dying over and over, and you're just like, get your shit together. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Well, the first time I saw like the dashing mechanic and the way the camera like shakes around, that was like that was so fucking cool. It took me a while to like get bored of that. But I agree, Metal. Like by the third game, it's just you're kind of over it. But it's still cool.
That's cool.
Third game actually had really good stereoscopic 3D. I had a 3D TV at the time, and it was one of the games that didn't give me a headache.
Nice.
But yeah, I actually have to look out for that one. I completely forgot about that. That was a good pick. Nice.
Yeah. All right, I guess I'm up next. I'm going to give our boy, the Little Platoon, a bit of love. And mine is also ambiguously 2025, but he is currently writing on a game called Judas, which is being made by Kevin Levine, right? Or Ken Levine. Oh God, I'm messing that up. Anyway, the BioShock guy,
Yeah.
is making a new game that is, I believe, on a space station, not too dissimilar to Prey 2016. But I think the concept of it's really interesting in that the way they described it is narrative Lego, where your choices really matter. And is it Ken Levine? Okay, I was thinking Kevin Levine. I don't know. They're similar names. But the idea that you can piece them together in a bunch of different ways and build different things so that theoretically every player can have a different story where none of the events that are happening in the later game really might have anything at all to do with the stuff that happens earlier on, depending on the choices you make.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think that's really neat. And it looks like a BioShock style game. And considering the biggest problem I had with BioShock Infinite was that it seemed to be going in more of a Call of Duty direction, and this narrative Lego concept seems like the absolute opposite of that. I feel like this could be one to look at that might end up being pretty cool.
Can't be worse than Infinite. Infinite sucks.
Yeah, well, Infinite didn't have Little Platoon writing on it.
I hate
Who,
that
we
game.
were both on EFAP with last week talking about Movie Bob.
We did. Cinema.
Little Platoon going from Ken Levine game to Movie Bob coverage to Ken Levine game. He's a man of range and
Hell yeah.
beautiful voice that guy has.
How have we not invited him on the Forge yet? How did that happen?
I just assume he's too busy.
I haven't asked him yet.
Fuck you,
I always forget.
Yeah, well, next gaming talk stream, we should get him and Miss Slaughter back because that we'll have more game industry people.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yay.
Just the game industry.
And then we won't invite Swole again because that's
Yeah.
funny.
John, you can
I'm fun and knowledgeable.
Me.
I know things.
Yeah, good show. I forgot about
Yeah,
that as
like-
well. Yeah, it's good one as well.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good one to bring up. Watch some trailers for it. We don't have to dive into too long discussions for it because I think beyond the narrative Lego concept and just general plot details, there's not too much that's known about what the actual shooting mechanics or anything is going to be like. So yeah, we can probably just move on to Metal Spick.
Right. Sorry, my cough is getting a bit more annoying, so I feel like I'm calling in sick tomorrow. I don't feel so good. I got two more here. Which one's it? You know what? I'm going with this one. Metal Gear Solid Triangle Snake Eater.
That's one of my honorables.
Yeah,
That's on my list.
I love Metal Gear Solid 3. I played through that game like 3 times on the PS2.
Favorite in the series.
It's definitely my
sick.
favorite. To this day, I can't really tell you the story of any of those games properly. I just can't. I just can't. I just like the stealth mechanic
Well,
stuff.
if we're up for a 4-hour tangent, I can tell you everything.
No, please don't. But yeah, love Snake Eater. It looks like they're very, very honorable, faithful. Thank you to the game. I've seen a teaser trailer from 2 days ago where they even kept a thing where he aims the RPG with his missing eye, which was a thing he did in the old game. They kept this in it even, so that's just kind of funny. But yeah, love me some Snake Eater. Obviously, the good old meme with the ladder. That's from that game. There's so many fun things you can do. There's like this frog hunt. There's like frog statues around the map. I think they kept that in as well. You can shoot them. You get some items later on. There's like the end fight where you can do like in a couple of things. Because the thing with the end, he's like super old, and they say like, oh yeah, he could die.
Quite the old one.
He could die anytime, and there was like a thing you could do on the PlayStation. Either you enter the
Stop
boss
playing.
arena, you stop the game, you come back like 2 weeks later, and then you just find him dead because he died of old age in the arena.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
hilarious.
he only had 2 weeks to go, so
Yeah.
the in-game clock remembers what day you started the encounter, and if you will go away for
and
2
it-
weeks.
And it goes
game
by
over.
the system clock, I believe. So if
Yes.
you were to
Yeah.
change that in the root settings and just boot the game back
Yeah, you
up
can
on the
do that.
same day. Yeah.
It's
You
fun
can
stuff.
also kill him. You can kill him the first time you see him too. If you
Yeah,
have
in
a
the
sniper
wheelchair.
rifle, he,
Yeah,
he
exactly.
gets wheeled away, but you can snipe him from far away, and then that boss fight just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and if you're not careful, if I'm not mistaken, one of the wheels flies exactly towards you and hits you in the face.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think
think
that
that
happened
ever
to me.
happened with me.
I think that happened to me.
Oh yeah, when I played, I tried to kill him, but I guess you couldn't do it with a pistol.
No, I think you need
No,
the
you
sniper
need to
rifle.
have a sniper rifle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, I think that there's like some dialogues. Wait, it's I was so you're playing Big Boss or the Boss? I always mix their names up.
The Boss is the woman.
Okay.
Big Boss is the call sign that's given to Snake after he kills the boss.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. And if you let him die of old age, you get like really sad. It's like, I didn't give him the fight he deserved. Or something like that. So yeah, there's lots of fun stuff like that. Love is Snake Eater. Can't wait to play that. I hope it's gonna be good, but it looks like they're very faithful, and that's in August, so I've got some time on that one. Yeah, excited for that.
My only thing that I'm worried about. Sorry, go ahead, John.
The way that game plays is extremely compelling because you have so much control over the way Snake moves and shoots, and there's such a precision to everything.
Yeah,
like there's just nothing fucky or glitchy or janky about it.
Also, I can't wait to play it with a fucking mouse so I can shoot properly.
Yeah.
The amounts of shots I missed with the clown sticks is insane.
I think even with the clown sticks,
it still works
like,
pretty good.
There was an amount of precision in the aiming of the game that
the thing is,
really
way back then,
unique.
when I played on controllers properly, I actually was kind of decent with it. If I go back to that now, I just can't do it. I don't know how I did it back in the day, but I just...
Oh, I know. You're just good at what you practice.
It's practice, obviously, yeah. But just
Like,
going back to it now, it's like, ugh, gross.
Yeah.
The game also benefited from the fact that you could have varying degrees of pressure on the face buttons.
Yes.
Like a half press on square was not
In
the same as a full press.
version,
That's right.
Yeah. So you would press square all the way to like prep a shot, and then let it go to fire.
Yeah.
That was like
Or
huge.
you could let it go gradually to put the weapon down.
Yes, right.
Now, if you're playing it on an emulator or anything, you have to just unequip the weapon with the L1.
Yeah, that's what I had to do because I didn't play it.
I mean, it works. It's that little bit of Kojima using the hardware in a way that's interesting that you lose.
Yeah.
But the only thing that worries me about that game is it's Konami working with UE5 remaking a classic PS2 game, and Silent Hill 2 did not run fantastically well.
That's a good point, yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 3 being a game that the performance will have a much larger effect on.
It might benefit from the individual areas, I hope.
Well, also, it's a different development studio. So, like, I mean, it might just be that Bloober Team is not great with UE4, but or UE5, sorry. And I think it's a Chinese studio that's making Metal Gear Delta, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But
not sure. I have no clue.
But anyways, it's very possible they're just better with it, which I'm hoping is the case.
Yeah,
but
man.
that's the reason it's not on my list, because I'm like, I don't know. Also, I guess like the stuff Konami did with the Master Collection or whatever for the originals, just like basically dumping shitty ROMs that were not well optimized on. It was like
that was awful.
I kind of don't trust Konami with Metal Gear in general, but I'm hoping this is good because it certainly looks fantastic.
Absolutely.
And one of my favorite games ever, too.
I like it a lot. It's good stuff.
I'm curious how the world will be handled in the new one, because the original Snake Eater was very like segmented with its fades to black, like all the forest was all in like, chunks, and I actually quite like that about it. That like,
I mean,
each area had its own little like
escaping enemies too, because like once you got to the fade to black, it's like, okay, I'm pretty much safe.
Yeah.
So, like,
right, yeah. And so what I expect this remake might do is make the whole thing seamless.
I hope not.
Yeah.
That would
take away the face to black.
Yeah. Oh.
I think that might hurt the structure of the game.
Don't say that, John.
I don't know.
Make me sad.
I hate this game now.
Apparently, they're not changing anything about the script, and they're using the same voice acting audio. So, like, I mean, I think they're doing a lot to just make it the game, but prettier. And I believe they're also adding crouch walking too, which was only in the 3DS version, and it actually does make the game a lot better because your choices are sort of prone crawl or running in most of the other versions of the game. But the 3DS version had that one thing about it that was better.
I just used the D-pad to walk when I played it.
You can, but then you're not crouching.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess I was shooting people anyway, so it's not better.
You're at that point you're still as tall and visible. You're just moving slower. So like,
yeah,
I don't know. I think I like the crawling for the most part. It was nice.
I mean, yeah, it's like I said, it's still one of my favorite games ever. But like when I played the 3DS version, while it ran like crap, it was nice that it had 3D. And if you played it with the Joy-Con add-on or whatever it was called, the circle stick, it played pretty well. But the big thing it had that no other version of the game to date has is crouch walking, which they took from Peace Walker, and I'm happy they did.
Yeah,
I figured the DS version would look and play like shit, so it's cool to hear
3DS,
that it was
3DS
actually...
at least.
Oh, 3DS, right, yeah.
yeah.
But even the 3DS, well, I suppose the 3DS was quite an improvement over the DS. Now that I'm thinking about it,
it could handle a PS2 game and run it at 30 FPS ish.
Ish, yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff. Well, yeah, Metal Gear Solid Delta. Can't wait.
All right, Swole, do you have one lined up?
I mean, there's plenty of games I'm looking forward to. Let's see.
If you don't have one
doing
ready, we
just
can go
5?
back to John. Yeah, so you have
two.
3 to go because you burned 2 during the Microsoft stuff, just like
burned
Metal
2.
and I did.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and burn another one so I don't have to talk about it again. Monster Hunter. And then I would put Garo's City of the Wolves on there.
Who's that?
It's a fighting game.
Yeah, the fighting game.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
right.
by SNK. It's basically like King of Fighters, but in the future.
Mark of the Wolves 2.
Yeah. And they're doing a lot of interesting stuff as far as fighting game goes. Like the parry mechanic is more reminiscent of older games where it is like one frame. Right, a lot of more recent games, it's like you have 3 frames, so it's a lot easier.
Oh, okay.
You have all kinds of
Like Street Fighter
interesting
6. Really easy to do parries in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah. Which arguably is good, but you know, it's also nice to have like some of that older shit where it's like pretty much inaccessible to people who are just casually playing because fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, game's really pretty, obviously. Obviously Mark of the Wolves is extremely well loved, but never got a sequel. And now it is, which is kind of neat. I like when a lot of older games just get sequels.
It's one of the better SNK fighters too.
Yeah, and it's one-on-one. That's the one thing I didn't like about a KOF is that I have to learn 3 characters to play the game.
Yeah.
Well, this one you can just learn the one. So I am very interested in that game. I'm just waiting for a character I will play. It might end up being Mai now that I've played her in Street Fighter a lot.
Hey, best girl.
Nice.
That's cool. I haven't heard of that game.
Yeah, it's a neat game. Since you like the more retro stuff, you should give the Mark of the Wolves a look. See, it's usually pretty
Mark of the
cheap.
Wolves is it's cheap and it's on everything now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can get it on Switch.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so that'll be mine.
Sweet.
All right, John, back to you.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
That's on my list too, so one of mine's down.
Well, my list is done
Yeah.
then. I don't have any more.
We've eliminated metal.
Sorry?
We've eliminated metal.
Yeah, I've been eliminated. I have one more honorable mention. That's it.
Yeah, the Prime games have been really exceptional. Obviously, the side scrollers as well. The Super Nintendo, Super Metroid. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance games are really good. And from what I understand about Metroid Prime 4, they've had this cooking for a while.
Oh yeah.
Because it was supposed to be on like, I don't know if it was supposed to be on
Switch.
like GameCube. It might even been as early as that.
It's been announced.
Well, I mean,
like
3 was on Wii and not GameCube, and it had the motion control stuff that is notoriously the thing that makes that the most difficult one to emulate. But you can do it. You just might have to do some fiddling and dolphin to be able to get through some of the puzzles that require motion controls. But
I think it was just getting developed during an awkward time where they just didn't know what system to gear it towards, and just a combination of bad timing and just maybe it taking a little too long. But now I guess they finally found their footing where is it coming out on Switch, or is it maybe going to be a Switch 2 launch title?
I think it might be both. I think they'll probably come out on Switch, but also be like a Switch 2 launch co-launch thing where it's like, you can have it running at 720p on your Switch or like 1080p to whatever resolution the Switch 2 can do on Switch 2. And that is my guess. It's not 100%, but I do like that now we have a trailer for Metroid Prime 4 and that it's not just the PNG that got announced like a long time ago when I still remember being like, yeah, I was like, it's cool that they're making another one, but also that's not a game. That's just a logo that says Metroid Prime 4.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works because, like, I think Switch and Switch 2 are going to use the exact same cartridges, I think.
The really digital games will work, and I think Switch 1 cartridges will be compatible with it. I don't know if they're going to do like a Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color thing where it's just the same port takes both cartridges, but they're kind of different.
Right,
but,
yeah.
I guess we'll find that out eventually.
Should be interesting if they release 2 different versions of the Metroid Prime 4 cart, one for the first Switch and one for the second.
One of them is mirrored like the Zelda game on the Wii. And the GameCube.
Yeah,
Twilight
Princess, right?
Yeah,
it's GameCube and Wii. Yeah, one was mirrored. I think because they wanted the sword to be in the Wii holding.
Right hand. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But, no, Andrew Lindsay actually got it. So they were developing Metroid Prime 4 like around the time that PNG was announced. And then apparently they did not like the direction it was going, so they scrapped it and had to wait for Retro, who developed the like other Metroid Prime games, to finish up on, I believe, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze or something. And then they started working on Metroid Prime 4. So it is being developed by the original devs, but that was not the original plan.
I guess someone's saying in chat that they had scrapped and restarted development.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, that's.
I mean, not entirely. I mean, there's a lot of development work there that I'm sure was just repurposed, right? Like in terms of story and level design and stuff. I can understand like the graphics stuff getting completely overhauled, but I think a lot of the groundwork was laid out.
I almost think level design would be the big thing to be like, okay, we actually do need Retro to come back and make this because level design in a Metroid game is kind of the thing that's most important, arguably, because like, you know, it's that maze has to be designed in a way that's compelling to the player, and if it's not, like you just have a game that's pretending to be Metroid and isn't actually.
But it depends what console that it was originally like designed for. Like if it was supposed to be on the Wii or the GameCube.
Oh no, Metroid Prime 4
then it's
I think
just
was
like,
always
okay,
Switch.
well we've got the Switch hardware to take advantage of now. Like what can we do with the Joy-Cons that didn't work with our initial plan? Like I can understand like a major overhaul based on how the Joy-Cons operate. So
I believe it was always Switch, but it was just a Switch game that was announced in like 2019. And we're 6 years later now. So
well, if it was originally designed for the Switch, then it doesn't make sense to me that it would be completely scrapped. Like, because
I think you were more on the ball with things like the story and stuff like that is probably the same. It's just for whatever reason, the new team that was making Metroid Prime 4 got totally fired, and then they had to kind of wait until Retro was ready to actually make it.
Yeah. And the lengthy development might actually help this in the hands of Nintendo. Like, I don't see this as another Duke Nukem Forever situation where it's like,
oh yeah, I'm very confident in Nintendo's ability to deliver a good Metroid game, especially after Dread, because that was a 2D one, but man, it was good.
That was something about Duke Nukem Forever that was not hard to predict. I thought that was going to be a piece of shit.
Hey, Randy Pitchford, let's bring it back to the beginning of the stream.
The fallacy was like, oh, they've been making it for 10 years. This is going to be the best game ever. It's not like they were finally crafting this for 10 years. I mean, they picked up what was left after a while and dusted it off and said, what can we do with this? You know, like.
And possibly laundered money into development of Borderlands 2 like they did with Aliens Colonial Marines at around the same time.
I think Ms. Slaughter could probably correct me on this, but it does come off like longer development times usually are a very bad side.
Yes.
Yes.
More than likely, yes.
But I think that in a situation where it's like, okay, scrapped, and then now we're just going to take some of the elements of this project and have a totally different developer who was the developer who made the 3 that were good, or in particular the 2 that were absolutely incredible, make it. I'm like, that's a situation where the longer development might be a good thing as opposed to them.
There's always going to be exceptions. Like a good example of that would be Doom 2016. They built that game from scratch, and it was not up to par with what fans would have wanted, so they completely scrapped it, and they started new, and they came out with a game that kicked ass. So
yeah, Doom 4 was the Doom, like, it was Doom on Earth, so it was basically like the Doom 2 version of Doom 3, but it did have glory kills. That's one thing when I looked at the footage of that, I was like, oh, that's something they kept.
It almost took 10 years to come out because it was announced at QuakeCon in 2007, and it came out in 2016. So that time, almost a 10-year development cycle for that, and it worked out for them. But another bad example would be Halo Infinite, because Halo Infinite, I had friends working at 343 on it too, and so they told me a lot of insider stuff. But they basically, they've told me how they spent most of the development time chasing trends and making it a game that completely would not have been okay with hardcore Halo fans and stuff. Like, it was originally supposed to be a complete battle royale and a hero shooter too.
Oh God.
Yeah, and they spent way too much money, time, resources on doing that before they ultimately scrapped all of that and started making what Halo Infinite became. And that's why a lot of people were pissed, because of certain parts of it feeling rushed and stuff and just not fully fleshed out because of that. And that's what happens when you chase trends, especially with a beloved IP that has high expectations.
Well, I didn't have a Halo game being one of the best simulators of Attack on Titan movement on my bingo card for Halo Infinite, so I gotta give it some points for that. Like, I found like swinging around in trees was too much fun, and for a Halo game in that.
Yeah, I don't like how much the design of Halo Infinite hinged around the open world mechanic. I think it really suffered because of that. Because then it just, like, what in terms of story,
anomalous environments even was a real problem.
I didn't have a problem with the campaign. Like, I enjoyed what I played, but it was not nearly as memorable as all the previous Halos. So
no,
not at all, really.
The plot of it felt paper thin. A lot of it was just like, go from A to B, press this button, and now there's a new tower with a button, and press that button, and then now there's 3 buttons, and press the buttons. There's way too much of that. There's no like twists and turns in terms of like storytelling, which like that was what was so memorable. One of the things that was so memorable about the first Halo, you know, it was like a functional little sci-fi action movie. You know, if you were to strip away all the gameplay and just look at all the cutscenes, fun little story.
Yeah.
That's why they did such a great job adapting it with that TV show.
Right.
Ah, yes.
I mean, fucking hell, the blueprint was all there. And it's just like, let's just throw it out the window.
With Hollywood, I don't understand, and they just have to try to make it mass appeal to whoever else. Like, I don't understand. Like,
but what if we make the Arbiter a she-twink and we have Master Chief have sex with her?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I remember that from the game.
That was fingernail because girl.
The best part of their relationship in the game is the sexual tension that doesn't actually have to get to happen. You know what I mean? Like, why would you just like reveal it and throw it all in the TV show like that?
Right.
Well, I skipped that one. Luckily, I was not dragged into the mines for that one. So
yeah, I didn't watch it either. I just heard bad things about it. So
I had to watch it all for EFAP, and I think those EFAP TVs are still in development hell.
Oh, really? I thought they were out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had to watch all of season 1 in like 3 days. It was fucking horrible.
At least I did record something. I remember when Mola made me replay Bioshock Infinite because he wanted to record something years ago and then never did. That bastard.
To be fair, it might be my fault because I was having some audio issues that I didn't really sort out until after they were all finished. So I might have made Fringy's life a living hell. So if they never come out, blame me.
Wow.
It's such a slog getting through Halo because it like very quickly got bogged down into this talking head political drama, and it was just like, where's the aliens? Shoot the aliens, for Christ's sake.
If you want to play Halo, just watch the play. If you want to see Halo's story, just watch the games. We're doing our own thing by making a ripoff of The Expanse that sometimes has Halo iconography. What that show was. Flat out to the point that there are props that are fucking from The Expanse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime 2, definitely looking forward to it. The Metroid franchise is the subject of the only video I've ever made on YouTube that like did well. So, you know, check out my channel if you want to see me talk about every other Metroid game, including Dread. But
nice.
I loved Metroid Dread. That was so refreshing. And it wasn't that long either, and I quite like that about it. It's a game that you can 100% in like, you know, a week or two. and then you just put it away, and it's like, that was great. I can move on to something else.
Yeah.
Like too many games now, it's just like they want you to pour 1 billion hours into it. And
Yep.
it's just like, ugh, I'm bored.
The Metroid Dread footage I have in that video was taken over the span of about 3 weeks, and I played the game 5 times, like to completion.
Nice.
It's a sick game. Yeah, so
Only
well
once
designed.
on Switch though. The rest of it I played on an emulator, which is why my footage is 4K. Everybody.
Yeah, we had time for these 100+ hour games and 100%ing them when we were younger, but as adults, like, no. Like, we're hardcore gamers as adults still, too, and we don't want to be sitting around sinking that much time into a single game. I mean, if it's expensive, I expect a good amount of content to, satiate me, but if it's like,
Designing a
not
game
that
that's worth
ex-
playing again too
yeah.
is something.
Yes.
like-
Oh my God. Replay value is something a lot of developers struggle with. And like, I feel like fucking Nintendo is guilty of that all the time too. Like, just like Mario Galaxy, for example. I spent all the time 100%ing that. And because I have 100%ed like most Mario platformers that have come out because I love them. But
Nice.
like, Galaxy, dude, you do all of that shit and all the hard challenges, and they're like, great, now do it all over with Luigi. And I'm like, no, nobody wants that. Like, yeah, Luigi's cool that you unlock that, but we don't want to do it all over again. Like, give us something worth the while. Like, maybe something, we have to do it all over again with Luigi, give us something good after that. But also, like, Breath of the Wild, going 100% that game, pouring God knows how many fucking hours into that for you to get a golden poop
Golden
statue.
poopy.
The fuck is that?
What a
Like, that's
fucking
just a
joke.
slap in the face, literally.
Oh, good job.
That
Thanks
is
for playing
literally
the game.
that does very much feel like an intentional middle finger.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. It's like,
Like,
yeah,
good
you
job,
100
dumbass. You collected all 1,000 of these fucking things.
Fucking Koroks. Little piece of shit.
Yeah, it's something I
Could
really
blow them up in the
appreciate
other
about
one.
character action games. It's like, yeah, you can play through it. It's like 7 hours, but you could always be better at the game. So why don't you do it
No.
again?
And difficulties too, like
I
increasing
even
difficulties.
think like New Game Plus isn't enough to get me to come back unless I really love the game too, because a lot of the time the rewards aren't even worth it. Like,
Right.
they're just, it's not. I mean, if feels like a slog, I love the game, then yeah, I have no problem playing it again on New Game Plus. But most games are too long and bloated nowadays for me to even consider that when I have a backlog that's like a mile long. I'm like, I'd rather just go start something else,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's an art to replayability and implementing like a New Game Plus system. There needs to be something really refreshing about like a second,
Agreed.
third, fourth playthrough.
Especially when you get something after New Game Plus and it's like, here's this thing to use it in another New Game Plus run, and I'm like, I don't want to do 3. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's some games with New Game Plus where it's just like, why would I want to play that again? I'm done.
Yes.
And there's other games
agreed.
like
one and dones.
there's games like Resident Evil 4 where like when I finished that, I was like, I couldn't wait to like start it again.
Yeah.
There's some games that do that for me.
I think a big
Get the
part of
Chicago
this was having-
typewriter.
Yeah, but sorry, go ahead, dude.
I was just gonna. This will be quick. I think a big thing is just having like systems that you can learn more, right? Like if I go into a game and like I feel like I have a grasp of the systems, and I don't feel like it's really worth my time to really keep learning and practicing. I'm not gonna play the game more than once.
Yeah.
Right? So give me something to like stimulate not just I guess my brain, but also my like. I want to look cool. Let me fuck around and learn how to look cool in the game.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was
Yeah.
available by default or it was in the form of an update, but I remember Kalisto Protocol had a New Game Plus, and it's just like, why the fuck would I want to play through that?
I
piece of
wish
shit
I
again?
didn't play that once.
Yeah, I mean the problems are so fucking fundamental with that game. Like New Game Plus should be the least of your concerns, like in terms of on the development
I never
side.
beat it. I stopped on the last. I'm pretty sure I'm at the last section, and it was annoying, so I never picked it back up, and I didn't
God,
beat it.
that game has the worst melee combat system in any video game ever.
The game is literally broken. As soon as you encounter more than one enemy, it's completely fucked. It's like the game is not designed for multiple enemy encounters, but there are multiple enemy encounters in the game regardless. Like it's like completely baffling the way they designed it.
The dodge system, man.
Yeah.
Dodge that is agnostic to both timing and direction is fucking insane. That is ridiculous. I don't know how anyone was like, yeah, that's cool. It'll make it super
That's
easy
cool.
for everyone to dodge everything all the time, as long as they remember to switch to the analog stick to the other side of the fucking well.
Right.
Oh.
And the dodge unavoidably is rotational and based around a single enemy that you are like locked onto. And you have other enemies shooting projectiles at you. So it's just like, why would you have a dodge function that doesn't let you dodge the things that are flying at you from other like enemies in the room? Like, it's so fucking.
They want
Oh
you
my
to
God.
get up
That
close
game
and
made me so
personal
angry.
you can die and then see the super cool death animations, because that's what they spent more time on than designing the fucking video game. I've never been more wrong about anything when I said that the Dead Space remake is probably going to be shitty, but Kalisto Protocol is the one to look out for. That was my biggest L in video game analysis ever. I was so wrong. Thankfully wrong about Dead Space. Dead Space remake is quite good.
Well, and it made the release of Callisto Protocol so shocking because of the quality of the Dead Space remake. In my opinion, I thought that was fucking great. I had a blast with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think going back to replayability, I think like my biggest pet peeve is like charging $60 to $70 for a game that you don't want to replay, and it's just like, I don't feel like I got my money's worth with that if I can't spend time in it and, you know, enjoy $60-$70 with it. But the thing is that if they're thinking about raising prices with like GTA and stuff, then you guys need to work on your ability to make games more replayable and more engaging that way, because then I'll be considering paying more for it if, you know, you get more bang for your buck. Most AAA games that I pick up nowadays, when I do, because I don't really pick them up often compared to indie or AA, but if I do, I'm like, I get through it and I'm just like, that was good, but I wouldn't go back and play it again. Like, it's just gonna sit on the shelf, you know. It's like, that's why Blockbuster, I miss it so much. Let me just go to Blockbuster and rent this shit and then play it. Or like, I mean, Game Pass exists nowadays.
Game Pass is probably the closest.
It's basically like Blockbuster,
Right,
yeah. But like, I miss that because like, you don't have to own it. You don't have to sink $70 into it. You could just play and be like, you know what, that was that. I experienced it and I don't need to experience it again. It's like watching a movie once that you don't really enjoy. You're like, yeah, I've seen it, and I don't ever feel the need to watch it again after that.
I suppose the closest catch-all for that does involve you basically gambling the full price if you end up liking the game, is just Steam's return policy that like if you play a game and it's kind of shit, as long as you're under 2 hours, it's like, at least I can get my money back on this. Which is, funny enough, what I did with Callisto Protocol, because it ran like shit, but then I played it on PS5 because my plan was to stream it, and I ended up hating the game. So, fuck me twice, I suppose.
I think probably the only bad part about that is if you like the beginning of the game and then you get towards the end, it's like, I fucking hate this.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't account for that. So it's like you are kind of gambling on, it's like, okay, if I like this, then I am putting down that full price money. But if I end up not liking it later, it's like kind of screwed.
And there's not really
a way to watch it with games that have super long intro sequences, which is funny enough why I think a lot of JRPGs have been doing this thing where a demo comes out that lets you then continue. And I think that's genius. Like Metaphor ReFantazio's demo was like 10 hours long. I got really into it, bought the game, and did not really have to worry about whether or not I would end up liking it, because I was like, okay, I already like the part that I played for free, and now I can just keep playing it. And
I'm so happy demos are back. Oh,
there's
so
a lot
good.
of good demos. Like Stranger of Paradise, you could play the whole first mission. Right. And
I actually did play that. I played the demo, not the full game.
You should play the full game. It's a good game. The story is hilarious.
Even the demo was hilarious, and it's not Limp Bizkit that he listens to, but it sounds like it could be.
Oh, shame.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well,
Kelsey's the only other Limp Bizkit fan on the internet. Now it's me and her.
I like Limp Bizkit.
Maybe metal.
I grew up with that
metal
fucking
too.
band.
Ew, I grew up with them too, and then
and all I did was for the Nookie. Anyway. Do we have any more games? I want to be party pooper. It's getting quite late, and I don't feel so good.
We'll just stories and Kelsey.
5 more on my list. I don't know if you want me to just say them all.
You can burn through them, if we're looking in the interest of getting metal to bed. I have to work tomorrow too, so.
I mean, if you feel like talking
tomorrow, I don't feel good.
I'll say them, but if you feel like talking about them or not, that's cool. But I have Ghost of Yotei, Killing Floor 3.
Oh, shit, right.
Split Fiction, which is the new one by Hazelight. If you like co-op games like It Takes Two and A Way Out, which I just started playing recently.
Hell
That
yeah.
one's coming
Takes Two is
out
great.
next month in March. So, and then these two are kind of similar, so I kind of lumped them in at the same. But Den of Wolves by the creator of Payday, it's a co-op heister, and also Thick as Thieves, which is also a co-op heister sim. So
Nice.
All right.
they both sound cool.
Just really quick
So
on
all of
Killing
yours
Floor.
I
were
love
co-op
Payday,
and co-op
so-
multiplayer.
I played the Shadow of
Yep.
Killing Floor 2 back in the day. I really
Floor
hope
2
that
is
one is
fun,
gonna
yeah.
be good because man, we pumped hours on that game and it was really fun.
Is it
So-
going to
I
be free to
can't
play?
wait for the. I can't wait for the upgrade of Killing Floor 3 with the dealing with the fucking menus and shit of 2. Oh my god, the
Mhm.
menus are awful. Like I can't wait for this to be streamlined and just
Yeah.
way better.
Much
All right,
really
I guess I'll burn through my list. I have Pirate Yakuza, or like a Dragon Pirate
Ah.
Yakuza in
Yeah.
Hawaii, which comes out in a couple weeks. I'm
Can
probably
they
gonna
slow down. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Like that's the thing. Like I think I'm probably just gonna wait till my birthday's like end of the first week of March. So I'm just gonna wait to see if I get any Steam money for that, which tends to happen sometimes. So I'll bank on that before I spend full price Canadian game money on that.
Yeah.
And yeah, my last one is 2XKO, which is, speaking of fighting games, that is the League of Legends fighting game that was announced forever ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it looks cool,
working
and
on
it has Ari, who's my favorite League of Legends girl, Fox Lady.
The
Yeah,
little
I
fox
think-
girl.
Looks kind of
One-
like Mai Shinranui, but with fox ears and like
Yeah.
9 tails when she uses her powers. No tails sometimes, though, or one, I guess.
I think isn't she based on the Korean one? No, it doesn't matter.
No, she's one of the K-pop stars, though, in their K-pop band.
Yeah, it was more just like there's two Fox people myths. One's Japanese and one's Korean. So I was trying to remember which one it was
Oh.
because I was corrected
Yeah, I have
on
no
it
idea.
relatively recently.
I mean, I don't know that they really specify. I think she's from the, like,
General
vaguely
Asian area.
Pan-Asian area that's in League of Legends, so I'm not sure which one it's in, but Yasuo is also there too. As well, honestly, like every character that's in the JRPG, the League of Legends JRPG I played that I've spoken about a couple times, they're like all playable characters in this game. In addition to like
Oh, a
Echo
couple.
and Jinx and some of your Arcane Season 1 favorites. See what I did there? But
Yeah, I don't. I think that.
but yeah,
game's
no,
coming out
like-
2027.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to, at least what I saw, it said it was coming out this year. But yeah, Ionia, that's it. That's the name of the region. But the thing that I thought was pretty cool about that is Seth Killian, who's like the guy that worked for Capcom forever, was originally making this game that I believe, if I remember correctly, was called Rising Thunder. That
Mhm.
was a game that basically they were using the modern control system, but baked into how the game is designed. So it's mostly about using special moves and combining them in interesting ways. So it was like, as opposed to punch, hard punch, kick, hard kick, you'd have like 4 different special moves that would be different for every character. And apparently they stopped that game's development and then kind of moved it all over to Riot when Riot bought the studio and kind of turned it into this League of Legends fighter. So it's it's one I'm interested to see how it turns out. And I think that's it for my list, right? I can go over my honorables really fast. We're just pumping these out. Death Stranding 2, although in addition to both Ghost of Yotei and GTA 6, I'm waiting for the PC version on that one. And Wolf Among Us 2, the Fables Telltale game, is getting a sequel finally. And Spine, which is a kind of a cool looking gun fu game that kind of looks like it plays like an Arkham game, but with guns and
Right.
a lady.
Yeah, I've seen that game.
Like when I saw it, I first saw Spine right when the Suicide Squad kill the Justice League stuff was going down, and I was just like, it seems like this is the better Harley Quinn game. Like it just looks like Arkham, but with like a lady that shoots people, and you know, that seems like it would have been more fun. But yeah, Spine might not be this year because it's an indie and it just says TBA, but it's looking close to done as far as like stuff they're showing of it. So. Yeah. So that's it for me. Metal, you have any more honorables you want to crank out?
I only have the Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster on
Nice.
here.
I got that as well. Yep.
I owed Suikoden 1 as a physical. I gave it to someone to play, and I never got it back. And now it's one of the most valuable games ever. I'm very sad about that.
Oh my god,
I
that
didn't play the
sucks.
first one, but I
Well,
like
not
Suikoden
ever.
2.
I don't think ever, but it goes for like a pretty some pretty serious money, I think. Let me check on eBay
Yeah.
here real quick. Yeah, I never finished it as well.
Kellad's actually right. Phantom Blade Zero looks pretty good too. Won't get snubbed. Sorry,
I don't know how much it's worth, but I know it's sought after. Like it's got value.
Yeah, Suikoden. Yeah. So here's one that's just the disc that goes for like €80. Then we got one. That's one for 70 with the
just
box.
the disc. Send it to you in a little paper sleeve.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Suikoden 2 is actually even more expensive. This one is listed for 170. Jesus Christ.
Suikoden 2 is pretty good.
120. But yeah, I still have Suikoden 4, I think, on PS2 here, which I bought for like $20 back in the day. So yeah, no, I played that a shit ton. I barely remember that game. I just know I had a lot of fun with it. I think it had like 200 characters you can collect throughout the world, and then you build like an army, and the more characters you have, the bigger your army gets, and then you have like a little like a battle screen with armies and stuff. And I remember it being very charming. When did it came out? I mean, it's PS1, so when I was a young clown boy child, I played it on my super small what was it, like a super small CRT TV in my room on the PS1. Good times.
Yeah, good PlayStation 1 JRPG.
Yeah, I remember it. I don't remember the story at all. 1995.
Oh, it looks like Swole needs to go.
Yeah, sorry. The tangents went on a bit longer than I expected them to go.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I gotta tip out. I could do my list real fast. We've covered most of it. Bad running Monster Hunter game, Phantom Blade Zero. We always obviously did Ninja Gaiden and the fighting games. So that's pretty much it. Everyone kind of covered things I would like. But yeah, I have to go. Thank you for letting me join.
Take it easy, man.
Good times.
Good talking to you, man.
Yeah, it was good talk.
Yeah, I learned a lot of stuff from you people, and also Metal, you suck.
Okay, bye.
Anyway. Host. Suck it, Metal.
Fucking piece of shit.
Sorry, continue your honorables.
Got him.
Oh no, that was it. I was only that one.
Okay.
That's the only one I had left.
You did remind me, actually, the Trails in the Sky remake. I don't know if it's coming out this year, but Trails in the Sky is a phenomenal JRPG as well.
Yeah.
And it's totally remade though, so it was a sort of top-down, like old school, almost PSP, I believe, is where it originally came out. And yeah, they're doing it full 3D, kind of like the Trails of Cold Steel games.
Oh, okay.
But it's
nice.
good, very good story. So that one, I'm giving points for the writing. I hope more people play it.
Ooh, yeah. I think there's a couple of Trails in the Sky games on Steam. I think like 2 or 3. I remember playing some of them
three Trails in the Sky, and then it's Trails of Cold. Then there's Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, which are the two sort of duology that's in the middle. They're each kind of their own arc, but
right.
Trails in the Sky really is 1 and 2 is the story, and then 3 is kind of like an epilogue spin-off thing.
Oh, okay.
But Trails in the Sky is the best one because the acronym for it is TITS.
Yeah. Nice. But yeah, I'm through my list. I mean, you gave me some pointers here of things to look out, and also that there's way too many games coming out for me to all play. So this is gonna be fun. No idea how I'm gonna balance that for streams or anything. So yeah, I'm definitely want to play the Yakuza game because I love Yakuza. Not so much the turn-based ones; those really didn't grab me. I wanna punch people in real time.
This one is a punching people one with pirate ship combat. So,
I've seen it. Looks
and
really good.
Yakuza's already bonkers, and this seems particularly bonkers.
Yeah,
so,
dude.
I mean, if you're going to use the Hawaii stuff again, I think putting Majima on a pirate ship is the way to go.
That's how you do it, man. Majima is my boy. I think someone made like a fan art years ago. Me as Majima. That was fun. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere on my hard drive, but that was while I was playing Yakuza games. Yeah, fun stuff. Anyway, I don't want to be a party pooper, but I gotta wrap up. I need to fucking lie down. I don't know what these kids did to me while I wasn't watching, but it's not good.
Bad stuff. Miss Slaughter and Jon, do you guys have any others that you want to fire off real quick? If we can't discuss them.
Not really. That was my whole list.
John,
I got a few. I'll rattle off real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I got Mouse PI for Hire.
Oh yeah, the kind of Fletcher animation first person shooter, right?
Yeah, we were talking about I was saying I'm a fan of shooters and that early century art style I really dig.
Yeah,
and I also
that
like
was
that
neat.
it's kind of sprite based, sort of like Doom worked, where like everything is like bitmaps. I think that's really interesting. I got Little Nightmares 3,
Nice.
which
Oh, I need to play those. I
I
heard
really
good things.
like. I really like those kind of slow paced physics, atmospheric horror type games, and it looks like it's integrating co-op in a way that's not sucking all the horror out of it like Resident Evil 5 did. Even though I like Resident Evil 5, it's just like not a scary game at all if you're
Resident
playing
Evil
with a
5
friend.
is fun, but man,
Ends with boulder punching. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
good times.
And I got a couple that I'm not sure should even be on my list, but I'm curious about it. I got the House of the Dead 2 remake
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
because the original is just so fucking funny
it
to
is.
play.
Yeah.
It's also a lot of fun because I had it on Dreamcast and I had the light gun peripheral.
I was about to
So
say, are they releasing a light gun with it? Because
I don't know,
Was-
but that would be awesome, or something
that's
with
they
gyro
could do
at
it in
least
VR.
would be cool.
Well,
Yeah.
they probably don't want to do a light gun because these light guns for the flat screens, they're pretty expensive. I've looked into it because I have a couple of light gun games, and I do have 2 old light guns for the PS2, but they don't work on flat screens at all.
I mean, theoretically, you could just use gyro controls and then just calibrate it at the beginning, and it could remember where
Sure.
you are.
Right, yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't think it would be like a traditional light gun, but similar thing.
I'm also curious about the new Fable. I don't know if they're
Forgot
gonna
about
fuck it
that.
up or not, but I'm gonna keep my eye on it.
Yeah.
And Elden Ring Night Rain,
Ugh.
which
Sorry.
Yeah.
again,
Shadow of the
like
Erd Tree
I don't
burned out
know.
Metal and Ice.
This is in an unsure sort of category where, like, because I really like the Souls games, I really like Elden Ring, but I fucking suck at them. And if I understand correctly, Night Rain is sort of like an online
It's
approach
co-op.
to Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And so the idea of like having the help of other players to get through the game really appeals to me because I'm a noob.
It looks like it's much more action based as well. I'm not sure what the fuck they're going for with that one, to be honest.
I do like that you can do sort of Sekiro parrying in it, but I think you might have to really talk Metal and I to being your second and third because you can't play that 2-player, which is the weirdest fucking thing ever.
Can't?
It's 3-player only.
What's with games and these weird uneven numbers to play with?
Yeah, it's 3-player co-op, but not 2-player co-op, and that to me is so strange. I was like, what?
So weird, dude.
But weird numbers is like a kind of trend, like 3 and 5 and shit. 5v5.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Theo's
talking
somewhere.
Theo into playing it ever.
Oh no! If you mention that, he's coming to you to slap you or something. I don't know.
Anyway, that's my little list. That's all I got.
nice.
All right, Miss Slaughter, you have any others?
Nope, that's all mine.
All right, super chats it is, and then
All
Metal can
right.
go to bed.
Hooray! Hooray! Yay! Yeah, let's do those real quick. We got €2 by Piston. I'm a Doom fan, but €80 for a new Doom game is too much for me. I get it, man. We talked all about it, about the whole pricing stuff.
You play on
It's,
PC, there's always CD keys or other resellers. Don't use G2A though. Apparently, people rather pirate. Developers apparently prefer you pirate their game to using G2A, but CD keys,
really?
Humble Bundle, like there's ways you can get games a little cheaper on PC.
Yeah. Then we got $5 by Andrew Valdez. Thank you very much. Here's an interesting question. Do you think GTA 6 will look even slightly as good as Red Dead Redemption 2? I mean, from the trailer, it looks pretty good. I don't know how it's going to be looking for realsies in-game. I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2, but I know it's a gorgeous game.
I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 is still capped at 30 on consoles. The PC port of Red Dead Redemption 2 looks phenomenal, but I'm hoping it'll run as well as that. But there is generally a lot more going on in a big city environment than out in the woods. So who knows?
Is it uncapped on PC or 60 or?
I mean, you can cap it, but you can also have it uncapped or like bring it up to 120 or anything. But I find that 4K 60 FPS, at least on my computer, runs perfectly. So like it's kind of all I need, especially because like precision in targeting and Red Dead in particular is not super important because it's mostly kind of snap targeting.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, then we got $5 by Salty Shark 52. Thank you. For a niche innovative fighting game, I recommend Yomi Hustle, a turn-based platform fighter. All the mind games with a new approach and execution. Okay, interesting.
Okay. Turn-based fighter. Huh.
Yomi Hustle. YOMI and then Hustle. Never heard of it. Maybe
Okay.
I'll give it a.
What do you think about that,
shout.
Jojo?
Cool.
He likes it.
We got $5 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Call me soft if you want, but am I the only person turned off by the over-the-top gore in modern Mortal Kombat? The jelly is too real for me, I guess. I mean,
that's not the reason I dislike the newest Mortal Kombat. I just think the cameo system sucks, and the story was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like it was MCU crap distilled into Mortal Kombat in the worst possible way. I hated it so much.
I think I watched you play it a little bit. You did stream it a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, I streamed the whole thing.
I think I watched you and Meme play it, and it was hilarious.
I was just like, they were like, okay, it's Mortal Kombat 1. We're basically kind of rebooting the story and telling it kind of differently. When it is a sequel to Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath in every sense of the word. It's just stupider because they were like, oh, you know what people love? Marvel movies, in particular, the humor in them. So let's put a lot of that in Mortal Kombat. And I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, you're not getting around the gore with Mortal Kombat.
That's like fucking multiverse.
Whole thing with Mortal Kombat, obviously. So I guess you need to do one of the 7,000 other fighting games, I'm afraid.
Street Fighter 6 or Tekken 8 are your better modern fighting games if you're going to play one.
Yes. $2 by Filthy Casual. Jon becoming IRL Master Chief, blaming lag.
That's funny. But where I was talking about Wii online games and fucking dog shit. I don't know if it was Nintendo's servers or just like shit netcode, but holy fuck, those are bad.
Those
inspired some good dialogue in your show.
my screen went black. My mouse disconnected. Good old LAN party memes. Good stuff. And then we got $2 by Tio Loser. Thank you very much. Have you tried out the Monster Hunter beta? Yeah, we talked all about it at the beginning of the show. The beta apparently is still the old one, so it still runs like ass. Hopefully the full release is gonna work better, but Unreal Engine 5 overall, pretty bad.
That's RE engine.
Wait, what?
It's Resident Evil engine for Monster Hunter World. It's just it's not good. It's a really good engine for doing Devil May Cry, Resident Evil, Street Fighter, those kind of games, but not for open worlds because Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds are the examples of it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, RE engine, obviously. My brain is melting. Also, I think my voice got deeper throughout the stream. At least that feels that way.
Getting ready for Metal Gear Delta.
Get ready for Metal Gear Delta. Otacon. But yeah, those are the super chats. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, everybody.
This was a much longer Forge than I expected. I thought this would be one of the faster ones, but we had some in-depth discussion that I very much enjoyed. And they would have probably been even longer if I wouldn't feel like absolute dookie balls right now.
And for the record, I said 4 guests. We could probably still keep this pretty short, and then we added a 5th.
But we're all yappers. It's okay.
Or not 4 guests, 4 people.
But yeah, we thought it would be fun to talk about some games because we like video games. And looking at this list, the small one on my little note thingy here, I think there's going to be a bunch of gaming forges this year. I have a feeling there's lots of games to cover. And yeah, this was just a nice little detour before we go on to the Marvel slop next week. I don't know who's going to join us for that one. I need to annoy some people.
That reminded me.
Because obviously EFAB is going to do one as well, and I try to not double book people because I think it's interesting to get the perspective of more people than just the ones that already been on EFAB. And I know there's a big crossover of people watching both shows. So yeah, I need to see that I don't have a big crossover. I think that's...
Yeah, so we don't have the same opinions that you have to hear again.
Yeah, just more fun that way. I mean, Maul asked me if I want to come on. I was like, nah, we're gonna do our own one, and we
got exclusivity rights for Metalcommander.
Exactly. Also, I'm probably gonna be really hungover on Saturday because it's gonna be birthday party part 2.
There you go.
Because me and my friend,
celebrating your birthday month.
A friend of mine has a birthday like a week before me or 2, so we just kind of throw those together, and we just gonna go play some laser tag, and then we're gonna get drunk. So I'm gonna recover on Saturday. And prep the Forge, but I will be watching that EFAB too because I'm planning to make a video on that movie, so that's another reason why I watched all the other Captain America things before it. So yeah, I'm probably gonna be.
Was it not just your birthday the other day? Is your birthday still coming up?
His birthday.
No,
month.
it's 5 days ago. It was on Wednesday.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, it's when
the way you said it, I thought your birthday was coming up.
No, I did. That's when I did the birthday stream.
Okay, right.
Yeah, I didn't invite everyone because for some reason everyone that I asked the first time just said, "Yeah, I got time." It's like, wait, that never happens. What's going on? I don't have that much time actually on a Wednesday to get everyone in. Which, hey, I think that's awesome that people want to come and do some birthday things. But yeah, good times. Yeah.
I remember I said happy birthday to you months ago because someone said, "Hey, it's Metal's birthday," and apparently it's a meme that everybody
that
says
was
it's your
so
birthday every
funny.
day.
That was so funny. Someone else fell for that as well. I forgot who it was. And I think it was both times. It was Ninja, I think, on Twitter who said it. This is great. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, this was a great Forge. I enjoyed that. Thank you guys for hanging out. Before we get out of here, Jon, what are you up to? Tell the people.
Jon Graham on YouTube. I write and direct little movies in machinima.
Wow,
do
so
RB the
childish.
Chief. I do
Suck.
stuff with Halo.
Sorry,
I know
guys.
it's for fucking babies. It's garbage, but if you want to watch it anyway,
Yeah,
you can subscribe to me on the YouTubes. Jon
Yeah.
Graham.
go check it out. It's fun stuff. Hard Justice episode 1. Go watch it. Me and Marc are in it. It was a lot of fun.
That's right.
Go check
Yeah,
it
Yeah,
out.
your voice
every so
talent.
often I still get people complimenting my voice acting. And that I was like, man, it's like Jon made me a star.
Wow. Well, John made me
Dude,
a
I've had a
hobo
lot of
that got a
compliments
gun
for
up
your
his
guys'
ass.
voices.
So who's winning now?
I play a good dirty cop.
You guys killed it, man.
Thanks, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it was tons of fun.
But yeah, go check it out. Tons of fun stuff to check out there. I still haven't watched all the way for Abi and the Chief. You just made too much, man.
Yeah, there's
I
too
Too much content.
And those episodes
Whoops.
just get longer as well. So yeah, I'll need to get on that at
Yeah.
some point. But yeah, Abi and the Chief. I'm a late to the party on that one. But that shit's great too, obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah, go check it out. Link down below. Miss Slaughter, what are you up to? Tell the people in the chat.
I'm a dirty streamer, so I'm just on Twitch, hanging out 2 days a week on my personal channel, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then I'm also the streamer and host for Night Dive Studios, so you can find me on their channel on Saturdays and Mondays. Saturdays we do single player streams, and Mondays we do community night streams. So if you like Quake and like retro FPS, Doom, we even throw some newer stuff in the mix. Like today or tomorrow we're doing Quake Champions Doom Edition. So if you like that, come on by, hang out with us. It's like a chance for those of you who either don't have friends to play with or your friends are always busy and you can't game with them. Like it's a night we do every week for community building. So I'd love to see you there if you're interested in playing some online multiplayer with us.
She will kill you a lot too.
Probably, yeah. I need to
Oh,
catch one of
baby,
those streams.
baby.
I think we're always streaming like at the same time-ish, so I need to go come check that out and get wrecked in video games because I'm not that good at competitive gaming.
Try to keep it casually competitive, but you know the sweaterins and sweat lords still make it in sometimes.
I still play League once in a while and get wrecked, so that's fun. But I'm always drunk when I play because I'm playing with a singular group every time, so I don't care. Oh well, but yeah, go check it out. Good stuff. Of course, all the links are down below. Marc, do you have anything new going on?
No, not really. I'm just doing Forge, big guesting on streams that invite me, and hanging out with my puppies, and apparently playing a hell of a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance too. But I will have to take some breaks this week to refresh myself on Captain America things because next week's Forge.
Yes.
But yeah, kicking around my Berserk script too, but I don't know if that's ever going to be finished. I don't want to promise much, but
Nice.
tapping away at.
Yeah, good. There's still stuff to watch. Link down below. Go follow everyone, including me, because you're already here and now you're trapped forever.
Yeah.
What's up with me? So as I just said, Brave New World is coming out. I'm making a video on that. Honestly, I have no idea what we're gonna do with Rings of Power. I think I have to take the L on that one. I think I don't know, overestimated the work. Mostly because they
I don't
released
think anyone's
3...
going to blame you for not wanting to spend any more time dealing with
No, the
Rings
thing
of
is, I
Power.
really want to finish it, but I just have to take the L because I just don't have the time necessary to do it. Because I have a full-time job, obviously. So if they wouldn't have released 3 episodes at once, I think I would have been on time with everything. because I was able to push one out every week in the beginning. But yeah, maybe I'll go back to that. But for now, I'm gonna focus on the next project. It hurts my ego, I'm not gonna lie, because I really wanted to finish it. But man, I don't know, the time is just not there. So maybe one day, if I have 7 million subscribers and make all that YouTube money, I'll go back to it and finish it. I don't know. But yeah, that's.
You're halfway there.
I'm halfway to 7 million, yeah, basically. But yeah, I got Ninja Gaiden 2 Black or Black 2 Black, whatever it was.
2 Black
installed. I meant to play it tomorrow, but I think I'm actually I'm gonna boot up my company laptop here and write an email because I feel like ass. Funny enough, I kind of like the deeper voice I have right now. I kind of want to keep it, but I think that's gonna go away again. So.
Maybe ASMR Ninja Gaiden stream when.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to do one stream of that, but I gotta see. Obviously, Thursday I'm gonna be watching the Winter Soldier. I say, fucking hell, the Brave New World, Captain America Flimflammery. Have to prep that. Then Friday I'm on the road. Saturday I have to recover for the Forge and do more prep. So more than enough things to do. Offline life is busy enough as well. So just trotting along. Hopefully get shit done, and hopefully it won't be too long for me to finish that video. So yeah, that's what's going on for me. More to come. Obviously Forges, all that good stuff. And yeah, with that, thanks again for the panel. Very much enjoyed.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I'm saying little talk was actually a long talk with very good topics. You know what? I think this is a bit of a sleeper Forge. Everyone should watch it. I think it was really good. So
yeah,
good shit.
Got into some meaty issues there that I wasn't really expecting.
And all Jon was mentioning GTA 6. That's all it took.
Yeah, it's like, GTA 6? Well, you know what's going on with the video game industry. And then 3 hours of talking later.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks for
someone had to mention GTA 6.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said it after you, so it was on my list. And yeah, obviously Swole for joining in as well. That was a fun little extra here because he's very knowledgeable about all this fighting stuff. Jesus, I need to lie down. Fighting stuff. Anyway,
fighting games.
We'll be back soon, next week, obviously, and I'll be back with streams. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.